Hello everybody and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street. And New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So the value proposition for us starts with, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link? Yeah. Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want, but you don't own it.
Is it like a certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so collectibles, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. When you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful. What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
The graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment itself. So what is kind of, for somebody, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs, what's the stance on that?
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism. Okay. Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work. Okay. And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum in particular is going through a change this year that's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly.
Right.
And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns.
Sure.
And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already uses consensus mechanism.
Okay.
So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on,
Sure.
Are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right?
Sure.
Because we're still in the early adoption phase.
Right.
And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically.
Yeah, and I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming,
Absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. It connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987.
Right.
But generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of, any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams.
Right.
The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilins, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from eUnited. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in a passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is eUnited, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is eUnited?
Yeah, eUnited was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under eUnited, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. It's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now. What is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro.
Yeah.
These kids can try to go pro while being in college.
100%.
It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis, and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them. Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup South Online Regional Qualifier. So this here qualifies you for our South event that is coming up. I'm so excited for it. This year we have so many amazing events planned for the collegiate college esports space. I'm your host, like always, Paulie Hype, and welcome to Championship Sunday. I'm really excited for this one here, as this event is sponsored by Esports U and Esports Foundry. Before we get over to it, I just want to give a shout out, obviously, to all the casters and competitors from day one. It was an amazing showing. You all did fantastic. You all did amazing to put on this event, and also production as well. You guys did such great things. And I just want to take a look before we start today. I want to just update everyone what the top 8 teams are from each game moving forward. So let's start with the big boy, Valorant, right? So we have Winthrop. Valorant in the number 1 seed right now, taking on UT Dallas. That'll be coming up first here on the day. Georgia Tech Gold taking on TAMU Maroon. So Georgia Tech in the 13 seed, they'll be taking on TAMU Maroon in the 5th seed. TAMU White is this 2 seed. So 2 teams here from Texas A&M bringing in the white team and the maroon team. TAMU White is actually the 2 seed, and they will be the 3rd match here for the Valorants, and they'll be taking on Converse University, new school there, not too familiar. UCF Knights as the 7th qualifying team in the 14th seed. UCF making their appearance, and I'm excited to see this one. And the 6th seed, we have Blinn Esports. So that's going to be the Valorant top 8. And we'll be enjoying that today on twitch.tv/esportsu with Catnator and Ash Cast like always. Let's go down the roster here for Rocket League coming up next. That will be on Esports U2 today. And we have UTA Esports in the number 1 seed. That's University of Texas at Arlington, taking on the UCF Knights Rising. That'll be the 9th seed there. Moving down the 4th seed, we have Indian River State taking on UCF Academy. So both UCF teams, like usual, making it here to our final Sunday for the South Region Online Qualifier. 2nd seed is Florida International, FIU. And then the 7th seed is University of West Florida. So some interesting new schools here are coming down the line. And then our last but not least, we have the 3 seed of UT Dallas taking on Bruton Parker Barons Rocket League. So some new schools here breaking into this online qualifier, and you're really excited to see it. That'll be on twitch.tv/esportsu2 to start the day. And obviously we're going to have Bass from the Pass over there on the cast. And just for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have UTA Esports in the 1 seed taking on UWG Wolves. In the 4 seed, we have Longhorn Smash taking on the University of South Florida, USF. Always good to see them. UTD Esports in the 2 seed. They'll be taking on the ODU Monarchs. So that'll be the 3rd for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Again, this will be on twitch.tv/esportsu2 after following Rocket League. And then to round out Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have UH Red taking on the SAG-U Lions. Some amazing stuff like always. But without further ado, enough hearing me ramble, enough seeing this mug on the camera. Let's throw it over for Valorant on twitch.tv/esportsu with Catnator and Ash Cast. And if you're at twitch.tv/esportsu2, our 2nd channel, don't forget we have Rocket League over there with Bass and Gompers. So without further ado, over to you guys. Let's bring in some college esports action. Championship Sunday starts right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back again to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. My name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, it's Championship Sunday. We are here. We've got 8 teams that are going to compete in the final of this qualifiers here, but only one of them is walking away a winner. And it really could be any of these teams based on what we saw yesterday.
I think it could. There are a lot of strong teams. If we were looking at, the goals that the teams made yesterday, coming up to an assumption, there were a lot of teams that made it at least past that 20 mark. So you can definitely tell that it's going to start getting heavy the later on we get within the bracket.
It really does feel like these teams are starting to even out. We saw a couple of one-sided matches. Is the very light way that I will put what we witnessed yesterday. Today, I don't really think we are going to see that. We're starting off with what could be our most one-sided match of the night, but again, you never really know. It is UT Dallas versus Bruton Parker, BPC. And Gompers, yesterday we had some interesting stuff happen with both of these rosters. UT Dallas took their group by storm. We did not get a chance to see them, but we thought they'd do well. Maybe not by storm. Based off their previous results and a couple of cliche events here and there, they looked kind of, let's say, okay overall. It's a very prestigious roster here of Luby, Dalton, and Ghost. All 3 fantastic players. But the thing is, on the other side, for Bruton Parker College, is probably the most underrated roster in this entire thing. This roster is going to consist of, let's see what order it gives us it, Antics, Melodic, and Soul.
Okay.
These 3 players, very solid, very good, and probably the most underrated here. They were the dark horse for our event in the first round, and they almost beat Indian River State College, probably one of the best teams in this entire event.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before, right? Once we cast it yesterday, Melodic was a really big factor of the team, at least within the game that we saw. So I'm assuming today he's going to shine. We're going to be able to see antics kind of like anted up in no pun intended. But overall, it is looking pretty exciting. We haven't seen UT Dallas yet. And, you know, discussing the fact that they managed to take their group by storm, that they're up here, they're doing a lot better, then I guess we can assume that we're going to see a really good game on our hands.
I think it'll be a good one. I do think it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth. But again, the issue for UT Dallas is that normally in most divisions that they play in, they are in the West. Well, that is mostly because there's usually just an East and a West by most collegiate standards. Now that they have a chance to compete in the South, they've been thrown into a little bit of a different pool. So they don't normally play against BPC. Bruton Parker is not a usual opponent to them. And Bruton Parker, like I said, is a team that has been on the up and coming. The more and more that we see of them, the more and more impressive that they look. So this feels like it's going to be a tough test for UT Dallas to prove themselves, that they are not just a team from the West, that they are not just another team that has done well before, but they are a team that when push comes to shove and they have to face the beasts of the East, they can still take them down. Gompers, I kind of feel like this is probably Bruton Parker's to take. They may be the lowest seed in the entirety of playoffs, but I still feel like they're going to be a contender here, and I think that they might just upset the number 6 seed in UT Dallas.
I mean, it's not wrong to think so. Bruton Parker, looking back, 27 goals overall. Even though they lost that one game against River State, they still managed to take it close. So if they manage to get a rematch there, it definitely seems like it may not be as close as we think, and maybe it might go the other way. So in terms of that, either Indian River State or Bruton definitely might go head-to-head and clash. But UT Dallas, and of course, we got Bruton Parker College coming up first.
Game number 1 in this best of 5 officially underway, or maybe not. Looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, unfortunately, so I think we're going to have to restart this lobby real quickly. We'll get that back up in just a second here, but it gives us a little bit more time to talk about these teams and theorize, if you will. And it also gives us a little bit of time to talk about who we think might be taking this whole thing home. Gompers, well, we got the time before the day even starts here. Any teams got your eye that you think might take this whole thing?
That's an edgy question, okay? I really liked watching Florida International.
Interesting.
I think Florida International is a good team. I think overall it's gonna be hard to say where they're gonna end up, but you know, I'm a big Florida fan because there's so many Floridas in the chat, so I gotta stick to the Florida.
Interesting. I mean, that's not. Florida International is probably one of those teams that I actually, in my personal opinion, underestimated a little bit too much. They come in at, I believe, the 8th seed overall, make it out of groups, and not necessarily the easiest group out of all of them. So I was impressed. Florida International definitely did a lot more than I was expecting them to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are, without a doubt, the best team in this entire thing. I think there's going to probably be some competition for them. My pick probably to take this whole thing is I'm sticking with my underdog. I still feel like Indian River State College is taking this entire thing home. I know that UTA has done really well throughout this event. I know that we are expecting them to probably do well and go pretty far into this event overall. But I don't know, man. Something about UTA as of recent has been a little bit shakier than some of their other performances. I know here in particular that they didn't necessarily take their group by storm either. So I feel like Indian River State College, the fact that they faced up against Bruton Parker, still beat them and are now going into this thing undefeated, I think they've got some momentum on their side. I think that they just might be able to get this entire thing done. We're going to have to find out. Like we said, we're just getting started here today, trying to make sure that we've got everything set up for our first quarterfinal. The way that's going to work on stream here today is going to be quarterfinal, semifinal, our third place match. So the teams are going to compete for third place, and then we're finishing off with the grand final. 4 best of 5s to cap this entire weekend off. And honestly, I don't think we could have asked for anything more here. This has been a fantastic weekend full of some incredible play from Rocket League players. And again, this is just the first qualifier. This is just for the South. We've still got plenty of other divisions that teams are going to have to play out for, plenty of other events that you're going to be able to see here on the Esports U2 and Esports U channel. So again, thank you guys for joining us for the ride. Like we said, we're just trying to get this thing set up, make sure that we are all good to go. And in a matter of moments, we will be in game number 1 in our best of 5. I think the teams have finally joined the lobby, so we should be about ready to get this one underway. Early predictions between BPC and UTD. Who do you have taking this one, Gompers?
I I think Bruton Parker College. I think that feels like the most obvious pick for me, but it is also because we got to see them play firsthand. We got to see, like, how each and every player assists each and every player and the synergy. So I definitely do think BPC is going to take it.
Well, let's find out. Can they get this one done? Game number 1 underway in this best of 5. Like we said, winner of this one moves on, and they will get a chance in the semifinals to at least play in that third place match and have a second life. You lose this, though, you don't get a second life. There is no 5th to 8th place match where you determine how good you are. You just go home and try again in the grand finals of the CEC South and compete for that land spot. But for right now, the teams, they're just competing for seeding. They're just trying to prove that they are the best that the South has to offer. And so far, neither team has really been able to put their stamp on this first match. 40 seconds in, neither side has been able to strike.
Yeah, right now it just seems like they're having trouble trying to gain that possession of the ball as they start to move it back and forth between the field here. You can see they're slowly but surely trying to hit it up in the air, at least here for UTD. But then again, the control just gets completely drifted over towards the other side.
Yeah, there's a lot of interference early on. That's kind of what you're going to see is teams that are just diving at the ball, not allowing that extra space, or if there is extra space, they're doing it rather methodically. Good example there. Dalton, heavy touch to the backboard, and Seoul knew it was coming, so they let them have it. The only question is why they let them have the rebound here. Dalton sends one to the backboard, and Melodic just kind of stares at it.
Oh my gosh. And look at Antics. He was kind of just sitting there, didn't even try to reach for it, which... in that case, I'm assuming they didn't want to go for the double commit, but overall, you gotta go for the double commit in a situation like that one. Now we're gonna see at least some of that demo come through, and maybe that's just some of that Carver from the round before.
At this point, they got to still kind of try to feel out this defense here. It seems like BPC in a little bit of an awkward position here on defense, is like you said. They're not necessarily clumped up, but they're also not committing in the correct order here. Good example right there is Antics.
Nice.
It's the only one left back. I understand that the demo did happen, but when you see a demo on one of your teammates, you've got to rush back into defense almost immediately and not rush on top of your teammates as well. Melodic and Antics in the same corner there, forcing Seoul to be the last defender, the sole defender at that point there. And with about 2 minutes gone, 1-0. Looks like UTD have got this one not necessarily wrapped up, but they've got control over this first game.
Yeah, they most definitely do. You can see the struggle with BPC in trying to, have that pressure through, and they're mostly playing on the defensive because of all this pressure that's being created here by UTD. Seoul trying to at least shoot for something, but then again, there's not really anything to shoot for. Luby's always trying to make sure that things go their way, goes right behind to kind of have that assist and that offensive pressure, but it's just going to be this back and forth for a while.
It does kind of feel like we're starting to see this lock-in, though, here. UT Dallas out of midfield continually putting shot after shot at least to the backboard and forcing all of BPC into their own half. Finally, we get a breakaway play from BPC, but it doesn't look like they're going to stay there that much longer. Luby with a lob up to midfield, though, is actually going to get cut out by Seoul. Now maybe Antics can do something as he sends it to the backboard. Two players, awkward! We talk about double commits on defense and awkwardness. There's another example in BPC. They will strike.
Yeah, it feels like this may be a warm-up for both teams because the defense right there, reaction time may be a little bit lacking, but that was a goal, to keep in the books for sure. Maybe things will start changing as they start to get their fingers warmed up and ready to go, but right here, a demo to start things off, and Melodic up in the air, trying to gain that control, but Dalton taking it right back.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left on the clock here, but I do agree it's going to mostly be warming up, trying to feel out the day. This is not just their first game between the two teams, it's their first game overall. This is the quarterfinals, then they'll have the semis and the grands, or possibly the third place match if they lose their semi matchup. Which means they've got a lot of time to warm up to try and find those rotations. Right now in the early AMs, it's taken him a little bit to try and find exactly that. Dalton rests on his laurels on the back end there and unfortunately gets dunked for his troubles. Speaking of dunks on the other end, there could be a chance to do exactly that. Luby catches the defense lacking once again and takes advantage.
Oh, and Ghost was with Antics. Antics tried to actually intercept that, but it didn't happen, which is super unfortunate because now that leads to another goal coming here for UTD. And you said they're controlling the game. I have to agree with you.
It just feels like they're a little bit more, I would say, cohesive when it comes to both their offense and defense. They make one double commit on defense, which allows BPC to find their first goal. But aside from that, they have had really good rotations. Okay, well, maybe not the best example, as all three of the players within about a 10 square meter radius of each other. And as a result, Flick's going to go on target, but Antics, he got bumped by Luby. Tried to recover to at least put a shot on target and couldn't do it the first time. Maybe the second was soul diving in, could have been different. But not as the demo started flying and the defense finds a way out all too quickly. UTD, quick transition the other way, and they're up 3-1.
Oh my. It's like nobody's playing on the defense here. Look at that, nobody there. Nobody trying for the rotation, even though you can clearly see that UTD has the lead. They're in the front lines. They're trying to gather their stamina to be able to go towards that goal, and then nobody gets that rotation. So it does feel like the defense is lacking here for BPC.
It does feel like it at this point. BPC in a very awkward position, and they're going to have it happen yet again. Soul, the last defender back, has to try and make a diving save and does exactly that. But unfortunately, Melodic, he's not really going to help his team out whatsoever. A heavy touch the other way just dispossesses his team for a weak shot, and Luby is going to be easily able to dispossess and send that one out towards midfield and try and restart the offense yet again for UT Dallas. BPC, it really feels like their wires are crossed right now. The cohesion is just not there, and as a result, they keep on giving up possession after possession for a very little reason.
Yeah, but no possession here. Antics actually taking it back, but goes smacking it right down the other way. And once again, right 3-1. We got 22 seconds left. This seems almost impossible for a team that we thought was going to win this.
Again, I really did feel like BPC were just a little bit stronger of a team on paper. UT Dallas, they've been sort of in the mid-pack, if you will, of the West for so long. Now that they get down to the South, they are a very solid contender. But again, it's been the issue of can they step up to the competition that has now been introduced into their pool that they are not used to. Game number one, the answer is absolutely yes. 3-1 here. Even if BPC get a goal for the road, they still cannot change the outcomes, and they will not. Luby with a flip reset out at midfield will drop this one down low, and UT Dallas will take game number one.
The first game taken, and a little bit of disbelief, but overall, right, they had a really good play. Their defense looked pretty solid. They managed to keep that offensive pressure without leading too much into that defense and trying to play a little bit more for that. But I really liked it, right? Luby, really big on the saves, kind of felt like they were the main reason as to why most of those goals didn't make it in, but I mean, there really isn't anything much to say.
It really is not. It was a pretty one-sided affair there. And it's not to say that it was completely one-sided, but again, you go and look at the defensive standards here, and Luby, like you mentioned, just a monster on defense there. 4 saves, the only player with over 3 saves in the entire lobby. The question is whether or not they can do that again here in game number 2. BPC definitely started to find their footing a little bit more towards the end of that game. And if they can avoid the mishaps on defense, I think they've got a shot at this one, Gompers. But again, it really does kind of feel like BPC right now, they've got a lot of work to be done. With UT Dallas coming into this one red hot, they're going to need the ice to try and cool them down.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we need to see, like you said, a lot more defense, and adding on to that, maybe just trying to, coordinate with your team as to what you're going to do, who's going to be able to play on that defensive line.
And do you really need coordination if you can just kind of rush the other team immediately? Shot from a distance, Melodic catches the defense off guard, no one around the net, and within 6 seconds, we find ourselves with an immediate goal here. It's technically a kickoff goal. I don't want to give it too much credit, but hey, a goal is a goal, and an early lead for BPC, who we saw yesterday take much more defensive stands when they had that lead, could be huge for them here in game number 2.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell they're trying to give those rotations in, right? Soul coming all the way around the back to kind of prep up for Melodic. And it looks nice, but the ball up in the air, there comes Soul, and Soul really tried for that rotation, but you can see the adaptation.
Oh, that was a very quick shot there out of Ghost. Sends it off the ceiling, and Soul once again left by their lonesome in the back end. Can't really do much with the ball and just has to dive desperately in an attempt to make a save. This is what we keep on seeing, is BPC are allowing Melodic and Antics to just kind of run willy-nilly on the front line. And as a result, it leaves so much extra space for their defenders to have to try and close that gap. And this is the issue we had in game number 1. Doesn't look like that issue's been resolved here in game number 2. And as a result, UT Dallas looking fantastic once again. But can they get themselves another goal and possibly the lead here in game number 2? 45 seconds into this one, they'd like to think so as they go right back to the offense. Dalton's shot a little bit off target, and Melodic in the corner will get a free lane from Soul's demo that, I thought would get them out towards midfield, but instead, a 50-50 sends Soul and the rest of BPC packing right back into their half yet again. With a heavy touch like that, Dalton should be able to get a free clear. Somehow Soul gets a touch there, almost able to get it center for his teammates. No such luck there, but you can see BPC definitely starting to warm up. They're a little bit quicker to the trigger here in game number 2.
Soul doesn't have possession of the ball. That is Soul's ball. Like, this isn't like any question about it. Nobody on the defense. Soul coming right around trying to give into that rotation, but it's very close here for UTD, and nobody's going to hit that in. No follow-up to be able to clear things and make sure that goes inside the net, and this is good, at least here for BPC.
Whoa, especially when they go the other way. Soul gets breakaway play. And this time when he's solo, it's not on defense, it's offense. A 1v1, and he does his opponent dirty.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no, that was Soul's point, for sure. Soul completely turning the game around, at least within this game, and maybe gonna be able to allow BPC to take things back. Soul knew, hey, we need a lot more pressure and we need a lot more defense. How about I just give in to both?
Well, let's see. Can they hold on to said defense, though? We got 3 minutes to go here in UT Dallas. I don't think they're going to be satisfied with the one goal that they have found in this game, so they're going to march downfield yet again. Not a great touch out of Dalton, though, but the pass back to Dalton is a lot better. Melodic gets bumped on the line. Luby is there, and that is a textbook play. 1, 2, 3 out at midfield. Finish off with a bump, and you got yourself a free goal.
Yeah. Oh, no. Melodic. He's reaching, but he just couldn't grab it. Although it ends up going to UTD aren't giving up just yet. And you know, like you said, on paper, it seems like BPC was definitely the team to go. If Soul can step it up maybe just a little bit more, and Melodic, because I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Melodic as of yet, then maybe things can take a turn for the best. But right now, it just seems like things are not looking too good.
It does feel like Melodic's got to be that X factor for this team. We mentioned him being the X factor yesterday, and so far it really has not been him thus in this game. Yeah. Soul has been the player that we've had to watch time and time again, whether on offense or defense, both. They've had to step up individually on so many different occasions, and well, they're trying again here. Not the greatest touch out to the corner, though, so Melodic will try and bail them out with a 50-50 that they dive for, but cannot get there. And Ghost catches the defense off guard. Ego challenge out of midfield, and a shot on target will leave the entire defense absolutely stunned.
And you think they would learn from their mistakes previously. Do not leave the goal open when there's blue in the midfield. And they still have not learned that mistake. Maybe in the future they'll be able to, but as of right now, I mean, it's just the constant mistakes that they're making. They need to be able to fix this.
I'm going to be 100%. I'm going to eat my words throughout this series over and over and over again. I was messaging our producer behind the scenes asking, hey, which quarterfinal are we thinking about looking at? And he says UT Dallas versus BPC, and I'm like, that could be a good matchup. They should both be pretty even on paper, but I have a feeling that BPC, you know, Bruton Parker might just run away with this thing. I was dead wrong. It's UT Dallas who continue to keep on sprinting, and they might just hit the finish line real soon if they keep it up like this.
I mean, I think so. Even though the game is relatively close, look at the control they have. The biggest factor right here has to be Luby, right? Luby within the last game, they continuously made those goals. They continuously had these saves, and now right now they're continuously doing the same thing. Even though Soul had that control in the beginning half, they said absolutely not and retook that.
Just to give an update stat-wise here, Luby has 5 goals in 2 games. That is more than the rest of the lobby combined. Both teams combined at this point. So, yeah, Luby's feeling himself here with his hat trick in game number 2. Dalton's got himself 2 assists, and Ghost has got 1 apiece, an assist and a goal. So it feels like the entire team for UT Dallas really putting in the legwork to possibly take down BPC in 3. But this is only game number 2, and it's not even wrapped up quite yet. With 90 seconds to go, there is a chance that BPC could turn this one around. But the first thing they've got to do, Gompers, is they got to get out of their half. They've been locked in here for quite some time.
Yeah, that was close, though. Antics is trying to regather that possession of the ball, but it does seem like they're still struggling on that defense role. Soul managed to miss the ball in just a millisecond.
And that's exactly what you're talking about. They're still struggling on defense, and they are still leaving Soul by their lonesome here. Yes, you can somewhat blame Soul for the fact that they can't make the save off the back wall, but it's a tough position. You're in a 1v1 with a player who's got the entire net to shoot upon. At a certain point, you just got to play a guessing game and hope you get it right. 5-2 here. It still feels like the same issues we saw in game number 1, Gompers, are plaguing BPC as they concede their 6th goal of game number 2.
Luby, stop. Stop. He has 8 shots and 5 goals right now. Look at that. Ghost setting it up for Luby. At this point, they're just like, hey, I'll stay back in the defense, Luby. You can handle the offensive pressure. And it just works out so nice.
Luby has 5 goals in 1 game. He literally has as much as we were just talking about between 2 games and has immediately upped it within about a second's notice here. Ghost has got a playmaker. I don't know what else to say. At this point, I'm just listing off stats because that's how dominant this game has been for UT Dallas. We look at the stats for BPC, and even if they are able to get a goal for the road and get a goal here, it still might not even change the outcome, and it definitely isn't when that one gets saved. Melodic even giving credit to his teammates, throwing up a quick what a save in chat and saying, my oh my, UT Dallas, you are on one today.
I mean, absolutely. Luby coming in for a second shot. They managed to miss it, but it looked like a setup maybe, at least here in the midfield. But overall, the thing that's just so interesting to me is the fact that it seems like they have their set roles. Luby playing for that offensive pressure, Dalton there for the follow-up, and of course we have Ghost sitting around the back to play that defense. So it looks really good, right? Ghost trying to get that demo, not working out, 6 seconds left, and already seems like a game over.
Oh, this is game over for sure. 6-2, a dominant victory in game number 2, and UT Dallas are going to find themselves 1 game away from finding the semifinals in a guaranteed at least 4th place finish. UT Dallas looking more than just solid right now. They are looking dominant. BPC, 3 goals through 2 games. UT Dallas, they score 3 goals in just their first game alone.
I need an AC like right here because this game is definitely a fun one to watch. Okay, so we got the 5 goals from Luby and the 8 shots, by the way. And once again, right, Dalton playing into that kind of like save role where they were playing on the defense, but they rarely played on the defense because they were just bullying BPC.
That's the issue, is that you can play as much defense as you want, but if you don't have to play defense and the other team is just allowed free roam out at midfield and in your final third, all you're really doing is getting pressed up against yourself. And BPC, despite the fact that the pressure has been overwhelming against them, Luby with 8 shots by himself is actually twice what BPC as a whole was able to find in game number 2. Yeah. They're still not really putting up a defensive posture. We keep on talking about how Seoul is left by their lonesome, by the only player on the back line, and rather than BPC making the adjustments in rotation to play a more defensive posture, wait for those breakout plays like they did against Indian River State, they're just continually trying to push into offense too aggressively, leaving their defense open, and UT Dallas continue to capitalize. They do that again here in game number 3, Gompers, and we're going to wrap up our quarterfinals real quick.
Hopefully things change here for BPC. I'm sure they know what the biggest issue is, and the biggest issue is how are they getting these goals? Why is it so easy for them? Maybe because you need to tighten up that defense just a little bit. I believe they'll be able to learn this soon, but Ghost is already on the move on.
Now they're already looking for some offense here, although it's a little bit of a different script right now. Dalton actually the one left by the lonesome, but look how quickly Luby and Ghost rotate back to close those gaps and not allow Bruton Parker an easy shot. Speaking of easy shots there, Bruton Parker don't even take the shot. Dalton almost shoots on his own net. Has to clear it out to the side, but it does not get off the half quite yet. Seoul is the last defender back, this time though not by their lonesome. The rest of the team will rush in to help him out as Melodic finds a touch out in the corner. BPC looking a little bit more defensively postured here in this game, but they got to be careful as the pressure starts to build for UT Dallas. How are they going to hold up?
I think they're not going to hold up too fine here. Luby trying to regain some of that boost to assist in the endeavor to prep things up. It does seem like Luby's sitting around the back waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but overall it's finding that perfect moment that's going to be difficult because you can once again see that adaptation that BPC is putting through. They're a lot more heavy on the defense here.
And they're playing a lot more carefully. They are not diving out of their half nearly as quickly. Melodic and Soul here. Look at Melodic's actually the one to stay back. They recognize that this could go right back into their hands as it does. And that'll be the chance for them to strike rather than just diving at the ball. Speaking of diving at the ball, 2 players do. And neither one of them can make contact. And the shot that does arrive is off target. Huge chance for BPC to strike first here with about 90 seconds gone. And instead, they're going to have to retreat into defense and try all over again.
They're trying for it, but there is trial and tribulation. There comes Dalton blocking up, but the ball up in the air once again. No control, no possession, absolutely not. And they have to continuously fight for it, but it's super difficult to do so.
No, they're struggling right now. You can really tell that Bruton Parker, despite their best efforts, just don't know how to try and put a solid shot on target. It's been okay shots, but it has not been enough to get past the defense. It won't get past there either. Luby, he shows he's not just an offensive monster, he's an offensive one as well. 2 saves in a row. Let's make it a third as he dispossesses Soul and doesn't allow him a shot. Melodic will put one off the backboard, though, and as Ghost gets demos, this could be a problem. 2 players in net, and Dalton doesn't need the second. By himself, he will dive and send this one on the other way. That's not what they were looking for.
Hold up. Hold up.
Ow. I don't have words for that one here. Gompers, welcome to Rocket League. You see a lot of own goals. Usually they aren't like that. Usually you'll see goals like that as well. Dalton credited with his second goal that he did not participate in.
Dalton's going crazy right now, in my opinion. Look at that.
Yeah, what a goal.
I honestly have no words to be fair with you, but that at least it was the attempt for the defense.
Oh boy, this is going from bad to worse for BPC right now. They're not necessarily having the results that they are wanting, and not only are they not having the results that they are wanting, it's the mistakes that are leaving them in the dust. It is not the fact that they are being outplayed by UT Dallas here in game number 3. It's the fact that they've had 2 defensive blunders in a row that has now left them at a 2-0 deficit with 2 minutes to go. How many times can I say 2 in a 5-second sentence? We'll find out in a couple of seconds here, because now we're down to the 2-minute mark, and Melodic and the rest of BPC have got to get going if they want a chance to see the continuation of this series.
Oh man, you said we'll think about it in a couple of seconds, but you mean we'll think about it in 2 seconds? And in 2 seconds, right? Melodic up in the air, trying to figure out what they're gonna do next here for BPC, and there it comes Soul dribbling, but Ghost kind of intercepting that, which is great. They have so much control, and you cannot take it away. Even when you have control of the ball as BPC, you manage to accidentally get one in yourself. That's how much control they have.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. UT Dallas right now feels like they're just so comfortable on this pitch. They're not overextending themselves. They know that a 2-goal lead is by far going to be enough to take down BPC and send them packing. Although they do need to still play some defense. Double commit there is going to leave them in a little bit of peril, as now Antics and the rest of BPC should have a chance here. Brute and Parker sending themselves into offense. Melodic sends that one to the side, and oh no, I don't think they're going to be able to continue with this play. Soul will try and boom this one out to Antics in the corner. We'll get a touch actually center. Soul will be there. He puts it a little bit high, and Luby will take advantage of that. Needed a powerful shot on target to catch the defense off guard, and they do not do that. And as a result, BPC into the last minute now, still down 2-0. Need a miracle if they want to survive.
I don't think miracles are going to happen here, especially since the saves are just continuous here. Luby. And once Luby has that ball and that possession, it becomes almost impossible, but Antics takes that away. Will they get another score? And Luby isn't even alive, and he gets it in.
Luby did not need to participate post the pinch. This one just bounces on target, and my oh my, does Dalton recognize that. Bully Soul in net, and as a result, it is 3-0 with 35 to go. I think we might be saying bye-bye to Brute and Parker after this game, because if they lose it, it will be a sweep. And like I said, barring a miracle, it's looking likely.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think they're gonna manage, and it's unfortunate, really. You know, overall, you can definitely tell that the pressure is on, but I mean, maybe they'll be able to get something in 15 seconds. Yeah. Okay, this is it.
They've got a chance now. Antics gets the first goal of game number 3, and although it happens with 13 seconds left, we've seen crazy things in Rocket League before. This could be added on to the tally. If they can get 2 good kickoffs in a row, Gompers, they got a chance here.
Yeah, chances. Definitely the thing that you want to have right now, especially in a situation like this one. 11 seconds left. You got the counter just completely counting down. I think it's going to be impossible at this point, right? Unless you can hit a miracle shot, but it's already over on your side. Yeah, it's going to be UTD that takes it.
UTD, they'll take it in 3. They'll sweep their opponents to move on to the to the semifinals. And I'll be the first to admit, I did not expect that. That was a dominant performance out of UT Dallas there. And it wasn't just the fact that, okay, well, I didn't necessarily expect them to win. If they did win, I sure as heck did not expect them to do it in sweeping fashion. Goal differential in this series, 12-4. They outshot their opponents by 3 times the amount of goals.
And It was just overall the gameplay overall was just unmatched versus BPC. UTD had the control, they had the defensive pressure and pressure. They had the defense, they had the offensive pressure. They literally had everything that you want in a game of Rocket League.
That was textbook out of UT Dallas there. They played exactly as they were supposed to, and unfortunately for Bruton Parker, they might need to go study those textbooks a little bit more. Felt like a lot of their defense was shaky at best at times, and unfortunately for them, their lack of rotations on the back line left them stranded almost every time that we saw them on defense. You think back to game number 2, and it really was that falling apart. Game number 3, they tried to pick up the pieces, but with 2 defensive blunders initially, which were one's an own goal, the next one is just straight up a whiff. At that point, what can you really do to try and recover? They do technically tie it up at 1-1 from standard goals, but it's the 2 goals that go in that are not so standard that end up leaving them in the dust. Bruton Parker, they are not going to be completely out of the CECC South. Technically, this is the qualifier for a LAN. We've got another event here that is going to directly get them to a LAN later in the season for the CECC's championship, but they, for right now, are not going to be able to advance their seed any longer. They will take the lowest seed going into said event. Meanwhile, right here and now, looks like UT Dallas, they might have a chance to go pretty far in this one, Gompers.
I think they do. I think after the gameplay that we saw, if they manage to keep playing like that, then they most definitely can make it through the brackets.
Well, let's find out. How much further can they get through the brackets? We'll find out when we return from our break. Might be pulling up an interview for you guys, so stay tuned and find out. We'll see you in just a couple of moments. Or if there is extra space, they're doing it rather methodically. Good example there. Dalton, heavy touch to the backboard, allowing that extra space. They're doing it rather methodically. Good example there. Dalton, heavy touch to the backboard, and Soul knew it was coming, so they let them have it. Oh, it's actually going to get cut out by Soul. Now maybe Antics can do something as he sends it to the backboard. 2 players, awkward. We talk about double commits on defense and awkwardness. There's another example, and rests on his laurels on the back end there, and unfortunately gets dunked for his troubles. Speaking of dunks on the other end, there could be a chance to do exactly that. Luby catches the defense lacking. Once diving in could have been different, but not as the demo started flying, and the defense finds a way out all too quickly. UTD, quick transition the other way, and they're up 3-1.
Definitely feels like we need to see, like you said, a lot more defense, and adding on to that, maybe just trying to, coordinate with your team as to what you're going to do on the back to kind of prep up for Melodic. And it looks nice, but the ball up in the air, there comes Soul, and Soul really tried for that rotation, but you can see the adaptation. And they make sure that goes inside the net, and this is good, at least here for BPC.
Whoa, especially when they go the other way. Soul gets breakaway play. Touch out of Dalton, though, but the pass back to Dalton is a lot better. Melodic gets bumped on the line. Luby is there, and that is a textbook play. 1, 2, 3 out at midfield. Fine, bail them out with a 50-50 that they dive for, but cannot get there. And Ghost catches the defense off guard. Ego challenge out at midfield, and a shot on target will both be pretty even on paper, but I have a feeling that BPC, Bruton Parker, might just run away with this thing. I was dead wrong. It's UT Dallas who continue to keep on sprinting.
It's trying to regather that possession of the ball, but it does seem like they're still struggling on that defense role. Soul managed to miss the ball in just a millisecond.
Get it right. 5-2 here. It still feels like the same issues we saw in game number 1, Gompers, are plaguing BPC as they concede their 6th goal of game number 2. And Dalton doesn't need the second. By himself, he will dive and send this one on the other way. Rocket League, you see a lot of own goals. Usually they aren't like that. Usually you'll see goals like that as well. Dalton credited with his 2nd goal that he did not participate in.
Here, Luby. And once Luby has that ball and that possession, it becomes almost impossible, but Antics takes that away. Will they get another score? And Luby isn't even alive. You can definitely tell that the pressure is on, but I mean, maybe they'll be able to get something in 15 seconds. Yeah. Okay, this is it.
All the way down, Maze. Hunter's Fury's out onto that diffuser. Towns picked up Rudy, looking to play for the Hunter's Fury player, and you can't get out quick enough if you're a sniper, or can you? We'll make it out the ult, but can't get back to the site in time. Black Moose will take the defuse, and we'll win out the last round of the half. It's 4-8 when things are said and done.
Tactical loss. No 9-3, am I right? But all jokes aside, we're gonna head into this next pistol round with Lynn on the attack, ECF Knights on the defense. And I feel like we could expect you know, Town, very Battle Sage-esque. Momji also being the chamber, the only one with a get out of jail free card here for the team. So going to be looking towards him to be that first point of contact for this team. But I mean, I feel like when it comes down to it, we're going to probably see Blinn playing pretty slow defaults.
Scanning ahead.
Trying to just amass information, counter any potential lurks. But when they do get towards the site, it will have to be a burst execute because they don't really have that kind of entry power. As I say that, Momji, who I was looking towards as being that entry here for Blinn, will be the first blood.
And still looking to make their way up towards B. Little mid-contact coming through, but it's entirely through smoke, so not much has gone in that direction. Down will take a walk into the site. Spike plant will go down, and Sarpedo's picked up one from the top of Cargo. Come back and reconsolidate with the team and make sure that numbers advantage is going to be good for the retake.
Revealing area.
Recon bolt to come through.
Shots done.
To grab a little bit of information. We're actually going to see a vertical wall here, but with the snake bite, that defuse will be delayed a little further. Town going to go for a heal now, tucking in close. And time is just being run down here by Blinn College. Town able to secure the last two pickups, securing that 3K for themselves, taking it 5 to 8 here for Blinn.
Well, the question is if this team is able to find value on the attacking side with all this defensive utility. Obviously, they'll have a fantastic post play. It's about getting into that situation in the first place. Make it happen on the pistol round. You said it earlier, Ash's pistol round can definitely be the Wild West at times. Doesn't tell the full story just yet. 3 rifles we picked up for Blinn here. Gotta keep these things alive. If you do, you have a pretty dang good looking bonus.
Poison orb emitting.
Mamaji good to grab frag number 1. A sniper will fall, and they'll rendezvous back with the rest of the squad as well. Shen has a Kali, and so far, so good on the anti-eco. 2 players playing close contact for UCF, and 2 players that will fall. And Blinn College love the looking towards spawn for them on this anti-eco. Knows UCF might look for some shenanigans, and they stay back, let UCF play into them.
Teleport's
now
ready.
they'll look to take their numbers advantage to B.
Slowly creeping up. You're gonna use that Sova drone just in case anybody's close by, playing any close angles with SMGs, shotguns.
Right here.
And saving out that recon bolt for the backside of B. However, still stalled out at the moment for a moment longer by that nanoswarm. Turret for the first peek, actually.
30
just to
seconds
reveal
left.
a bit of information. The wall does go up, but stalled out by the snake bite. Plant can't go down quite yet, and as I say that, Rudy peeking with that Marshall will secure a kill here on Shen.
Such low players here for UCF. He will come
Spike
through.
planted.
So one gets a bit of HP bar back. Cooks and Cream looking to be the bait in this one. 30 HP. No one cubby. Black Moose looking at this. Look at the Spectral. Pick up one. Mamaji another. And Rudy just spamming through the toxic screen, looking for something. Hoping to find it. We'll pick up Mamaji. Second look at the quick scope. Nothing there. Nothing yellow. Now it'll come through. A 3K for Rudy. And while they can't grab the round on their eco, UCF have taken out 3 weapons for the bonus, and they've taken down a rifle.
So much eco damage was just done. And then you also have like the fact that, okay, it's a bonus rounds here for Blinn, considering the facts that on UCF nights, now Rudy, only 2 away from that resurrection, and we've seen that he's a little bit more free to use it than Town is. Town having more so the tendency, at least in the last half, to save it, while Rudy was a little bit more liberal. So trying to get that up as early as possible is always a huge advantage if you can breathe another air of life into one of your teammates. And Spaz with the Poison Orb lineup, looking to see if they can bait out maybe some shots. Get that
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bash on the Pass, shown alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we are here, we are back, and this time we have got an interview with one of the players from UT Dallas. We've got Luby on the line here to ask some questions and talk to him a little bit about his win. Luby, my man, I gotta imagine you're feeling good. That's a 3-0, and that's not just a 3-0. That is 12 goals to 4. You guys didn't just outplay them, you stomped the ground with BPC. How you feeling right now after that win?
I mean, feeling confident. Felt like it was just to wake up and just play some ranked with each other.
Okay.
That's what I like to hear. Okay, all right. Gompers, I'll let you take the first question here. I got a couple for Luby, but I'll wait a second before diving too far into this.
Of course. My questions are super important, so they go first. What did you eat for breakfast today?
I didn't eat anything. I literally woke up 10 minutes later. I'm in a match.
Okay, so
you
I
woke
understand.
up in 10 minutes in.
Listen, I get it. I get it. No eating equals no interference with the brain.
I mean, that's the way I do it. I got coffee, and that's pretty much it.
I just have
all right, well,
that's all I need.
Okay.
He stays hydrated, folks. That's what we're looking for. All right, so you stay hydrated, and you end up coming through and pulling out 5 goals in game number 2 by yourself. The rest of your team at that point had a combined 2 goals. You had 7 at that. What happened? Did you just kind of figure out what was going on with the defense for BPC and just kind of keep poking holes, or was it just sort of like, hey, you're feeling yourself on game 2?
I mean, I was getting passed on by like 5 different people in the field. It was either the orange team or my teammates passing me the ball to an open net, and I was just scoring them.
Man, taking advantage no matter what. All right, Luby, you're sounding confident throughout the day. Do you guys see yourself continuing on here? We said that you guys are playing against West Florida after this one. Sounds like, based on your reaction when we were in the green room, you see yourself going to the grand finals here today.
Yeah, I don't think I've even heard of the team, let alone the players on the team. So I don't want to be cocky going into it, but I feel pretty confident going to the finals.
All right. Gompers, if you got any last questions for Luby, if not, I think we got to let this man continue on his merry way. My guy has got some momentum on his side. Gomp, anything else from our guy Luby?
I'm just curious. Do you play any sports, Luby?
I do. I'm on our soccer team at UT Dallas, actually.
That's why.
Hey!
That's why he's confident. It's the soccer.
That's what it is.
It's the soccer.
Listen,
I have no theory against that to plead my case, but it's the soccer.
All right. Well, let's see if the soccer can carry you further on, sir. You're playing car soccer for the day. Unfortunately, you're going to have to play online, not in person. But maybe if you guys do well enough here, you'll give yourself a good seat and a chance at that LAN at CECC in the future. Speaking of the future, we're going to let you go and warm up for your next match. Like we said, it's you guys versus West Florida after this one. And hopefully we'll see you on the other side of that one. Luby, thank you so much for hopping in for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, that was Luby from UT Dallas. He and his team not just decimated their opponents, they did so, and now they move on to the semifinals. That's the word I'm looking for here. The semifinals, but on the other side of the field, we've got another 2 teams that are going to be playing as well. It is UT Arlington versus Indian River State College. This might be the matchup of the day today, Gompers.
Dang, no, the moment I saw that, I was like, oh, yes. I'm definitely excited for this one. This one is going to be the matchup, I do have to say. If Indian River State get kicked out, what would you say? That's my question.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't necessarily think that that's the most, surprising of results here. UT Arlington coming into this entire competition was by far the #1 pick. They are an illustrious team. They've got records at multiple different events. They were at CECC last year. Not only were they at CECC last year, they're also at the World Championship for Rocket League Collegiate as a whole and did well at that. So, UTA versus Indian River State College. When we return, don't go anywhere. The CECC South Online Qualifiers will be back in just a moment.
It's the team captain show, a 3K for the Sova, an 11-6 scoreline for UCF.
Ooh, a huge clutch round, and now the operator back into the hands of UCF Knights as Beniper does pick that up for his chamber there in Computer Cream. And now one away here from match point as well. We'll see a little replay of this clutch round here, just isolating the 1v1s in such a skilled way. The ring around the rosy does come through. And just so well played there by Beniper. You see a very early wall coming out from the side of Blinn towards B. Had a little bit of pressure. While they're going to be making moves towards mid, waiting out the recon bolt, though it's going to be a move for under 2, but I think try to flip the site here towards B. But as I say that, actually warded off so far. Just continuing to add pressure with that poison, or not knowing if anyone's just hiding into once again as the rest of the team just regroups here in a main with the 5-person hit. Holly, the only one available, has no idea though, aside from the owl drone to come through, and unable to fully back out.
Person hand. Shots don't land. Hamdi has that one. Rudy, the trade back. Absolutely obliterated through the back of sight. So Shen will take that one away off the wall. Bang Viper's just going to go down for Blinn College here to look to hold on to the post plant. It's a hard retake for UCF. We got an operator this round. Might be time to pack things up and look for the next.
Yeah, you also don't want to be giving that free op over towards Blinn in the case that they would make use out of it. So just fully falling back here. Star Potato, the only one to play for the exit frag. So really putting a lot of value towards that operator. Blinn still just all hovering around site so far. Time is ticking though, so I think they've got an inkling that it's just going to be a save here as they make the run towards their spawn. Playing it close though, because they know that op could be hiding anywhere. Don't want to get caught off guard and carry all guns over into the next round.
Four guns carried over. We have armor bought up, and we got plenty of ults going into this one for everybody. So you have a chance to get that control back just this round reset. They've reset their loss bonus for Blinn College, so UCF winning this one, they'll feel pretty confident about next round. They'll put on match point as well. Blinn College, they've got themselves around. They bought some time, but definitely not out of the clear just yet.
I think what's also important to note is that Star Potato with that Viper's Pit does have a lot of potential to use it in a retake situation. Unfortunately, shots will not.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bastion the Pastor, and alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we are here with the semifinals, and in my opinion, what could be our best matchup of the day? It is UT Arlington, the #1 seed coming into this thing, or at least of our top 8. UCF was unfortunately not able to make it here, but UTA, they did, and they have now found themselves up against none other than Indian River State College. My pick to take this whole thing home. They are probably the most underrated team in this thing, but that's just because they haven't had results before this. A new roster coming into this, and now that new roster just might be able to take down the top dogs.
They have to be my pick coming into this too, to be honest with you. I mean, they managed to play pretty well against all the other teams, so I definitely think this is gonna look not necessarily like a stomp, an interesting, very close game, but also, you know, you can't deny the Seabass and the Taco Stash and the Slayer. Like, come on.
Slayer, Seabass, Taco Stash, like you said, that is their lineup on Indian River State College. It's a little bit less known of a name unless you've been around the scene, but for the collegiate scene, UT Arlington has got the 3 players that you're going to know and love almost every single time. This is going to be, let's see if I get it right, Samba Adverse Nava? Yeah, that's the order they're going in. That's usually the order for these guys. Samba, Adverse, and Nava. 3 of the most illustrious players in collegiate Rocket League. All 3 of these guys making appearances on the world stage last year at CRL Worlds. And so this is a team. They've not just got experience on their side, they've got skill on their side. But the issue for them is it feels like they're kind of facing an uphill battle. Indian River State is the new gen. This is a new team that has done fantastic as of recent. And UTA, they are the dogs of old. And although they've still got some new tricks to show, they got to pull out all the stops here if they want a chance at making their way to the finals.
Ooh, man. You know what? I actually take it back. I don't know who's going to win. I'm not 100% sure in my pick'ems. You may be, okay? But for me, this is like 2 big dogs, like just bashing heads. And they're the same type of dog.
Well, let's see. Is their bark worse than their bite? It is game number 1 in this best of 5. Indian River State in the orange, UTA in the blue. And let's see who comes away with the win. Seabass already having to make some heroic saves on the line, as some and the rest of UTA already on their march and looking for that first goal.
Ooh. And it was super close. Managing to be able to, gain control this early on in the game is a very big advantage, but they have to continue to keep it. Nava seeming like they have to throw it back down in the midfield, but it gets taken over by our RCSC. As it is, River State looking pretty good in the beginning half.
They're looking solid so far here as they're able to withhold against all the pressure that's being thrown against them. But now, can they launch themselves into a solid offense? Slayer would like to think so. Touch up high, a little bit too heavy, though, and Samba will dispossess. He's got no extra boost in the tank, so Seabass will be able to intercept his touch and send it back the other way. But now, similarly, Seabass, no boost in the tank, has to 50-50 and hope that Taco Stash can recover on the wall here. Instead, Adverse comes away with a solid touch, and as they continue to drain boost back and forth, both teams, some heavy touches here and there. No one really keeping on to a solid possession quite yet, much as just trying to look for that opening that could net them their first goal.
Needing to get some pretty good plays in here is going to be the biggest thing. Adverse looking to throw things back all the way around, but cannot seem to find the perfect moment to do so, right? You got 50 players, not 50 players, over-exaggeration. You got 3 players looking at you, trying to make sure that you don't get that possession of the ball, and it goes both ways, basically. So, once again, it's just a lot of pressure on these players.
And there's a lot of pressure on both sides as the shots continue to go back and forth, but no one really withholding that pressure for all too long. Maybe UT Arlington can make me eat my words here as they're trying to get something started from the midfield, but unfortunately for them, it'll be sent back into their own half, and now a chance for Indian River State to try and respond. Taco and Slayer both commit on that ball, but it's Taco who comes away with the best touch. Adverse recognizes the double commit, though, and is at least able to clear it out to midfield and buy some time for him and Samba to grab some boost. Samba not enough boost in the tank, though, cannot continue with their touch out of the corner. And Nava will have to bail them out. Pass down center, though, intercepted by Taco Stash. And Indian River State, they're putting on the pressure right now. They're starting to get a whole lot of shots together here. With a demo out at midfield that might just be able to throw a spanner in the works and slow down the offense from Indian River State for now.
Yeah, River State, ooh, they're really bullying Adverse here. He has to go around the back, try to get a save, and a nice rotation coming along here for the blue. At least Samba trying to really just navigate everything coming along, and Adverse playing that defense. He knows that things might go Ari. Slayer kind of off the angle here and maybe waiting for that prep up from Seabass, but it doesn't necessarily happen. Now, it really just is relying on everybody here on UTA is really just heavily relying on, Nava here, since they're playing so heavily on the defense, but Seabass makes a score.
Seabass comes through quickly and is able to find himself a solid goal due to a pass from Taco Stash. Nafa lurking on the backboard, was hoping one of his teammates would rotate in, but Adverse was busy chasing Seabass for said demo, and he doesn't get it. As a result, that's an open net, and that's an easy goal for Indian River State to score upon. 1-0 here within about 3 minutes, and they've got 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time for UTA to get a response here, but unfortunately for them, they really haven't been able to put on much pressure. Aside from being able to hold the midfield, when it comes to solid shots on target, they have not found many.
Yeah, no solid shots at all. It really was kind of just by chance, honestly. River State managing to find that shot was a slight opening, a slight gap in the fact that there was a little relief of that control. But right there, Slayer manages to find that control again.
Slayer with a disgusting touch out of the corner. You want to give him space? He'll punish. 1 to the backboard, 1 into your net. 2 touch in that one, and sending this to 2-0. The regional champion tag will flash on your screen, and that's going to send some fear into the hearts of whoever they might play. 100 seconds to go here. Does feel like Indian River State have had a much cleaner game number 1, whereas all of UTA have kind of just been scrambling to try and find some cohesion.
Oh, and there were 2 players, too, by the way, that literally were sitting there by the goal, trying to gain that defense there for UTA. They managed to let it go regardless. Now Adverse and Nava trying to give that rotation in and seeking the ball, but once again, no possession. Taco Stas getting some demos down to clear things up, but it's not clear enough.
And they're not going to be able to get off their half quite yet. Oh, wait a minute, though. Adverse has got an open net, but he can't get the goal. Adverse misses the first touch, delays and gets a second, and catches the defense by surprise.
He just ran in there. Okay, get the shot in, Slayer says, and Adverse could not get the save. A little bit too far off the ball there. Didn't have really any control over it, just kind of following along, which didn't work out. No, I mean, oh yeah,
He
I
might
did
just
a
have
little mess up
chance
with the
here.
names.
He's doing all right, but Taco Stash might be doing a little bit better. He's got himself all of the defense on their wheels and trying to find some sort of recovery. 1 minute into this game, and UTA, they've still got a chance to turn this one around, but they don't necessarily have themselves a guarantee at finding an overtime. With the amount of defense that has been shown here out of the Indian River State side, they've got plenty of time to play, and oh boy, they also have a breakaway play here as well. Seabass needs to put this on target, but Nava, quick recovery. And 40 seconds to go. They've still got a chance here, Gompers, but it's going to be difficult for UT Arlington.
Ooh, UT Arlington. They're trying to find, at least up in the air, the ball, how they can really shoot things out of their side of the field. But Nevermind Slayer says no, absolutely not.
Oh, Slayer, he might have just taken this one overall here. A quick 1-2 as Adverse, again, caught on the backboard, lacking. No one able to dispossess him, and as he's got free reign on the shot, he's going to drill it perfectly. 3, 2, 1, 25 seconds to go. Indian River State with a solid game number 1. Now all they have to do is close it out.
The closeout's not going to be easy, though, because UTA, they're slowly regaining their composure, even though in the beginning half it did look a little bit messy. Look at that, right? Samba continuously trying to give into that offensive pressure, but the problem is that you need to have some defense there alongside, too. Nobody there for the goal, so it's a completely clear net, and 4 seconds left, 2 goals needed. Absolutely not going to happen here.
It is impossible, and well, as a result, Indian River State will spike this one down and take it confidently. Seabass and crew with a solid game number 1, but it is only game number 1 in this best of 5. They've still got a long way to go here. They're not necessarily going to be panicked, though, by that performance in game number 1. It definitely felt like Indian River State were the more cohesive team overall, Gompers.
Overall, yeah. I mean, they managed to be able to keep their defense pretty high and at the same time keep that pressure. So it definitely felt like there was an immediate type of, I would say, control over Indian River State. But UTA, they need to fix something.
Yeah, they need to fix, I would say, a lot of things, unfortunately, for UTA here. It really does feel like their defense keeps on leaving these gaps. It's the same thing that ended up doing in our last opponents that we saw there as UT Dallas were able to take a very dominant victory over Bruton Parker. The question is whether or not UTA will make the adaptations that Bruton Parker could not. Can they recognize that the defensive holes that they're leaving are giving chances for Indian River State, or are they just going to throw everything at offense and hope that it is enough? Right now, they are throwing everything at offense. 2 of their players are continuing on to the front half. Adverse with a back pass here to Samba. Might just be able to set him up for something nice, but with 9 boosts in the tank, he's not going to be able to get that double touch, and Indian River State will get a chance to break away.
Yeah, it was close, but once again, having at least a little bit more control over how much boost you have would be great. Adverse coming along around the orange side, but Seabass completely going for that rotation. So it's great. He's able to make it there on time, and now they're able to kind of maneuver things outward, but Samba gets a score.
Samba able to find himself the first goal of game number 2. 4:19 left on the clock, and Taco Sash's pass is not going to help out his team whatsoever. Tried to make a save, just kind of threw it back up middle, and as Samba is able to find that touch and into the back of the net it goes. UTA find themselves some extra life here in game number 2.
Having to have a little bit more power with their gameplay here now. Indian River State know what they need to do, so Seabass tries. And, of course, with that trial, Taco Stash tries to give in to some of that reinforcement, but things don't work out the way they please, and now you're back in the midfield trying to regain that pressure.
Well, they're trying, and Adverse, he's doing a good job at that. Good pass out center is going to be intercepted, and Nava's going to have to try and read this one from a distance. Luckily enough, though, Seabass and Slayer will be there and bail out Indian River State so they do not give up another easy goal. But now can they find themselves a goal on the other end? Slayer would like to think so. He dives up against Adverse, and Seabass, he tries to keep this one in the half. Pass out from Taco Stash, though. Shot not going to be enough, though. Samba sends that one to the sidewall, and they'll have to try again, and indeed they will. Taco Stash, pass number 1 wasn't able to go through. Pass number 2 is a boomer out to Slayer.
All right, look at that. Slayer comes around. Oh, and Samba was so close. You could definitely see the desperation in that play and in trying to stop that from happening because they had the lead and now they completely lost it.
Unfortunately for them, it is all tied up with 90 seconds gone here. They still could try and find the lead yet again, but it does look like Indian River State starting to feel themselves. Taco Stash has got a pass, and Adverse has got a save. Slayer comes in diving, tries to at least get a 50-50 to alleviate said pressure, but it's not going to be enough. Although, Nava, good shot on target. Taco is there, though. Very quickly is able to dispossess. And Taco Stash now going to have to try and send this one out to midfield and start up yet another offense here for Indian River State. He gets a shot to the backboard. Nava is there, though, and puts it off the sidewall. Seabass only can get a 50-50, and with 3 minutes to go, Indian River State definitely starting to find some warm-up here in game number 2 after a heavy start from UT Arlington.
Heavy start, but still pretty tied up. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, so we still got a lot of time to figure out the plays that we want to do. Although, of course, you have to deal with these things. Once again, my favorite word in moderation, but it seems like your Taco Stash is trying to find a way to stop this ball from continuously putting that pressure forward.
Ooh, Taco Stash, good boomer out to
Nice.
midfield. Seabass is going to be there. Can he get at least a shot on? He goes for the flip reset. It works out, but Taco Stash can't get there for the rebound in time, and as the bump on Samba, doesn't really do all too much. It's not going to work out to continue the offensive pressure. Indian River State have to restart again here, although they don't look uncomfortable doing so. Taco gets to a 1v1 and is at least able to throw Adverse into an awkward position. Samba will bail him out, take it up the sidewall, and try and alleviate that pressure out to midfield. But Adverse, that's a pretty big miss. Slayer's going to force him into an awkward touch, and Taco Stash will be able to recover in the corner. Pass down center, who's going to be there?
No.
Taco goes for it solo, and Samba will take that one away. Indian River State, more and more offensive possession as time goes on, and UT Arlington, they got to be careful.
Oh, he has no boost there, so honestly, Nava at this point can't even really do much. But managing to actually regather something. So now kind of putting it back and forth, having this reset coming along the field is going to make things kind of go a little bit slower. But overall, right, it gives for some time to leave an opening. And as they break that, it's Seabass that is able to score.
Seabass finds their second goal of the game here, and it's a beautiful one at that. Or excuse me, no, their first goal of the game. I'm sorry, Slayer with the first goal. Seabass with the second. Taco Stash, though, his second assist there as he lobs it up center. Seabass comes in too quickly for the defense to recognize, and all of a sudden, Indian River State up 2-0 with about 80 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely enough time for Arlington to find a response, but they got to stop getting locked into their own half and staying there for extended periods of time.
Oh, 3 players trying to get the ball there. Kind of a nice collateral alongside. Possession is the most important thing of the game, but of course, I mean, regathering their control there for River State, which is going to be huge, right? They bring it over to that blue side. They're able to kind of at least reposition themselves, set up something in the play. I mean, it almost worked, but not necessarily.
Well, Indian River State continuing on their merry way. More offensive pressure. Now they got to focus on the defense, though, as Samba comes through with a dribble. He's got no boost in the tank, so all he really does is just kind of dish that out to the players waiting in net. The players waiting in net might have to do it again. Seabass sends one to the backboard. Adverse is there to put a shot on. Seabass and Slayer commit, but both of them not necessarily all too precarious of a position. And now, as a result, Taco Stash can go the other way. And with 30 seconds to go, if we see Indian River State just lock their opponents into their half here, that's going to be GG's, and we move on to a 2-0 in favor of Indian River State.
Oh yeah, so close. There's only one more goal. An OT that could be made possible. I mean, all they have to do is bring it over to the other side. Samba's looking for that opportunity. No boost allowed, but Adverse. It's just unfortunate. Once again, the boost just completely out majority of the time. They have to try to play before what they have, and then they can't, and then you're stuck in a position where you're 2-1 against River State College.
Yep, and I think that's going to be GG's as long as Seabass can spike this one down. Indeed, he does. Gets a 50-50. And Indian River State find themselves on 2-0 territory after a dominant victory in Game 1 and another dominant victory in Game 2. This one definitely a little bit different, but you have to think back. Arlington scored first. After that, it's 2-0. 2 uncontested goals in a row.
Yeah.
And Indian River State, it just feels like they've had better control here. UT Arlington at times have done well, but that boost starvation that you've talked about has been a huge factor throughout the night.
Yeah, that and the fact that it definitely seemed like there was a lot of double commits coming along to try to get in control of that ball, right? We saw that 1v2 where there were at least 2 players from Arlington that just refused to give it up. And it's one of those things where, once again, that coordination has to come into play.
Coordination currently not necessarily looking all too good for UT Arlington. Again, the people have had questions about this team, but you also can never count them out. If Arlington can pull it together and look like they have of days past, I think that they should be able to take this thing and continue on with their merry way. But if they do not, they're playing in that third place matchup here. Let's find out, are they going to? Game number 3 in this best of 5 is officially underway.
Oh, yeah, things are already getting pretty intense. Seabass, this is the second time at the beginning of the game they've had to just completely save something.
Can they save themselves early on here? 15 seconds into the game, and so far Arlington already getting locked into their own half. Taco with a good 50-50 is going to lock them even further. And a Slayer comes diving in the corner. It's up to Samba to try and clear it out to midfield. Adverse with not the greatest touch, just dispossesses himself and gives a chance for Seabass and Taco Stash to combine for something special. Taco can't quite connect though, so as a result, Seabass is going to have to try diving in and get this one towards center. Slayer will be there though to keep up that pressure, and already UT Arlington starting to feel the full effects of Indian River State. Samba just needed to put that on target, and it should have been a goal, but instead he lobs it out to Slayer, and that's an easy save for Slayer and the rest of Indian River State.
Yeah, there's a lot more kind of weight around here for UTA. Look at that, already over on their side, and once again trying to stop things from happening. Adverse lucky enough to be able to flick things over, but Slayer right behind, making sure that their rotation is pretty much set in stone.
Oh, that's a big bump. Is it going to lead to anything further? No, the dispossession and sent out towards midfield here, and UT Arlington can get a chance to breathe. Slayer not going to give them much of a chance, though, as he's diving towards Samba on the backboard, and Seabass will dive into the corner and try to keep that pressure up as well. Taco Stash, though, not a good touch out in the corner, and as a result, Adverse will send that one packing and fly in the other way. Indian River State have not had the same sort of pressure here as they have in days past, but they could get it back. Taco Stash with a weird flip reset. Seabass sends it to the backboard and then does the same thing again. If Slayer can get a drop down here, he could find a teammate. No, instead, Adverse clears that one out. And UT Arlington once again just get away by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Seabass, though, looking for things to get heavy. They had some space there to be able to shoot things over, but just couldn't. Once again, having control of your boost is definitely going to be the thing that you need to do. 31 already, and trying to regain themselves back in their composure, but no boost allowed. So will they be able to stop things? And absolutely not.
Adverse, he finds himself the awkwardness of the defense. Taco Stash, like you said, no boost in tank, has to just try to go for a clear, but all he does is send it to the backboard and leave Seabass in an awkward position as Adverse gets a free possession. 1-0 here. Last time Arlington were able to score first, we saw a roaring response out of Indian River State. Will we see the same thing here in game number 3 to close out the series, or will UTA survive and keep us going?
I mean, right here, it definitely feels like they have a lot more possession of the ball. They're going not really anti-defense, but they're committing a little bit more to those rotations rather than kind of just focusing a lot more on the ball here, which is great. It definitely is working out. They managed to play pretty heavy on the offensive pressure, but right here, there is an opening. Samba, you can see they're trying to go for it. It's not open enough, and Adverse, I mean, trying to just reposition the ball to their liking.
Well, they get a good touch out to midfield, but unfortunately, Seabass is the one intercepted, and Slayer, he puts a shot top left. Samba makes the save, but is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. They're going to keep that one out. Somehow, UT Arlington are able to get away with basically murder here as they barely escape that goal.
They absolutely escaped that. What is going on? It was basically in there. And now they managed to move things out. Yeah, Advert's going to be able to get a small bump of the ball, but they just continuously bring it around. And River State looking really good on that control, but you got to have that full commit.
You've got to try and at least finish off a pass like that. The fact that no one is there to at least try and put the pressure on with 2 defenders in net is extremely surprising from the Indian River State side, which have been so quick on their rotations. Speaking of which, though, Taco Stash, he'll be quick up to this one as Seabass gets a pass out to midfield. Nava will be the first to intercept, though, and as Slayer drops this one down center, who's going to be there? It's going to be Samba. Seabass could not commit because Taco Stash was in net, causing confusion and causing bumps. But as a result, they get no goal, and they have nothing to show in game number 3 here. Although maybe this will change this one up. Nava has to put a touch out to the corner, and Taco Stash will take a second before committing. He will get there, and Samba will get a 50-50, but can they continue on their merry way and get some more offensive pressure? Nava thinks not. 1 minute to go here. Indian River State have had a plethora of chances, but just have not been able to capitalize upon any of them.
1 minute remaining as well, so there's not a lot of time to get that first score in. There it comes, right? We try to at least get a demo to slow things down just a bit, but over on the blue side, this is where things get detrimental. Taco looking for the opening. See Seabass right on the floor. Maybe he may just be able to find an opening. Nobody there for the follow-ups. There it is! Slayer coming around the back and finding the opportunity.
Oh, that's unfortunate. At this point, you could see exactly where it broke down. Adverse gets called off by Samba when he probably should have been the one to commit. Samba can't get a touch, so Adverse is left stranded. And as a result, Slayer's got an open net to shoot upon in the midst of the confusion. And it's 1-1 with 43 seconds to go. Second chance here for Indian River State. Can they take advantage of it and close out the series in 3? They'd like to think so. Pass out to the corner, though, and that's actually going to go in possession of Samba. He wants a double touch off the backboard, but Seabass wants to take that away. And now a chance for Indian River State with 30 seconds to go to launch up what could be their last offense of the game. Never mind, Adverse to the backboard and a chance for UT Arlington to go the other way.
Yeah, there's a big chance that things could change around. Definitely looking like an OT might actually happen, but 14 seconds left. 100% possible, but it's over on the blue side, right? This looks a lot better for River State than it does for UTA. A close shot in. Nava manages to be able to sway things over. But of course, 4 seconds left. This is the last shot that could make it, and Taco Stash, in a matter of seconds, manages to do one for the team.
Taco Stash potentially gets the dagger here in game number 3. 2 seconds to go, and Taco Stash might have just found his way to victory and towards the grand finals. Adverse, Nava, Samba, you've got one last Hail Mary, and you do not find it. Fake kickoff of Indian River State, and that'll wrap it up in 3. IRSC are your winners.
Whoa, we're getting a lot of 3-0s today. What's going on here? But I did say later on in the bracket it might get a little bit tougher. And we've been seeing the games become a little bit closer. But the problem is that once again, it's just domination.
I don't know if I'd call that domination as much as I would call that just the littlest advantage. We have 2 1-goal games in a row, and then the first one is 3-1. Unfortunately for UTA, one was their crux. They could not get past that threshold, not ever at any point there, unfortunately for them, and as a result, they're left a little bit stranded. UT Arlington are going to have to now try to battle it out in that 3rd place match. Let's see if I can figure out who's also going to be playing them in that 3rd place match here. It is going to be, pulling up the bracket real quickly, and maybe that'll give me the results. Not in yet. So you know what? Here's what we're going to do, Gompers, instead. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we should have an interview for you guys, and we should be able to tell you who that 3rd place matchup is going to be. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Since they're playing so heavily on the defense, but Seabass makes a spawn. Everybody's really just heavily relying on, Nava here, since they're playing so heavily on the defense, but Seabass makes a score.
Seabass comes through quick.
Managing to find that shot was a slight opening, a slight gap in the fact that there was a little relief of that control. But right there, Slayer manages to find that control again.
They're not going to be able to get off their half quite yet. Oh, wait a minute, though. Adverse has got an open net, but he can get the goal. Adverse misses the first touch, delays, and gets a second. And
at least up in the air, the ball, how they can really shoot things out of their side of the field. But Nevermind Slayer says no, absolutely not. Slide, but Seabass completely going for that rotation. So it's great he's able to make it there on time, and now they're able to kind of maneuver things outward, but Sama gets a score. Make things kind of go a little bit slower, but overall, right, it gives for some time to leave an opening, and as they break that, it's Seabass that is able to score. The thing that you need to do, 31 already, and trying to regain themselves back in their composure, but no boost allowed, so will they be able to stop things? And absolutely not. For the opening, see Seabass right on the floor. Maybe he may just be able to find an opening. Nobody there for the follow-ups. There it is, Slayer coming around the back and finding the opportunity. A close shot in. Nava manages to be able to sway things over. But of course, 4 seconds left. This is the last shot that could make it, and Taco Stash, in a matter of seconds, manages to do one for the team.
Taco Stash potentially gets the dagger here in game number 3. 2 seconds to go, and Taco Stash might have just found his way to victory and towards the grand finals. Adverse, Nava, Samba, you've got one last Hail Mary, and you do not find it. Fake kickoff of Indian River State, and that'll wrap it up in 3. IRSC are your winners.
Whoa, we're getting a lot of 3-0s today. What's going on here? But I did say later on the bracket it might get a little bit tougher. And we've been seeing the games become a little bit closer. But the problem is that once again, it's just domination.
That I don't know if I'd call that domination as much as I would call that just the littlest advantage. We have two 1-goal games in a row, and then the first one is 3-1. Unfortunately for UTA, one was their crux. They could not get past that threshold, not ever at any point there, unfortunately for them, and as a result, they're left a little bit stranded. UT Arlington are going to have to now try to
especially if I'm going against a player who I know is very high ranked, very well known, very good. In tense situations, I'll always just get nervous, and it just doesn't go well if that happens. But yeah, I still get nervous.
Yeah, I think that's natural though. Are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of watches out for, or that you really want to beat?
Iowa State, their team is crazy. So they have most of the top ranking players in Iowa. So those guys they have a big target on their backs.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
Currently, our team we're going over a massive overhaul because we're down a lot of players to transfers and other things, but it's still possible. I think we can do it.
Okay, yeah, we hope to see you there. Backtracking a little bit, what are you studying in school? What's your major?
Biochemistry.
Okay. Jeez, you do it all. What the heck? What do you plan to do with biochemistry? And do you ever see any overlap between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself, that you want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like, it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. And now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and this school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back, Scholastic politely, just in some of those Facebook groups.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21, and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to...
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to... That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I really want, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why like a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank of the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment of what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current Path to Pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so, for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players, their basketball players, and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports Youth. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the start of play.
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Mom is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
don't get turned around here as Hispanerd pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
This is a very dangerous opportunity here. We're gonna see.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one shot, and we've seen what
In our top half, it's as he.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass of the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we are back once again, but this time we're not heading into the action quite yet. What we're doing is we're bringing on one of the winners. We've got Slayer on the line here from Indian River State College to talk to us just a little bit about his win. So let's bring him in. Slayer, welcome, my friend. How are you feeling after a dominant victory over UT Arlington?
No, we feel very good. After the first series that we had is not the way we really wanted it to go. We went to Game 5 with the team we felt like we should have beat pretty easily, but we felt like we regained and we did very well in the series against Arlington. So,
Jumpers, any questions for Slayer here that you might have to let him know about his victory?
Probably, did you guys have, because it looked like you guys were looking pretty good, to be honest with you, and it's hard to pick out the struggles that you might have had internally. Were there any struggles, I guess I could say, like, that you had against this team?
for us, no. I mean, we were able to pick up on them pretty quickly and adapt very well against them. So for us, we were just trying to play our game, and it's pretty simple. So it felt good overall in the series for us.
No, hopefully you're feeling good, because now you got the grand finals just around the corner here. We're talking to UT Dallas, who I believe you guys are now facing in said grand finals, and when I tell you Luby was confident, I don't think that man knew anybody else was playing in this bracket. He seemed like he was about ready to take this thing home without a second question. You got any words for your opponent out there? Because my man is underestimating everybody, and considering you guys just clapped the #1 seed in the top in this final bracket, any words to your opposition that you're going to be seeing in a couple of moments here?
I just wish him good luck, mainly because he's going to need it. I think we're just unstoppable right now, so.
That's what I like to hear. It's honestly, that's the most humble trash talk I've ever heard. My man just come through and he's like, hey, good luck. Figure out if you guys can use it. All right, Slayer, sounds like you guys got a good grand finals on your hands. Anybody on your team that you think is going to make a big impact in said grand finals? Looking at the stats here, all three of you guys, you, Seabass, and Taco, were pretty much equal across the board. Anybody in your team feeling it on the day?
I think we're all playing very well collectively, honestly. I'm letting them do everything that they can. They're setting me up very well, just in general, so it makes me fit into the rotation very easily. So they're both playing really good, which makes it easy for me to play good, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, is just playing good as a collective whole.
Calm, cool, and collected. Gompers, any last words for Slayer before we let him get on to his grand finals?
Any last words? I would say, I mean, thank you for the trash talk. I love it. And also, good luck in the next game.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Slayer, have a good one, sir. We'll see you in the grand finals.
That was a roll. That was
a
good
nice.
roll.
I think that was Taco. I think that was Taco Stash with a nice little bit of acrobatics behind the scenes to try and show it off. And, well, maybe they can use those acrobatics in the air in the grand finals. Folks, when we return, it's actually going to be our third place match. I believe it is going to be UT Arlington versus West Florida. So do not go anywhere. When we come back, it's our third place match. And then after that, the grand finals of the CECC South Online Qualifiers. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Matchup, and last round, a 14-12 scoreline. It took an OT to do it, but they beat out UT Dallas to be in this matchup now.
Ooh, so let's take a look at what the opponents have to offer here on the side of TAMU Maroon. We're lucky enough to see them twice yesterday over on broadcast, but here, the Texas A&M University Maroon team, we've got Naber, Dam, Tayo, Dill, and Noble. Looking forward to seeing what is in store here, because we do know which map we're going to be heading over to, so.
I'm not going to tweet it. Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climber?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already? Yeah, you said them. Is it them? No. Is it them a second time? No. Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links? Yes, it is. Is it Toon Link? It is. Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place.
Third place.
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place. That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player? Yeah. How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast. Interview. Change your mindset. Change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management
Nice.
in business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far. So.
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So, what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay, what character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So, how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool.
Time for the plan, but a little showmanship before the round does come to a close. Another to go with it. Looking for the Octagon player. Why not? One bullet in the chamber. Taya will give the beak. Will not. James Maroon will take the round. Taya will lead with his dignity. It's a 104 win.
side of Tammy and Maroon, we're also seeing a slight change when it comes down to players that are going to be involved here. Yesterday, we saw the team playing out with Liz's Kitten and Aggro. This time around will be swapped out by Dill and Tayo. So it's going to be curious to see if that does make a difference in their performance here for semifinals. Guiding Light to come out already towards Showers does give out that information. Unfortunately, the swings aren't able to come through, but a lot of poke damage done at the very least onto that Sky and Raze here. Going to be extending that overgrowth, get those heals all charged up, but Flare, only 22 HP, does manage to dodge the paint shell, still somehow getting quite a bit of damage value off with that run.
Oh!
What?
Crescent massive last
Okay.
round and gonna have a big pick with the frenzy on the Dill. Gun taking secure down towards CT, gonna look to do so. Just picked it up, the shower player not gonna spot it. Pressing all the space, CT, but caught by the ghost. Tayo easy on the one tap, and Noble will finish A77. It's danger for a moment, but it's thwarted by Tammy Maroon. They've got their second.
Even though Flare wasn't really able to glean a kill off of all of those shots, still did so much poke, forcing Tammy Maroon to reinvest into their shield. And what we're actually going to see coming out from them is the operator really early in round number 3. Okay, no. They were like, we thought about it. What if we lose this round and put it off in their hands by accident? So they're going to hold back on that, save that for the next one. Just go with the Ghost for now and those headshots with the Headhunter. Early Guiding Light once again to get this information. Dam's going to be completely overwhelmed, flooding into Showers here. Flare for the first 2 bloods.
Massive entries coming through the shower. Flash, he went out on those gun duels, and Comey gonna take the space in the short in the meantime. Now looking to step forward.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass, alongside none other than Gompers. Gompers, we are here with a third-place match. I know you guys might have been hoping for the grand finals, but you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer because we got to figure out who of the semifinals losers is the better team. It is UT Arlington versus University of West Florida. 2 solid teams here, but I think you and I can both agree. On paper, one of these teams has a much larger background than the other.
I agree. I'm pretty excited to see this one for, you know, the sake of the fact that we did see UT Arlington as well, and they were not, they were looking pretty nasty. So in terms of that, I would say that UT Arlington is going to be a pretty hard matchup.
UT Arlington is going to be a difficult thing for University of West Florida to face because that is Samba, Adverse, and Nava. The 3 of these players with an illustrious background. They have been around the collegiate scene for a long time. They've been around Rocket League for a very long time. But the thing is for them is that now they've got a newcomer on the other side. For University of West Florida here on the other end of things, they are a very new team in comparison with not as much competition basis behind them. It's Commit, Dream, and October. 3 players who I don't actually think we've had a chance to check this team out yet thus far in the competition.
No. I'm actually pretty excited to be able to see this. And it's great, too, because finally coming into the top 8, it's not teams that we've seen before. Now we're going to be able to see something new every once in a while, occasionally. So University of West Florida, they could come in full stop and just surprise us.
They have a chance here, especially considering the fact that Arlington is unfortunately having to recover from a 3-0 sweep. It's not like that sweep was aggressive. It's not like they didn't have good games there. 2 one-goal games in a row to cap off the series means that Indian River State really had to fight for their win there. But unfortunately for University of West Florida, they still have a lot of accolades that they got to fight against. UT Arlington, as we've stated multiple times on stream here before, they've done well at previous CECC events. They've done well at previous Collegiate Rocket League events. They've done well in multiple leagues and multiple collegiate events here and there. And now, as a result, University of West Florida got a very uphill battle to try and face. But I think I've got some faith in them to make this at least a good series. Let's see if maybe they can fight that uphill battle. Can they overtake their opponents? And can they find themselves the win here in the 3rd place matchup? Game underway. University of West Florida versus UT Arlington. Game number 1 of our best of 5.
All right, having some fun in Rocket League. How else do you want to spend your Sunday night, right? Commit is committing, living up to the expectations of their name, and dream is dreaming. I'm going to make a lot of name puns here because it seems like the best time to do so, and it is the best time to also score a goal.
Oh my, University of West Florida already out the gates find themselves with their first goal of the game. Dream just kind of dazzles the defense there as Adverse can't really do anything but watch. And with Samba and Nava way too far upfield, that's an early first goal for West Florida.
That is a nice early goal as well. Maybe things will start to switch up as things start to get heavier and within... I mean, some of the control here. You could definitely see that UTA is trying for that first point. They know they need it now, if anything, so that they can at least have a lot more time down their belt. But as of right now, Adverse is trying to move things over, maneuver the ball around, and that was such a nice, like, partnered hit.
The pinch was pretty perfect out of them. Not really sure why they're going for a pinch on their own half, unless it had been a bullet right into the net. Not really going to benefit them all too much. But good thing for them is they don't really look too frazzled on defense here. They get a 3v1 now the other way. Samba just needs to doink this one. That's exactly what he does. The musty flick, not with enough mustard to hit the net, but with enough to be a pass out to his teammates.
No, this is a whole new UTA. This is a whole new UTA. The UTA we saw before was not as refined as this one. You saw the partnership. You saw that the little fun that they were having previously before, and now they're coming into light.
That was probably the best play we have seen all day. And it's not even an intentional one. Again, that musty flick was probably intended to go on target. Meanwhile, Samba was supposed to run interference with the goalie in net. Instead, Samba just comes through and gets the goal. And now Adverse comes through and gets the goal. You said UTA looked like a brand new team, and after the last 2 goals, I gotta agree.
Oh my gosh, Nava coming in full force to bring things over to Adverse, and right there, the partnership like we talked about before, coming in full force. UTA, like, talked about the fact that they looked like a dominating team, and they 100% are showing that.
They're looking like a very solid team here in the 3rd place matchup, but it is also only game number 1, and it is also only the first minute. They still have a long way to go. They've had leads in the series earlier today, but unfortunately for them, they have given upset leads multiple times. Let's see if they do the same thing here. Nava very, very much trying to avoid exactly that. A good pinch out of the corner will force Dream to restart the offense here for West Florida. Commit, though, is going to be on the back line while Saba takes a shot. Easy save for him, but what about the follow-up here? Adverse dives on to Azerfied, and it's not going to be enough. 90 seconds into this one, it does feel like Arlington have had the majority of control, but they need to find a couple more goals if they want to guarantee themselves game number 1.
And the guarantee is going to be pretty hard, especially with this 2-1 hit. There's 3 minutes and 16 seconds left on that clock, and we're kind of rounding about that time. So as of right now, keeping the clock running, seems like UTA is just trying to get another goal in there. Nava was real close to it, but once again, that control just coming over to Azerfied and almost being able to, get that goal.
Not quite able to, though, and unfortunately for them, they will still continue on with a 2-1 scoreline, having to fight up against the wall. Oh my god, I was going to say the wall here. There was no wall on defense. A big miss, but it does not get punished. Although this one might. Adverse drop down pass. Nava's there. Top right bins. Beautiful 1-2-3, and all of a sudden, UTA are up by 2.
Look at that, right underneath. Putting it dropped down there for Nava to be able to at least let the back of their car hit it in. And that was a beautiful play. Once again, the partnership, everything looking amazing here for UTA. And they're like, hey, 3rd place, that's ours.
They got a chance, but it is, again, only game number 1, and we are only halfway through it. Although UTA have looked solid thus far, they still got a long battle ahead of them, and it could be one that they only have a 1-goal lead on if Dree can complete this touch. Not quite able to. Can't even get a shot on target, and now it's a 2v1 going the other way. Adverse with not enough boost in the tank, though, to really do too much with it. And now Commit has a chance here. No boost left in the tank, though, so Samba should be able to have a pretty free touch. Sends it to the ceiling where Adverse is waiting. Adverse sends it right back to Samba. No boost in the tank here, so it's not going to be a shot as Commit sends it out to the side. With 2 minutes to go, it does feel like Arlington, they've just had much more control over this game. If this is a shot, it could be a problem. Adverse, though, not able to find a second touch. And as we're fighting, Commit can go the other way. Potentially a bump in net, but it's not enough. And UTA right back to offense yet again.
Yeah, the back and forth finally stopping as we can see Nava starting to find that control, but back over again as not going to stop anytime soon, right? 3 minutes. I mean, my apologies, 1 minute and 46 seconds on the clock, and there still is a lot of time here for UTA to play for this defense to maybe stall out for some time, which seems like what they're doing right now, playing so heavy on that defense.
Now, they're playing a really solid game all around here. They recognize that they just need to... Okay, I was going to say, just kind of close out the gaps. That's probably the first gap they've left in a while. I got to wonder what happened here. So Samba Oh, he just decommits. He gets beat on the ball and just leaves Adverse by himself.
Okay. It's okay. At least there, we were able to get at least one more, right? The stall for time didn't work. The defense didn't look so good right there in that position and time. And now Dream definitely knows what to do now. That flip reset coming into action, not able to do much with it. Unfortunately enough, maybe the boost ran out. But it's going to be as Purified trying to at least regather that.
Azurfi doing a good job so far here in game number 1. They've got 2 goals for their team, but they need a third just to guarantee an overtime. They're trying for it right now, but that's a bit of an overcommitment as Azurfi in particular. That's probably the, no offense, Az, that's probably the worst name I've heard so far. It is so difficult to say. It is not like, I like the name. It's just so hard to cast. 1 minute left here. Maybe we'll be saying his name again as he gets a hat trick, but not quite able to do so. Dream only can get a 50-50 here in the corner, and his commit can do the exact same thing. We can see the plan for UT Arlington right now. It's lock all of University of West Florida into their half and not let them get any room to breathe.
Yeah, Nava's trying to put a stop to this ball and make sure it stays in the midfield, but Zamba can't really hit that in, so Commit has to walk around the side of the field to be able to get something. Nava trying to at least get a drop down, but nothing is going to happen there, so once again, it's just somewhat of the, not necessarily fails of trying to create these positions, but more so the fact that they just cannot fully commit to it.
Now, they have been unable to fully commit thus far, but maybe they can change that up here. Azurfi, the single player that we've been talking about, that X factor for West Florida, tries to get another offense together, but instead, it's Zamba who takes it the other way and can close out this game entirely. To the backboard it goes. No one from West Florida prepared. Azurfi has to try and dive in and maybe carry this one across court. He'll get at least that far, but can he get any further? The answer is no. Arlington, take possession, drop it low, and take out game number 1 in 3-2 fashion.
Ooh, UTA looking good. That was getting close near the end of the game just because you saw, right, UW start to take it a little bit closer, and the fact that we made it that 3-2, right? So that last goal was definitely looking scary, but they couldn't close it off. UTA's defense looking really solid.
UTA's defense definitely looking solid. Adverse in particular was the player that really was that one, the X factor there. We talked about the X factor in UWF being Azurfi, but Adverse for defense was that X factor. Although there is that one goal that looked a little bit awkward, but I don't know if you can necessarily blame Adverse for that one. Otherwise, he's got a savior medal, doing real nice in his first game in this series. But now, can they do it again in game number 2? We said it was a 1-goal game in the first one. Let's see if this is the second game is the exact same thing. I'd like to think that this is where UTA starts to run away, or maybe this is where West Florida start to come to life.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to look a lot more difficult. Oh, but Nava, okay, up in the air, trying to at least maneuver the ball around so that they can gain some ground over towards that orange side, but Dream trying to keep it within range.
They're not necessarily going to have the greatest touch here. Arlington just kind of scrambling to try and find a way out of their own half. Nava not able to get to that one. Samba is, but it can only get a 50-50. And as he's dispossessed by Azurfi and Dream, it could be a shot for West Florida here. Here comes Commit. He dives in. Adverse, at least able to get a touch and avoid that shot. And he does the exact same thing as Azurfi. Dives out at midfield and tries to keep the pressure alive. UT Arlington not looking too scared of their opponents thus far. They're very calm, cool, and collected, similar to what Slayer was in that interview. But can they find themselves the win here in Game 2 and possibly move on a series point? They need a goal to do it first. It's not going to come there. Dream, though, not a great touch, and Sambo sent it to the backboard. Nava's up early, but he can't get it on target. Adverse, though, cannot do the same. 2 shots in a row out of Arlington. Neither one of them hitting the mark.
Yeah, this is looking a lot closer. I mean, the fact that there has been no scoring yet, and we already probably had a minute already left on the board, completely taken out. Nava is trying to find something and playing for that defense, but Dream is able to get that goal.
Dream able to get that goal and in a fantastic way, but not so fantastic on the defense there. Nava wanted a second touch to send it off the backboard. Samba dives in to try and recover for his teammates' miss, but is there just a bit too late. 1-0, 3:50 left on the clock. Plenty of time for UTA to find a response. West Florida had the goal in game number 1 to get the early lead. This time, can they hold on to it?
I'm not sure if they can. I mean, you've seen UTA play. You know that this team does not like to play around, but it seems like Dream does, right? A demo there to clear things up. Maybe this is the shot to take, but Samba manages to clear things over to the other side.
Clears it out, but can he get a shot on? He's trying to get a drop-down pass down to Nava here, but Adverse can't really do too much with it. The Samba on defense has got to restart the offense all over again, and he's unable to because Azurfi is there. Had he gotten another touch, that would have been an open net and a surefire 2-0 for West Florida, but instead, they got to play some defense on the other end. Nava sends it to the backboard. Samba's there to do the exact same thing. Drop-down pass, but Dream cuts it out before Adverse or Nava can get there, and they'll take it all the way back into their own half to restart the offense. Nava, though, missed a pretty crucial big boost pad, and that's going to be a problem because now Samba has to play some defense yet again. It does kind of feel like Adverse and Nava are running the offense here, Gompers, while Samba has just kind of been relegated to his defensive role.
Yeah, they're definitely trying here for UTA. Once they try to pass that ball over to their side and maybe restart, like you said before, maybe trying to clear things up near the goal to be able to lure some of the players here from the UWF in so that they could have an easier chance. But right here, Nava having to reset themselves, trying to work things back over towards this orange side, but the control still wavering here.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that the control has been difficult for everyone on UT Arlington. So quickly, we will see players from UWF dispossess them. They dive on top of the ball and just don't give them that room to breathe. Because if you do give them that room to breathe, they'll probably do something fantastic. Arlington linking up in spectacular ways in game number 1. Game number 2, they haven't been able to find anything. They found themselves in awkward position after awkward position on defense. And now 2-0 with 2:15 to go.
Ooh, look at that. Commit saw the opportunity. I mean, 2 players down on the side. Adverse isn't even near the goal as of yet. He was down in the midfield, so this is the right time to be able to get that goal.
This is a beautiful way to get that goal. And not only that, but now it's also a chance for them to possibly continue on their merry way and take game number 2 by storm. Although UT Arlington, they're not necessarily going to give up all that easily, especially with Nava here in the corner. Doesn't have a lot of boost in the tank. All I can do is drop this one down low. Dream will get in the way, and Adverse will have to try and send it back again. Samba's there. Waterfall pass down. No! And Adverse can't wrap around it. Off the woodwork it goes. And that is the second shot that should have been in that Arlington couldn't commit on.
Ooh, but a nice save from Samba. So close to reaching at least the back of the net there. Samba slowly making their way. Is that going to be a double tap? No, absolutely not. Maybe just a setup for Adverse, but Adverse misses. And unfortunately so, you got to really rely on Nava here as they have the most boosts. Samba trying to recollect, but overall, right, it is still wavering.
It is a difficult task here for Arlington to find their first goal. They have tried so many different things, whether it be individual plays, team plays, putting shots on early to try and frazzle the defense and then go for a follow-up. But unfortunately, dives like that have been a problem. Arlington continually dispossessed by the West Florida team. And now, West Florida with a chance to potentially take game number 2 and even out the series. They need to hold on for another 70 seconds. And if they do, they'll have a very solid victory on their hands. But Arlington, again, like I said, they are not going to go down easily. They do not want to go to bed quite yet. They're going to stay up, and they're going to stay in the air. Nava going to dispossess commit there. Maybe now a chance for Samba buys Lonesome to go the other way. 50-50 out to the corner where Dream is waiting, but so is Adverse. It's a chance. Arlington, drop down pass. Adverse can't put it on target. And once again, it's another big opportunity where the shot just doesn't connect.
No, absolutely nothing. Dream, though, is definitely trying for something. What will it be? That is the question. Dream finding the opening, nobody there for the commit, and I mean the goal completely open. Is this it for commit to take? Absolutely not. Right above, hitting the bar, but things can look different, and they do.
Azerfi just continues to put on the pressure. We said those second touches, those second shots at IUTA is what we were looking for. But the team that's doing it better is University of West Florida right now. They see awkwardness on the line, and they do not let them get a chance to breathe. 3-0 in game number 2. A turnaround from West Florida that was necessary if they wanted a chance at this series.
It's going to be super difficult to continue this, right? An 0-3 UWF taking back the one, I mean, game that could have been theirs previously, as they did actually go that 3-2 lead. But here it comes, right? 8 seconds left as things start to slow down just a bit. Adverse tries to find a way to keep it up in the air. Adverse, is this the shot you're going to take? But he misses, and it ends up going down onto the field.
It's 3-0. The results stay the same even if they do get that late goal, but the results definitely exactly what West Florida were looking for. They needed that resurgence. They needed that turnaround, and they finally find it. It took them a very long time to find it at that point, but I'm glad that they did because now we've got a series on our hands. 1-1 here. Arlington not going to just cruise their way through the through the third place matchup. And honestly, I'm not surprised by that. I kind of felt like West Florida were starting to find the rhythm during the back half of game number 1, but now they've really got to try and capitalize upon the momentum that they have found. UTA West Florida, it is 1-1 here in game number 3. A chance for UTA to try and respond to the smattering of game number 2, or can West Florida just run away with this thing from here on out?
Yeah, and also a little bit of a finally to the fact that, so close to the goal. Okay, Azerfied might have just been able to get that in so early on, but didn't. But so close to the fact that we also don't have a 3-0 scoreline, which is a blessing as well, because now we know this game definitely going to be more interesting, definitely going to be closer, but as it is, right, UWF still fighting for that control.
They're fighting for their control thus far here, but they are 30 seconds in and still need to do a little bit more. Oh, wait a minute. Samba, he might do the most with this one. Flip reset, fakes it out, actually, and Azerfied is going to have to dive in to make that save. Not necessarily going to be able to get this one off the half. Only get a 50-50, and Nava will be waiting there up against Dream. Gets Dream to jump, and that costs another 50. That's an open net with a demo there, but they can't get around it in time. Azerfied respawns quickly and is able to get back for the save. Same with Commit here. They're doing well, but unfortunately, with about a minute gone here, neither team has been able to find a solid shot on target.
Yeah, not a solid shot, but you can see Samba's looking for it, trying to at least give themselves over to the back to play that defense advocate up in the air and throwing things over, but nobody there for the commit. So super unfortunate. Samba seems like they're kind of solo playing this, which, oh no, actually coming around. They're trying to pinch things in. There it comes off the backboard. Average tries to hit it inside of that goal, but nothing coming to.
Azerfied, not necessarily the best touch here. Commit will have to bail him out, sends this one a bit overhead. Adverse gets in the way, though, so they're not going to get that double touch off the backboard. This one's sent to the skies, and I think that Adverse should have a decent touch out, but is it going to be enough? Mitt, flip reset, nothing in the bag. Samba out to the corner. Dream off the sidewall, and it just kind of feels like we're in a bit of a ping pong match here. We talked about possession being important. Neither team has been able to find it. Adverse finds a pinch off the ground, but cannot put it on target. And once again, Arlington scoreless through 2 minutes.
Time taking 3 minutes coming up here. Azerfied looking for something here on the blue side, but there is going to be Dream waiting around the back, trying to clear things over. A nice shot here from... Oh, and it was so close. Commit almost had it there.
Not enough, though. They are trying everything on offense, and it really doesn't feel like they've had enough precision to get past the UT Arlington side. Arlington, we said they need to step up on defense. They are doing exactly that, but now their offense has got to have something to show for it. Halfway through game number 3, this one feels like it's a lot closer than the previous 2. Game number 1, Arlington, they took their opponents by surprise. Game number 2, West Florida finally woke up. And now game number 3 with both teams ready and rearing to go. Who's going to take this one home? Could it be Samba here? No, Commit cuts that one out before it can become a shot. And University of West Florida, they'll have to restart their offense yet again.
Yeah, there's a lot of restarting going along here as they try to figure out the pacing, what they want to do with it. Adverse misses the shot here onto the goal. But still, there's still a lot of maneuvering around that we're doing. Once again, it is just kind of like defaulting at this point, sticking around the fact that we still haven't had a goal yet, and it's 1 minute and 56 seconds. So when you think about it, both of these teams have definitely adapted to each other and are trying to figure out what they need to do.
Oh, the adaptation here could be big, but unfortunately West Florida, they send 2 players and still can't get even a shot on target. The player in net able to avoid that demo, and now it's a chance possibly for UT Arlington to go the other way. Azerfied with a good first touch, but Samba with an even better one. He wants a flip reset, can't quite lock into it though. Had he been able to, he might have been able to get past the defense, but it's not going to matter because they still stay on the offensive pressure here. Dream with 0 boost will dive at the ball and at least get this one away from Samba. But you can see West Florida kind of in a scramble to try and start up their offense yet again here. With 80 seconds to go, they cannot afford to overcommit. If they overplay their hand for even a second, Arlington will strike, and that could be the final strike of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going along here. But down in the midfield, Commit finally manages to take things over. The flip reset not there, and he misses. Oh.
Ooh, Samba not able to get a second touch there. Dream just takes it through the air. Azerfied in the corner, awkward position, but he's at least able to get it away from Nava so that he can't put a pass down center. Adverse instead going to be the one to do so.
No.
And Samba finally able to get past the defense. Double commit on the line out of West Florida, but neither one of them can get a touch.
There was so much tight control here for UWF. They barely let UTA take that one, and you could see that they were almost there for the save, but it didn't actually clear, so super unfortunate for them. But UWF, right, Dream, ooh, not too good of a kickoff here. Adverse regains, I mean, that possession of the ball, that was completely clean.
That's just beautiful out of Adverse here. He goes high. The opponents are expecting him to do that, and he just drops it low. Look at this. They're expecting a 50. Adverse avoids the 50, puts it on target, and all of a sudden it is 2-0 with 43 seconds left after a very close back and forth for so long in this game. Gotta hurt a little bit to see this one start to run away from Florida.
Ooh, okay. Samba, close. Maybe this is it. Commit coming around the back of the goal and able to actually hit things over. So now the possession of the ball there for Dream, and a nice demo to clear things. Beautiful from Dream.
That is perfect. I mean, hey, listen, Dream, all he did was just drive in a net. Commit's the one who did the heavy lifting there. Demo's the player in net and is actually able to heat-seeking missile them at that fact as well. It's not just that they were able to get the demo. It's that they had a player who was running away. They jumped into them to get the demo. And that's how they were able to find themselves their first goal of game number 2. Or excuse me, game number 3. Can they find their second goal of game number 3, though, and potentially send us to overtime? They'd like to think so. Open net and another bump to come through. Commit does it again. Goal number 2 here off the back of a Commit demo/bump.
How do you just pull something off like that? You got 2 goals in a row coming in for UTA, and then UWF pull off the same strat. So now we're at a 2-2. We may as well just go overtime. We may as well just have the 0-0 completely there. But now it's Azrified. Are they going to be able to actually pull something through off the backboard? Samba hits it up in the sky, and 12 seconds left on the board.
No, they got a chance here, but unfortunately for Arlington, they're in a very awkward position. They've got to try to break out. Oh, that could be the breakout they're looking for, but Samba is demoed, and that's going to stall them at least for a second. Off the sidewall it goes. Commit pinches it towards his own half. This could be a problem because Dream has to drop it down center. Azerfied keeps this one up. Very surprised at how long UWF wanted to play before we go to OT, but we get there nonetheless. Overtime, game number 3. Winner of this one moves on to series point. And honestly, it's anybody's ball game. It all depends who's got the more precision here in the OT.
Yeah, Commit actually having some precision and some of that momentum, right? The boost completely gone, though, so having to have Dream as that reinforcement is going to be the biggest thing. Come over down into that defensive side so that Commit can keep things cleared. The ball almost inside the goal, but manages to take it out at first. Cannot commit fully.
They tried so hard. I think they were expecting one of their teammates to try diving on, but I can understand why they did not want to. With saves like that, you're worried about a quick transition like we see here at Azerfi. 2 saves in a row. Now with Asgav in the boost, it's going to be a bit of a problem for UTA. Adverse has got nothing in the tank. He's scrambling around, just trying to find a way to get at least a couple of pennies here or there, but he's got nothing, and they've got no save. The collision from the 2 UTA players, and Azerfi takes the overtime, game number 3.
Oh, that was beautiful. Look at that. Right underneath, finding the angle, and able to take this 3-2. That OT, brilliant from UWF.
That's a brilliant play overall there out of UWF. It's a really good way for them to take game number 3. The question now is, can they continue on with their momentum? They took, it was 2-0. I can't believe that they even won that game.
I don't know where things are gonna go. It's getting closer and closer each and every game, and I kind of feel like it's gonna get worse and worse as time goes on, because 0-0, right? Absolutely no goals in 1 minute and 43 seconds left.
Woo. Well, let's see. Can they get themselves a quicker goal here in game number 4? Can they maybe take this one by storm? We'll have to find out. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 4 underway. A chance for UT Arlington to keep their series alive, but a chance for UWF to get the upset win and find themselves 3rd place.
Yeah, and already right up in the sky, Dream manages to actually not really get a goal in. It seems like more of a save there, but Commit trying to commit to something up in the air. The ball, there's a completely clear net, but nobody's there. They're trying to regather some of that boost, so it kind of leads to this wavering once again.
Ooh, Azerfied, not a great 50-50 out of midfield. That's going to give a chance for Adverse to put a shot on. He misses this one, but then steals it away from Nava. Oh boy, crossed wires right now. Looking very, very chaotic for UT Arlington. Not exactly sure what's going wrong, but I know it's about to go right. Oh my gosh, I choked on my words. Dream, how do you not get that goal?
It completely took the words out of your mouth, basically, is what you're saying here.
How? That's a surefire goal, and they just missed the demo. All right, well, it's all right. 1 minute to go, or 1 minute, excuse me, gone off the clock here, and still, despite the fact that Arlington probably should have been scored on at this point, they somehow survive.
Somehow. Oh. I don't necessarily know how things are going along, but it was a lot of the missing of those goals that happened the last game, which I feel like is going to happen a lot here, as you can see, right? Azerfied, who lucky to be able to get things away from the goal. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Samba, unfortunately enough, not going to be able to touch the ball here, but still regaining the control. The composure here for UWF is looking immense. As Stream fights for the ball back.
Ooh, Samba's got time and space. He's got a flip reset as well. Wants to go low. Can't get past Azerfied, though. Commit will get technically credited with the first save, but it's Azerfied who really bails out his team. Can they do it again? No, instead. It's going to be Demos on the back line here. Azerfied.
Oh, what?
All right, well, I said he needed to step up. I did not mean own goal. That's not exactly what we were looking for.
He just gave that over. Look at Samba. He hits that in. It didn't even necessarily go, but Azrafied, honestly, at that point was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and just accidentally hit that in. Super unfortunate.
Yeah, he tries his best, but sometimes your best isn't quite enough. I do appreciate the effort here, but now they're going to need at least a little bit more effort as we got 3 minutes to go and they are down by 1, could be 2. As Samba tries to read the pass from Adverse, and Azrafied does make up for their previous miss as they are able to make a beautiful save and keep it at a 1-0 score line. Could it be 2-0 here? Commits in an awkward position, and Nava knows that. We'll drop down center.
No.
Adverse is there, and those are the team plays we've been waiting for out of UT Arlington.
It was like a complete ping pong effect. Like, you know, I don't even know at this point. Look at that. Adverse kind of tossing it over, and Dream trying to attempt that save, but manages to hit it in themselves. Now we're going to be able to see that 2-0 come into full force, and UTA looking confident and looking good.
They're doing a fantastic job thus far of correcting all the mistakes that they were making in game number 3, or excuse me, game number 3. This is game number 4. I'm losing track of this one. This is way too close of a series in comparison to what I was expecting. I really did think that UT Arlington would come out of nowhere with a dominant victory overall, but now that we're having a close game, I'm going to have to try to keep my head on right because, oh my word, saves like that are commonplace. Samba pinches it off his own bar. Can he do it again, though? 2v1, and he still is able to do it. Off the post this time instead, but the woodwork coming to the rescue of Samba and UTA.
Oh, that was a nice play there. Maybe might just be able to drop things down there for Azrafied. Azrafied puts it back up on the backboard, and there it comes! The tap down into the goal.
Commit finds himself the goal here, and this is beautiful. Azrafied sends it up high. Commit just has to put it on target, and even with 2 defenders there, they can't get around it. Adverse dives in last second, but Commit, he's just a little bit too quick. And as a result, we got a 2-1 ball game here. A chance for UWF to maybe find themselves another goal, and I think they'll find it here. No, Adverse has other opinions. He's going to keep that one away. And as a result, UTA, by the skin of their teeth, are able to hold on to their 2-1 lead.
Oh, that was so close. That was an amazing save there by Adverse, and now they're bringing things back over so close, being able to hit at least the crossbar. But overall, things are looking dangerous. If you're looking at the way that everybody's playing, right? UWF, we've seen before, they managed to get 2 goals in a row the previous game. So maybe this is what they need. Maybe that momentum is what they're really looking for.
I believe in them. They absolutely can do this. I know for a fact that they've got the ability. Like you said, we've seen it already before, but the issue for them is that time is ticking away. 80 seconds to go, and Nava with a 50-50 is, I wasn't going to think this would go the other way. Samba, though, can't read that touch out at midfield, and it's going to leave him in an awkward position. He does at least get a does at least get a clear here, and technically that'll waste more valuable time, but can they launch into an offense? Off the backboard it goes. Nava's there, but he's met by a 50-50, so Samba instead will have to go for the rebound touch. Not going to be enough, though. Under a minute to play. UWF march in for yet another offense, but they need at least 1 more goal if they want to see an overtime here in game number 4.
Yeah, but I think right here, you could definitely tell UTA is looking for that 1 more goal over towards the side of UWF. Not going to let things down, though. Jareen looking for bringing things over, clearing things out. There it comes. Maybe this is it. Commit. Not able to fully hit it within the area that they wanted to necessarily. Samba coming around, and Dream, yeah, seeming like things are once again just looking dangerous. 30 seconds remaining, 1 goal needed, and maybe this is it for Orange.
Oh, they've got a chance, but it could be their last chance of the entire game. UWF running out of time as they continue to try and launch offense after offense, with UTA taking it the other way and just not allowing them any extended pressure. This could be some extended pressure, though. There's the demo. This could be not an open net and not even a shot at that. Samba easily able to turn this one away, and it's up to Commit to remarch downfield yet again. Azrafied met with a 50-50, nice. And the ball is met with the ground. UTA continue the series, and we go to game 5 to determine it all.
Ooh, the last game. Mistakes cannot be made right here, right? Because you are going to completely wipe yourself out of the bracket if you do.
Plain and simple. There's not much more to elaborate upon that. You're 100% correct here, Gompers. If you make any little mistakes, we've seen them be punished time and time and time again. I will say, that's the first game where I feel like UTA did not win based off of mistakes off of UWF. Yes, we have the quote-unquote own goal that we do see, but it really feels like all of that stuff was forced. It was not an easy position for UWF on defense whatsoever in comparison to the other games where UWF looked very comfortable on defense here. So, Gompers, we got game number 5. It feels like both of these teams are finally in full force. They have powered up. The question is who's got the greater abilities in game number 5 to determine it all?
I would say the greater abilities here is going to be whoever gets this first shot in, whoever gains that lead. Okay, close to be able to get that goal in, but Dream says absolutely not. Throws it up in the air, tries to clear things back over towards at least the blue side, and Commit, I mean, hits it off the backboard, but where is it going now?
It's going right back into their half, unfortunately. UWF not really able to do much with this ball. Although, they get another chance. Commit shot on target. Nava's there very quickly. And all of a sudden, it's maybe a 3v1 if Samba can recognize it. But no, he takes a bit too much time off the wall. Had they had a booming clear, they would have been able to chase this one the other way with numbers advantage. But instead, they get scored on. Azerfied recognizes the awkwardness on defense and is the first to strike.
Look at this. Commit came in like an airplane and absolutely threw that over for Azerfight to clear things and make sure that they're able to get that goal. Now, I mean, UWF having the lead, this is big. The fact that they're able to take this lead so early on is going to give them somewhat of that advantage.
I mean, they've been making adjustments this entire series. These early on plays have been such a monumental change for them. You go and look at the stat line. Initially, it's Dream 4 assists in 2 games. Then you get to the back half of the series, and they're a little bit quieter. They relegate them to more of a defensive role and allow Azerfight and Commit to run the offense. And Commit, although he's not getting credited with assists, he is doing damage by running those bumps in net, running those demos, and continuing to cause confusion for the defense of UTA. It's why we've seen Azerfight continue to get a goal almost every single game of this series. They have found the rhythm. They have found their way to work. The question is are they going to find a win in game number 5? Dream might try to assist them here with it. They get a pinch back center, but Nava's there to meet it, and UT Arlington will not concede their second goal quite yet.
No, not as of now, but Adverse actually gained some of that control. Seems like they were just trying to go for something pretty straightforward. No! Oh! I don't even know what's happening at this point. There's just an oversaturation of people there. Samba tries to get a buck to clear things up for Adverse, but Adverse cannot take it in.
Oh, that was such a good fake on the line. He gets the defense just absolutely shocked, and they don't know what to do. 3:10 left on the clock. That probably should have been UTA's first goal, but they can't wrap themselves around it and put it on target. Maybe this will be different. Adverse, though, cut out at midfield. And this could be a shot, but it's an overcommitment. 2v1 the other way. Adverse buys Lonesome, has to try to do something, and he gets an easy touch. Dream too heavy to the backboard, and that could have been a big play for UWF, but they can't seem to do anything with it. And instead, it's a shot on target, and Dream has to make the save. Nava not able to get a powerful shot enough past the defense. Maybe a redemption here. Samba, no, 50-50. UT Arlington, they seem like they're gearing up for a big shot sometime soon, but nothing thus far has gotten past the UWF.
There's a lot going on down in the midfield, and whoever gains possession of the ball is going to be the biggest achiever of what they're trying to achieve, at least today in today's game. Adverse trying to gain some of that lead back as they are 0-1, and that stall potential that we're seeing out of UWF is huge right now.
Again, though, UTA with another huge chance. Awkward defense. Shot just needed to go on target, and as it does not, they scramble into defense, and I say scramble as if they really have any sort of defense right now. Nava, a good shot the other way, but it'll be easily taken away by Commit. And again, UT Arlington, you guys have got to capitalize upon the pressure that you are building here. UWF have been left in the most stranded of positions on so many different occasions, yet none of these have been capitalized upon.
Absolutely not. Here it comes, Dream, coming along the side of the field, but nothing. Being able to not really achieve anything. Dream once again, and Dream is always there to be able to at least put the ball back in the angle that they want it to go. But the thing is that once again, it's super hard to gain control at this moment in time. But the fact that the momentum is looking good for UWF, they kept the ball so far, and now they have this 0-1 at 1 minute and 21 seconds. It's looking good.
Again, though, that's another big chance. Azerfied was scrambling back on defense. You put the shot on with 2 defenders going back who can't reach the ball. That's a goal. Once again, Arlington just cannot capitalize, but finally they get it done. It's like a battering ram. Shot after shot after shot after shot after shot, and finally one hits the back of the net.
All right. Finally here. There's the 1-1 that we were looking for. One more, and we've seen it. We've seen UTA pull this off before, where they managed to get another one early off inside of this, kickoff. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. An open net there, but a nice interference.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Adverse has got time and space. He gets Azerfied to jump, means he takes out one of the defenders, and that's a bump on the net! Adverse! I don't even know what word to say at this point. He just does the defense dirty, and UTA are up!
He completely clutched that out. He bumped commit up to the top and said, you are not touching anything. You're out of this. And the situation looks pretty dire. 54 seconds left for UWF to be able to get a goal in. And honestly, Bass, I don't know how things are going to work because Adverse is looking great.
All of the momentum in the world just sucked away from the UWF side. They were in control of this game for almost 80% of it, but the 20% that they let get away, and all of a sudden, UTA poised to take third place in the CECC South Qualifiers. And they might do it with a third goal as well. Big save at Azerfied, but what about the follow-up? Adverse too quick to the ball, and finally, UTA doing exactly what we said, Gompers. They're following up their shots.
They're not going to stop here. Because, Bass, when you look at it this way, it pretty much is over unless you can get a miracle. And we talk about this all the time. 2 goals straight off that kickoff, but Samba won't let it happen.
They try their best, but at this point, it's been a rough situation overall here for UWF with control for so long of the game. They can maybe get one more here and hope that a kickoff goes in their favor, but the defense of UTA holding strong. They don't want to concede anything. They know the fact is, if they just waste enough time, this win is theirs, and I think that it might be. Azerfied to the center, dream cut out by Adverse, and that'll seal the deal. Samba lets it drop, and UTA, in comeback fashion in game number 5, take the series.
It's over. It's UTA taking it. They finally are able to take third place. And in an unbelievable way as well, because they managed to literally just out of nowhere, it was like the momentum just changed and shifted.
I can't believe that. We rarely see shifts in momentum like that with the amount of control that we saw the entire game out of UWF. UT Arlington, like a light switch, turn it on.
Yeah.
We were asking the entire game, hit your shots on target, find a follow-up touch, capitalize upon the pressure that you are building. And for some reason, that only clicked in the final minute of the game. As soon as they do figure it out, though, it's shot after shot after shot after shot, and awkward position after awkward position for UWF. Gompers, that was a textbook win out of UT Arlington.
It felt like they just, at that point, they just knew. Everything felt like it clicked together, and they were able to just continuously get goals after goals, which, in their case, is the best case scenario. So there is no complaints here.
I got no complaints, and you guys shouldn't either, because when we come back from this break, we've got an interview with none other than Samba of UT Arlington to break down his win. So do not go anywhere. The CECC South Qualifiers will continue right after this break. As they don't really look too frazzled on defense here. They get a 3v1 now the other way. Samba just needs to doink this one. That's exactly what he does. The musty flick, not with enough mustard to hit the net, but with enough to be a pass out to his teammates.
No, this is a whole new UTA. This is a whole new UTA. The UTA we saw before was not as refined as this one. You saw the partnership. You saw the little fun that they were having previously before. And now they're coming into light.
That was probably the best play we have seen all day. And it's not even an intentional one. Again, that musty flick was probably intended to go on target. Meanwhile, Samba was supposed to run interference with the goalie in net. Instead, Samba just comes through and gets the goal. And now Adverse comes through and gets the goal. You said UTA looked like a brand new team, and after the last 2 goals, I gotta agree.
Oh my gosh, Nava coming in full force to bring things over to Adverse, and right there, the partnership like we talked about before, coming in full force. UTA, I talked about the fact that they looked like a dominating team, and they 100% are showing that.
They're looking like a very solid team here in the third place matchup, but it is also only game number 1, and it is also only the first minute. They still have a long way to go. They've had lead all too much. On defense here. They get a 3v1 now the other way. Samba just needs to doink this one. That's exactly what he does. Run interference with the goalie in net. Instead, Samba just comes through and gets the goal. And now Adverse comes through and gets the goal. You said UTA looked like a brand new team, and after the last 2 goals, it's a big miss, but it does not get punished. Although this one might. Adverse drop down pass. Nava's there. Top right bins. Beautiful 1-2-3 and all of this defense. Now, they're playing a really solid game all around here. They recognize that they just need to, I was going to say, just kind of close out the gaps. That's probably the first gap they've left in a while.
The fact that there has been no scoring yet, and we've already probably had a minute already left on the board, completely taken out. Nava is trying to find something and playing for that defense, but Dream is able to get that goal.
We do something fantastic. Arlington linking up in spectacular ways in game number 1. Game number 2, they haven't been able to find anything. They found themselves in awkward position after awkward position on defense.
And, I mean, the goal completely open. Is this it for Commit to take? Absolutely not. Right above, hitting the bar. But things can look different, and they do.
Corner, awkward position, but he's at least able to get it away from Nava so that he can't put a pass down center. Adverse instead going to be the one to do so.
No.
And Samba finally able to get past the defense.
So super unfortunate for them. But UWF, right? Dream, ooh, not too good of a kickoff here. Adverse regains, I mean, that possession of the ball, that was completely clean. Commit coming around the back of the goal and able to actually hit things over. So now the possession of the ball there for Dream, and a nice demo to clear things. Beautiful from Dream.
Can they find their second goal of game number 3, though, and potentially send us to overtime? They'd like to think so. Open net and another bump to come through. Commit does it again. He's scrambling around, just trying to find a way to get at least a couple of pennies here or there, but he's got nothing, and they've got no save. The collision from the 2 UTA players bails out his team. Can they do it again? No, instead. It's going to be demos on the back line here. Azerfi.
What?
All right, well, I said he needed to step up. I did not mean own goal. And keep it at a 1-0 score line. Could it be 2-0 here? Commits in an awkward position, and Nava knows that. We'll drop down center. Asperse is there. And those are the team plays we've been waiting for out of you.
A nice play there. Maybe you might just be able to drop things down there for Azerfi. Azerfi puts it back up on the backboard, and there it comes. The tap down into the goal.
They would have been able to chase this one the other way with numbers advantage, but instead they get scored on. Azerfi recognizes the awkwardness on defense and is the first to strike. You put the shot on with 2 defenders going back who can't reach the ball. That's a goal. Once again, Arlington just cannot capitalize, but finally they get it done. No, Adverse has got time and space. He gets Azerfi to jump, means he takes out one of the defenders, and that's a bump on the net. Adverse, I don't even know what word to say. And they might do it with a 3rd goal as well. Big save at Azerfi, but what about the follow-up? Adverse too quick to the ball, and finally, UTA doing exactly what we said, Gompers. They're following up their shots.
They're not going to stop here because, Bess, when you look at it this way, it pretty much is over unless you can get a miracle, and we talk about this all the time. 2 goals straight off that kickoff, but Samba won't let it happen.
Try their best, but at this point, it's been a rough situation overall here for UWF with control for so long of the game. They can maybe get one more here and hope that a kickoff goes in their favor, but the defense of UTA holding strong. They don't want to concede anything. They know the fact is, if they just waste enough time, this win is theirs, and I think that it might be. Azerfi to the center, Dream cut out by Adverse, and that'll seal the deal. Samba lets it drop, and UTA, in comeback fashion in game number 5, take the series.
It's over. It's UTA taking it. They finally are able to take 3rd place. And in an unbelievable way as well, because they managed to literally just out of nowhere, it was like...
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, yeah, I really do like the school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport-wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. It's something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess, or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't. Not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it, because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we are back here once again with another interview from one of our winning players. We've got Samba on the line from UT Arlington, and he just won his third place match. Let's bring Samba into the call and let this man have the floor. Samba, how you feeling, my guy? You took your win, and you did it in Game 5 fashion. You guys feeling good about that one?
Yeah, definitely good to get the win, even though it was pretty close.
just a little bit close, but hey, you guys still pulled it out. Game number 5 was a pretty interesting turnaround. What happened for that? Like, it was 4 minutes basically. You guys are down 1-0. Soon as you score that first goal, though, floodgates opened. Anything really happen after that first goal, or was it just sort of as soon as you guys figured out what to do, you guys got them planned out?
No, that tends to always happen. Like after the first goal, everything seems to be a lot easier for us, but it's just like finding that first goal, it's always like the hard part. But yeah, so if we can just get better at that, that'd probably help out a lot.
Makes sense. Gompers, you got any questions for our main man Samba here?
Mostly just asking, like, the last match that we saw, things started speeding up a bit. I wanted to know, like, did you guys just, like, get like an adrenaline? I cannot speak today. An adrenaline boost, or did you guys just like, yeah, let's just end this off?
Yeah, I mean, after you like score that first goal, you kind of get like that confidence back, you know.
Okay.
And then they start to like panic because they have to score again, so everything kind of opens up.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, hey, listen, they definitely started to panic, and I will say, University of West Florida, an uphill battle the entire time. You guys went down 2-1 against them, game number 3, and then game number 4, all of a sudden, it starts to kind of come back. You guys are feeling that momentum. Was there any changes you guys made between games 3 and 4 to sort of adjust for what was going on? We said that you guys started to play a little bit more defensively. Was that a conscious decision, or was it just sort of, hey, backs against the wall, let's see what we can get done?
No, everything kind of just fell into place. Yeah, I think playing defensively was better because a lot of these teams just kind of throw the ball away, and then we can just catch and take possession and stuff. And we're kind of all like pretty good mechanically, so that's kind of the best thing we can do. Like in the first series, I think something we did wrong was like diving at the ball a lot and not using each other because they were playing really fast. So we kind of adjust for the second series.
I think that was what we were starting to see as well, is definitely those possessions were a little bit more extended for you guys. You were playing a little bit more cleanly all around, and honestly, that was probably what got you guys the win, in my opinion. Gompers, any last questions for Samba before we let him get on and celebrate his third-place victory?
Have a great day, Samba. Actually, I want to know where did the inspiration for the name come from?
It was my soccer team. That's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Dude, everybody playing soccer here today. We were just talking to Luby from UT Dallas, and he's like, "Yeah, man, I play on the soccer team." And he's like, "Everybody plays soccer in Rocket League, apparently." The
difference
soccer,
is I'm so much better than Luby at soccer. That's like the difference. I know he's watching this too.
Oh, dang.
Someone clip it and ship it, send it to Luby, and let him know it's a 1v1 versus Samba. Let's see which one of you guys has got the better skills with your feet. We'll find out. Samba, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in here, my guy. Again, congratulations on the third-place win. We'll be seeing you next time for the CECC South. I think it's qualifiers for the LAN next time. So good luck in that, and enjoy the rest of your day, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Samba from UT Arlington, which means we've got one last matchup, Gompers. When we return, we're going to take a quick little break, but when we come back, it is UT Dallas versus Indian River State College for the grand finals of the CECC South online qualifiers. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Possibly even just through those arms. Goes for the down throw into forward air, a great combo. Could have found some great damage offside, and as that paint just racks up onto this mid-man, that is more and more damage basically for free. Davion looking for a bottom stage. My goodness, what a stall!
Beautiful edge guard. And England.
And in our top play of this week, have you seen the movie Ratatouille? It has nothing to do with this play, but I think you'll see why we bring it up.
Look at this rat, though. Look at this rat going up long, dude. Oh, he's got another.
Man, it's Ratatouille. They're chefing it up. I'm going to go find another. Fozzie, quick trade, though. And they'll stall the push for now, but contain just a little bit here. We got a lot more work to be done. It's out of CT already. Right click is missed.
Oh.
Yeah, right click is huge going in this round. It's not going to find anything but Tomo will. Fozzie with a quick trade.
Oh,
and okay.
stop.
Okay,
Stop
let the rat do it all. Oh, my.
Phew. What a week and what a crazy set of matches we've been seeing so far. Now, with that said, we're just now passing the halfway point in the season, so that playoffs picture is definitely starting to shape up. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date with all of the ECAC action, then definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you guys want to catch all of the matches live, you can find us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Now, as always, a special shout out to our partners over at Esports U for expanding on our broadcast coverage. We definitely want to give them a special thank you for that. But, that's it. That's the show. That's all we've got this week. Come back next week. Hopefully we've got a new host. Hopefully they've stopped bickering and all of that. But in any case, I've been K-Tad. It's been a blast, and I'll see you guys next time.
everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. That's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new. It's something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass from the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, this whole day has led to this one matchup. It is grand finals time between UT Dallas and Indian River State College. Two teams which, honestly, if you told me this was the finals earlier on, I'd probably only have one question, which is who took out Arlington? The answer was Indian River State. Now that they've taken down the top dog, can they do it again with another team from Texas falling and finding their demise at the hands of IRSC? I'm interested in your thoughts. We've seen both of these teams play on the day, but who do you think is feeling a little bit better coming into this finals here, Gompers?
I mean, UT Dallas looked confident. You heard the trash talk firsthand. You can kind of come to a conclusion, especially with Luby, right? We saw Luby play. Luby was literally dominating. Like, they just ran around and got goals like it was nothing.
Luby's stats, by the way, for the first series they played, 8 goals, 3 games. My man was averaging more than 2 goals a game throughout his entire day. And now he's going to try and do the exact same thing. But the issue is, on the other side for Indian River State College, another roster awaits them. And this is one of the hottest and newest rosters in all of Collegiate Rocket League. It's Slayer, Seabass, and Taco Stash. 3 players with illustrious backgrounds who have now decided to take their talents to the Collegiate Rocket League scene. And honestly, I'd be fearful for anybody who plays them. There's not a lot of squads that'll be able to take them down. Maybe UT Dallas can be one of them.
It's such a hard thing to choose, right? The thing is that you got the 3 really good players versus Of course, everybody on the other team coming into UT Dallas is great, but the biggest factor of the wins was Luby. So when you put that together, you got a whole team who can really commit to something versus a team that kind of generally relies on Luby a bit. So it's pretty difficult to make an assumption based off that.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, though. It does kind of feel like UT Dallas are going to need to heavily rely on Luby if they want to try and take this one. I don't think that Dalton and Ghost are poor players by any stretch of the imagination. That is not to say that they are going to do badly, but it just kind of feels like the biggest thing, and Slayer even spoke about this when they were playing earlier, is that Indian River State are so incredibly cohesive. They are very comfortable relegating their positions in order for their teammates to fill in those gaps. So let's see, can they now do the same thing against UTD? Can they slow down the ever-hot hand that is Luby? Or is Luby and the rest of UT Dallas going to show that they are a better team from Texas than the UT Arlington that they just faced? We'll have to find out. Grand Finals underway. Game number 1 in this best of 5 to determine it all.
Things are ramping up already. What is going on? Slayer just like... It wasn't even like an attempt.
This was just an ego challenge out of midfield, and Ghost, I guess, is just not expecting that. He sees Slayer diving, but he's expecting a fake challenge because he's in his other half. Slayer, no fake whatsoever. Early goal on, and we're 6 seconds in, and already Indian River State have the lead.
Oh my, okay, Ghost managing to be able to gain some control off that kickoff, which looks good, but the ball coming back over to Slayer towards the other side of the field, hitting off that backboard and then rotating back over. At this point, and then nobody's even playing with the ball. The ball's playing with itself.
At this point, it's just boomer ball back and forth. We're playing a little bit of tennis here as everybody's got some heavy-handed touches. Seabass tries to keep this one close, but isn't really allowed to due to the distraction out of Dalton on his back half. 30 seconds into this one, we still got the 1-0 lead in favor of Indian River State. Let's see if they can find another one. Right now, they're just trying to find their way out of the half, and as Ghost sends this one center, it might be difficult, especially when Taco misses this off the backboard. Seabass has got to dive, and at least he puts the shot off target as Luby has to try and recover in the corner. Slayer's up for this one early, sends it out to the corner where he should be able to get another touch. No, instead, he relegates it to Seabass, who dives in but cannot find anything on the ball. It's heavy touch after heavy touch right now. Neither team really getting extended. Stays on the ball, but it does not matter. 4 players dive, and Dalton comes away with a shot.
Yeah, Dalton stepping things up this time around to allow things to open up. They saw the opportunity, and they were able to really pull through. Now we got that 1-and-1 goal score. So maybe things will change up, but it's 4 minutes. We already have 2 goals left, and I feel like we're going to see a lot of these.
I feel like this is going to be a very offensively based game here. It's going to be the first team to really focus on their defense that I feel like is going to start to take control of the series overall. Although control right now looking like it could be for Slayer. He throws Dalton a little bit off his edge as he just goes for the demo, but he doesn't get a touch in the corner, so Luby will have a possession going the other way. Flick up high, Taco Stash, easy save for him, but now it's up against the backboard and more pressure being put on by UT Dallas. Can Seabass bail his team out? No, not really. He puts it in a precarious position, and Taco instead has to bail his team out. Rough showing so far here for Indian River State. Aside from the kickoff goal they got earlier, they've been up against a lot of pressure out of Dallas. Can they alleviate that and get themselves some more solid offense? No, they can only have a double commit. That communication definitely needs to be turned up just a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of aggression out of Luby. Instead, it seems like Dalton's playing a bit more on the offensive, but overall, right, Luby trying to regain their composure, regather things. And you heard before when we talked to Slayer, I believe it was Slayer that we talked to, but, you know, discussing over the idea that, hey, like, you know, it's... Oh, no, it wasn't Slayer. Oh, my goodness. Who?
Oh, it was Slayer.
It was Slayer, yeah. Talking about, you know, oh, well, when we get that first shot, it kind of gives us that composure. So most definitely looking towards that, but as we see Dalton being able to maneuver things back over towards the other side of the field.
Well, maybe Slayer can do something here. He gets a save on the line, but he's not necessarily going to be able to set his team up for anything all too special. He'll actually back out here and allow Taco Stash instead to send one to the backboard. Seabass is running distraction, so this could be a shot. It is a shot, but Luby will take it away. And as Seabass has kind of overplayed his hand, they got to be quick here. Luby shot on target, and it's not actually. It's off the bar and out. Slayer bails out his team, but where's the follow-up? It doesn't exist. Dalton puts it to the backboard, and what could have been a chance to score their second goal has unfortunately fallen apart.
Sat there watching, expecting it to go in. It didn't. It was a nice defense there from, I mean, UTD. The only thing is that it almost didn't work out. There comes Taco Stash right around the back, knowing Luby's going to try to bring the ball back around. The possession completely drifted over. Now back in the midfield. It's been in the midfield for a while now.
And it's been in the midfield for quite some time. Back and forth the two teams battle, but they've overplayed their hand. This is an issue. We've seen this from Dallas before. All 3 players commit to offense. No one home on defense, and easily IRSC will strike.
Nice goal and a completely open net. So there comes UTD not being able to really close the gaps there. And it does feel like Luby's lacking a little bit. I haven't seen Luby really play too heavily on that defense or too heavily on that offense. It feels like they're just trying to find their payday.
I do feel like they're starting to try and find some sort of rhythm. Unfortunately, they have not found any. As a result, Indian River State College have just been a little bit quicker to the ball. Speaking of which, Slayer, he does the exact same thing he's done before. Nuisance on offense, doesn't give him room to breathe, and capitalizes upon the little bit of awkwardness on defense.
Here comes the ball straight in. Okay, easy. Easy for them. Another score in, but this time around, it's that 3-1 that makes me worry just a little bit.
Ooh, can they find themselves a 4-1 here? 90 seconds on the clock. It does feel like UT Dallas have started to kind of shake a little bit in their boots as more and more pressure goes up against them and more awkward positions are found on defense. Speaking of which, miss on the ball is going to force Ghost into an awkward play here in the corner, but with 0 boost in the tank, what more can he do? The answer is nothing. Seabass cuts it out in midfield. Taco fakes out the touch in the corner. This one goes center. Who's going to be there? It is Slayer, but Luby's in the way. Slayer's still trying to interfere with the ball, though, and with a minute to go, that's what you want to do. Just don't give UT Dallas an easy possession. Mess with them until eventually they crack.
But are they going to crack is the question. 1 minute remaining and 1 goal, right? That will give them just the mental that they need. But the problem is that even if you get that 1 goal, it's that 3-2 that's going to start kind of taking paying. And of course, River State College don't really care. They're 3-1. They have the lead regardless of how many scores you can get in as of right now. If you get 2, pretty much taken into that OT. So they're in a comfortable spot right now.
You're in a very good spot right now, especially considering the fact that they're just bouncing this ball back and forth across the pitch, and it doesn't really feel like anybody's getting a possession, whether that be Indian River State or Dallas at this point. The shot will go on target here. Seabass is going to be able to put one on, but Ghost is going to be able to turn it away. But unfortunately for them, they're running out of time. 20 seconds left on the clock. That's an open net. Seabass just has to get a 50-50, but Ghost will bail his teammate out. 13 seconds. It's not possible, Gompers. This first game going to Indian River State College.
Yeah, 6 seconds left. Pretty much nothing you can do at this point in time, right? You got that 3-1. And even if you get one right now, yeah, it touches the floor. It's nothing. Absolute madness here for River State.
Indian River State College find themselves their first victory of the series, and honestly, this is kind of how you wanted to see them start off the series as well. A really well done offense that finally, when it found its flow, just completely flowed over their opponents there, outshooting them 8-4. Once UT Dallas got slowed down, it was all Indian River State.
Yeah, it was, but man, UT, dude, Dallas just, they talk the talk. But they didn't walk the walk right now. But I do think maybe it's the warm up there for Luby. He needs the warm up. Dalton got a really good goal in the first, starting type of the game, but it has to carry on.
Yeah, at this point, it's one of these things where it does kind of feel like the defense was a priority for UT Dallas, and they never were really able to let Luby loose on offense and give him that amount of pressure. That's probably one of the worst tongue twisters I've had all day, but unfortunately, they can't get twisted any longer here. UT Dallas going to need to find themselves a little bit of resurgence here in game number 2. Otherwise, Indian River State may just run away with this grand final. Again, it really felt like once Indian River State had control of that game, they never let go.
Absolutely. But maybe the next game will be a little bit different. We're already looking as to everybody in the lobby, and I'm excited to get started with this one. I do think maybe as that first game might have just been that warm-up, that we'll see something different here from UTD.
I'd like to hope so, but with a demo out the gates here, it's not boding well so far. Seabass dispossesses Luby and forces him into an awkward position. All 3 players of UT Dallas commit, and that's plenty of time and space for Slayer to do something here. He tries to go for Ghost on the backboard, but instead, it's Seabass who will continue the play. 20 seconds in, already you can see Dallas in a bit of a tizzy here. Ghost even having to try to dive at the ball out at midfield in a desperation touch, and it's not going to happen. Ghost as well, going to have to send this one out to the side. Dalton will be there. Seabass very prepared, and as Taco Stash takes out the oncoming offensive player, it's going to be very difficult for them to keep this offense alive, and I don't think that they will. Taco Stash on the wall has got time and space. What's he going to do with it? Drop down pass to Seabass, intercepted by Ghost. 40 seconds into this already, it is the same as before. Indian River State with all the pressure, and UT Dallas just trying to survive. Uh-oh.
No. This is not going to be easy. Okay, Dalton bringing it back over, and as Slayer starts to find some of that momentum, he tries to hit it off the backboard, set something up, and a miss there. You could definitely see what they were trying for. Seabass maybe overcommitting just a bit. Dalton there with the save. Oh, but this is dangerous. Completely close to the goal, and there it comes. A nice push-off to clear things back over.
Somehow, some way, they clear this one out of the box and are able to find at least a little bit of relief of pressure, but it is not quite done here. Indian River State College really putting on the pressure, and I would imagine boost starving everybody on the team. Not a single full tank on the side of UT Dallas, meaning that now Indian River State, even if they go back into their own half, they should be able to get out pretty easily, and indeed they do. Taco Stash flick up high. Dalton will send this one back. The Slayer is very well prepared and sends it off his own backboard to restart the offense yet again. Goes with a 50-50. Seabass is going to have to dive out of this one to send it out to the corner. He does exactly that. 3 minutes left on the clock here. No early goal for Indian River State nor UT Dallas, but it feels like Indian River State, it's only a matter of time with the amount of pressure they are putting on.
Lots of pressure, lots of, if anything, more so the pressure coming over towards River State College. It kind of does feel like Dallas can't really find that pressure at all. The moment that they do, they tend to miss things out. Luby so close to be able to touch things up, and maybe this was the easiest factor of the teams they placed against before. There wasn't a good defense.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is that we are starting to see a very solid defensive stand on both sides. It feels like Dallas are very well prepared to go back into their own half and alleviate that pressure no matter the circumstances. At the same time, though, you got to give credit to Indian River State. Even when they are scrambling out of their own half because they see the transition going the other way, they are so quick to it, so available to make those saves. And oh boy, they need a save here. No, they do not. Shot is off target. Taco gets lucky, I'll be 100%. He gave that play away very easily, and as a result, they do not score. UT Dallas finally starting to get some real offensive pushes here. Can they do anything with it? Shot on. Taco turns it away.
Yeah, nice turn away there. Ghost, though, it's still not over. It's still over towards the side of River State. The moment I say that, everybody loves making me completely chew my words and swallow them. But there it comes. Nobody there to be able to save things, and that's super, super unfortunate.
All right, so let's watch this one back. Luby the last defender, but where are his two teammates? Nowhere to be found. I didn't see any demos, so that just means that both Ghost and Dalton just never rotated back. You need to be able to do that. Like we said before, this was a problem in Game 1. It's looking like a problem in Game 2. If UT Dallas send the house, they have to be prepared in the chances that this one goes the other way, and they need to scramble. Speaking of which, 2 players on the ball here for Indian River State, yet somehow they still walk away with possession. Ghost will have a touch out here in the corner, but with 0 boost, what more can he do? The answer is nothing. Luby, 10 boost, can't really do much. Maybe Dalton will bail them out with a 20 in his tank. Low boost all around. The boost starvation we are seeing here at Indian River State is leaving UT Dallas with very little options.
Yeah, no options means no conclusion, and no conclusion is not the thing that you want to have right now in this time, right? Indian River State College do, in fact, have that 1-0. So if they manage to win this out, if they manage to keep that 1-0 and stall up for some of that time, then they get the 2. And that's where the thing starts to get most dangerous. Seabass, though, trying to at least gather some ground for this goal, but Taco Stash won't let it in, but it's Slayer coming around the back and being that reinforcement.
Slayer's 4th goal on the day. We had a nickname for a homie of mine in high school who did exactly what we saw right there. Taco gets the 50-50 in front of the net, and then all of a sudden the cleanup crew comes through. Slayer, the trash man for the day, and I say that in a very positive light. Any goal that looks a little bit filthy, where it's like, hey, this is just a freebie, he's coming through and taking it over and over again, and he is making full advantage of the, unfortunately, quote-unquote, again, you know, it's trash. The garbage plays on defense here. Unfortunately, they can't seem to find a way to alleviate this pressure, and as soon as a freebie comes around, Slayer is way too quick to fill in that gap, and they got nothing they can do. This has been perfect. Slayer even talked about it in the interview of how he just lets Taco and Seabass run the offense, and as soon as he sees an opening, he is so quick to close it and take advantage. 2-0 here with 40 seconds to go. I'm thinking Indian River State might just move on a match point.
Ooh. I mean, they have to. 2-0, 34 seconds left. If, you know, UTD managed to have a miracle come into fruition and get that first-hand goal in, it's going to be the kickoff that needs to be perfect, and perfection has not been happening in Rocket League so far, at least within the games that we've seen. Perfection is almost impossible to be able to achieve, and right now, perfection looks like it's not going to be achievable at all.
Oh, but wait a minute. They maybe have a chance here. No, instead, Luby gets bumped out of midfield. I thought maybe if they get a goal here, they'd have a little bit of time. Doesn't matter. Taco Stash, you want to send all 2 of your players, all 3 of your players? He'll get around all of them. It doesn't matter. UT Dallas, unfortunately, cannot find a single goal here in game number 2. And as a result, backs against the wall. It's a reverse sweep time if Dallas wants the crown here in this championship.
The crown is going to be hard to achieve. At least right now, it's only one more game there for River State, and they have been strong, right? You got a 2-0 coming up here, and it definitely seems like they're able to kind of stall here, especially with the UTD not necessarily, I mean, I would say playing to the best of their capability.
I want to disagree. I cannot. UT Dallas, they've left themselves in awkward position after awkward position, and that has been their biggest downfall. Their offense has been fine. Their defense has been solid at times, but when their defense does break down, they are in very rough position. Speaking of which, Ghost left by their lonesome, cannot make the touch, and Seabass cherry picking finds an early first goal.
Look at that. Oh, Seabass, yeah. Seabass was just chilling like a villain. He knew it was open. He was making sure that things stayed cleared up, and if it didn't, then maybe the approach would have been different, but overall, things worked out the way that River State wanted them to.
I'm trying to make sure of these stats. I feel like I'm a little bit inaccurate with this. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Slayer has 100% goal participation at this point. He's either had the assist or the goal from every single shot that we have seen thus far. Maybe one that Seabass scores in game number 1 where Taco Stash gets the assist, but I don't think so. This has been the entire game here for Slayer thus far. He has been the captain of his team, and for those that do not know, he was the captain of this team. He founded this Indian River State collegiate team. He went into the CRL. His team, unfortunately, was ineligible to play. He comes back with a brand new team of Seabass and Taco Stash, and they're taking names and numbers across the board. I guarantee you people will be talking about this result if they're able to get this one done. I'm seeing it in chat. It could be the truth. Is it time to bring out the brooms? 50 seconds into this one, it's already 1-0, and Indian River State, they are poised to walk away with this championship.
Yeah, I think they might just have to at this point. They got the one goal, and now we're still waiting. It's going to be the same thing. Waiting for them to be able to commit to something here for UTD, but there comes the demo, clearing things up maybe just a little bit. Up in the air comes Dalton, and another demo down, but still nothing.
Oh, Luby can't quite connect. Despite the demos in net, he still can't find himself a shot. That probably would have been the best one we see all day for UT Dallas here, but they've still got a lot of time left on the clock. We can't come to conclusions quite yet, because with 90 seconds to go, it still does feel like UT Dallas could have a chance, but again, it's been the perfection. It's been the cleaning up, a roughing out of the edges that we have not seen out of UTD this whole series. Meanwhile, Indian River State, they started off a little bit slow, but as soon as they found that heat, they never let go. It's too hot in the kitchen right now for UT Dallas to handle, but maybe when they break down this play, they can do something else. No, the shot too lackluster, and it's an easy turn away for Taco Stash as he goes the other way and gets yet another offense started for Indian River State.
Yeah, the offense looking good here, though, at least for UTD. They're trying to throw things back over, and I think they might just be able to. No, Dalton doesn't have enough gas in the tank, has to replenish it, and Ghost isn't able to really do much. Dalton managing to bring things back over. Maybe it'll hit the backboard, maybe not. Slayer bringing it over to the midfield, and there comes somewhat of an opening there for Ghost, but nothing there to commit to.
Oh, and Taco Stash almost able to find a second goal there. Can't quite wrap himself around that flick, and he can only get the dribble to show for it. But it doesn't matter, because UT Dallas, despite the fact that there is a misplay on the side of Indian River State, they cannot transition into an offense quick enough. And, oh boy, they're scrambling. Top right, bins, but it's not enough. It's all right. Taco Stash is there for the rebound. And again, this has been what it is. Cleanup crew for Indian River State continually gets them goals.
The 2-0. We're seeing it here in full force. I don't think this is going to be possible. I think River State College and maybe, you know, I do believe you were right. And listen, I called it before, okay? Well, actually, I think I did say Dallas. I think I did have some hopes on Dallas, but that was under the circumstance that Luby had performed. But the thing is that a different team, different measurements, everything is different.
It really is. It just feels like Indian River State. They started off the day. They even admitted to themselves a little bit slow, going to a Game 5 against a team that they did not expect to go Game 5 against. Yeah. But now all of a sudden, they have found their rhythm, and they might have just found the win. Does Taco Stash find another goal for the road? No, instead, it'll be Seabass there to force out a touch and waste more valuable time as Luby desperately dives at the ball the other way. This has been the big problem, is we are seeing the desperation play start to come out for Dallas. They are so desperate to find an offense. They are diving at the ball, and the heavy touches that Slayer commented upon in his interview before are once again working perfectly to the game plan of Indian River State.
And the game plan, though, what is it right now? Well, Taco Stash seems like he's just trying to keep control of that ball and make sure that nothing really goes out of control, out of hand. Looking for the score, though, is going to be UTD.
Oh,
1 minute and 24 seconds left, but Slayer manages to get another, completely leaving the defense open.
And this is what we were talking about. That's why I was saying desperation plays. Look how far Luby is pushed up, and then Dalton out at midfield as the lone defender still dives for the ball. They want any possession they can get, and they are throwing everything at their opponents, and it's just not working. 3-0 here. We got only about 80 seconds left. At this point, I have to ask the age-old question, Gompers. Do you believe in miracles? Because UT Dallas needs one.
I believe in miracles. I believe in the Christmas miracle, but it's not Christmas, Bass. It's not Christmas. Super unfortunate, really.
Maybe on a different day. Maybe if there's a winter classic here for CECC, they'll get a chance. But maybe it's not today. In the end of summer, in the beginning of fall, they find nothing. They do fall, though, indeed. UT Dallas, 50 seconds to go, and when the shot goes off like that, what else do you have to show for it? Indian River State, in their debut event, are going to most likely walk away the victors. They are 40 seconds away from a second sweep in a row to take their title.
This is it? At this point, right, you got to look out for River State College if they manage to win this one, because this team in the future, in future tournaments as well, they're going to dominate. Luby managing to make it over towards that backboard. Still, of course, no possession. 17 seconds left on the clock. And Bass, miracles happen, but not right now. 11 seconds left, and things are looking dire.
Well, I think things are looking wrapped up. How about a goal for the road? 4-0 with 4 seconds left. It's poetic, but the day has been as well. Indian River State do not drop a game in the semifinals nor the finals of this event. Go 6-0 after the quarterfinals. Indian River State, take a bow. You deserve it.
Absolutely. Look at that, right? They close things off 4-0. They say, I am done. They took 2 games without letting UT... Oh my gosh. Without letting, UTD take anything away from them.
I'm realizing something here now. UT Dallas were the first team to score in the series, right? Like they scored very early on in game number 1, correct? Yeah. After that, I'm going to estimate probably about 12 to 13 minutes scoreless. That is 6. No, actually, I take that back. That is 9 goals in a row that Indian River State come through and take to win. After the first goal, UT Dallas had nothing to show for it. It's a good effort, but it is not enough. Indian River State, like we said, are your champions of the CECC South online qualifiers. And once again, the thing that makes that the most surprising, this is their debut event.
Absolutely. The debut looking solid, and the debut now letting us know, hey, look out for River State College, look out for UTD, and possibly, you know, they might just be able to get a rematch in future tournaments if we see that happen, and maybe Luby will be able to, you know, get a feel for how this team plays, and maybe the next time we'll see something different.
I mean, let's hope so, but at the same time, I might just be cheering for Indian River State just a little bit here. Gompers, okay. I know you can attest to this one. I said to you, I said to K-Tad, and I said to our producer, I said to everybody, watch out for Indian River State. They are my dark horse in this event. They are probably my pick to take this whole thing. I actually think I said that at the beginning of the day. I'm pretty sure I literally said when I was like, who do you think is taking this home? I said Indian River State. And guess what? They fulfilled the destiny. They are able to go away with the win. So congratulations to Indian River State College. But I don't think our day is done quite yet. We're going to try and get an interview real quickly here and get one of these players from Indian River State. So do not go anywhere. Quick little break, getting everything set up. And when we return, maybe interview number 2 with Slayer, this time as a celebration. We'll be right back.
Two players gonna step in front of it. Moves has 1. Sniper has a trade. Teammates cut off for now. Comey's go to his door. The shot from the Sniper can't quite land them. This team does manage to find their way into the spike site. They're gonna plant down over towards A.
Shock dart to come through. Not going to find its mark, and an owl drone to give a little bit extra info over towards Star Potato. Shock dart to come out. The crossfire does reign supreme, and these are the 2 that you want in a 2v2 situation. Rudy talked about it in the interview. Star Potato, always a clutch player. The Knifer Bios, perfect utility to help him out. That's going to be pistol round in the hands of UCF Knights. That's exactly what they needed. Elsewise, could have been a one and done.
90%. 90% clutch situation. CF managed to walk that one back from what looked like an unwinnable position. They have themselves space towards cap. Give themselves a post plant hold. Now they'll sit outside of the main. They're going to walk their way up mid. That's showing as the info that was the chamber. No choice but to rendezvous away. And that's going to stall out the early part of this round.
Mooks is going to be the one taking an aggressive B angle this time around. Already walking up. Actually going to do two to make the mark. And Cookies and Cream awaiting with the Bulldog will just shut that down when dropped now with 2 holes in their defense. B site completely open so far. Aside from Cousin, who's hiding in the corner.
Oh.
But the trigger discipline does not pay off. A free sight for the plants here for Beniper Bios. With Rob only have Flare for the retake, but with the classic in hand, the Bulldog will come out on top, earning UCF Knights a flawless round for themselves as they make this steady climb up.
UCF got that dog in them. 3 Bulldogs in this round. In addition to his 2 Spectres, so the bonus with Bright Horizons in this one. We'll head back to B.
A little bit of a late rotation back over towards A lobby. Recon Bolt won't get info that there is presence there, but won't give anything as far as how many. Present is the one to aggress towards B. Once again, we'll find his mark. And the Sniper being patiently seeing someone will continue to aggress through as UCF Knights move up here for mid control. Seems like the tree push has been most successful for them so far. We'll see if that can come to fruition once again.
So give that extra info. This team shouldn't be looking that direction offensively. Also gonna be in for a rude awakening here on the angle. Cookies and Cream gonna pick that one up with the Bulldog burst fire. This team looking to take themselves to that wing side finally. Dark cover will come through. CP player cut off. Push on its way. 0 Point's got a lot of value in terms of utility. It'll slow down the UCF side quite a bit here. So you have to be a bit more cautious in the back of that boathouse. Point will finally go down, and Winthrup's already prepared for a retake. Go ahead and take it. Paint shells are out. Pop flash forward as well. Divers picked up Flare. Another to go with it. 2 trades back the other direction. Smokes out. Paranoia still available for Comey. And that'll go forward as well to clear off that initial right side as they come down CP stair. Comey's found Rudy. Sniper, the first 2 going in. He find the other. He can do just that. A 2K coming in and a 2K coming out the round as well.
A
Team
huge
captain of the Sniper.
clutch. Oh my god. We're gonna see a quick replay of that, but that was all the fact that the Sniper was able to at least dodge the recon bolt. And then isolating the 2 players, that was massive coming out from now. What was originally a 10-2 half is 3 rounds in a row here for UCF Knights. Likely a 4th as well, considering the fact that Rob is now pushed onto Enrico. But as I say that, Flare with a mid aggression for the first time ever, lit up by the Recon Bolt, will be punished for it. Now, all of a sudden, we're down to a 4v1.
We're doing this so quickly in this one. Nothing's picked up towards me. Come out the dark cover. And we'll take 1 for the trouble. Star Potato will have the trade. 6 to 10.
I like how Star Potato really just looked at Akali's body there. Akali, honestly, I feel kind of bad for the guy. Can't really catch a break in this game. Like, I feel like that could definitely take a mental toll on the team, but regardless, I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's the whole team maybe, keeping their spirits high, but they're doing so well to continue momentum on. now that that's shifted into their favor to close this gap. And I think that's huge to be able to keep the team together. Tour de Force pop now here, and Crescent pushed out all the way already towards Sabrosa. Eye on B-Link will earn himself a kill. Now pushed off the angle by Owl Drone, and a rendezvous back to safety.
These two players going to walk their way up towards A main, try something new on the defensive side. Star Potatoes out behind the box has picked up one. There's no refrag. The buddy system has come to falter. I'll look towards an orb and overstaying the welcome just a bit. There's a flare will fall and there's no refrag off it either. Numbers now evened up. Shockbolt will do a bit of damage on the moves. Crossfire secured one. There's a nice refrag. 77 is going to have that trade.
Open in hands. Could be a huge spray stall potential here. The door will close. Broken quickly though, thanks to the LMG. Waiting as they hear the drop down in mid. Will get the drop on Star Potato. Swapping over towards the Vandal now here for the retake in a 3v2. The Sniper does have a recon bolt available. Hunter's Fury as well. Unlikely to see it come out in this round though, considering the boathouse position. Actually, no, okay. Gonna go straight for a stall on stairs. Not gonna find anything. Looking over towards lane, still no tags. Does buy a little bit of time.
Does, and well, the time taken right away. Crescent will pick up both frags with the Tour de Force out. TP Stair for 11th round to Winthrop University.
First round in this half on the defense. So UCF Knights looking a lot more comfortable on the attacking side up against this team, as opposed to how things are going on the defense. And on the side of either team, we're going to have two ultimates online here. Cookies and Cream actually going to be saving those creds. No gun in hands aside from the classic, so we'll be popping that Tour de Force at the beginning of this round. Rudy also one away from the null command, so if you can maintain control of this B main orb, that would be huge.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the CECC South online qualifiers, and this is the conclusion of Rocket League. Gompers, you and I got to go through an entire day, but now we have finished this one off with Indian River State College taking home the grand prize. They are your winners. As a result, we've got Slayer back on the line again. Slayer, welcome back to the call, my friend. I gotta hope you're feeling good. You guys take, I would say, a dominant victory over UT Dallas. How you feeling after that one?
No, we're feeling very good. Everything was just flowing. We were feeling ourselves. It's pretty simple. We just felt them out, kind of like the last series on stream, and it just worked very well.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Gompers, any question for our winner here tonight?
Slayer, you did the trash talk and you won. So congrats. Do you have any more trash talk? Because I love instigating, for the people who lost.
No, I mean, I think the trash talk's over after we won. I mean, we don't really have anything else to prove right now. We're just gonna reset and get ready for the actual regional itself. Yeah.
I'm appreciating that the vibe's at an all-time high there. It seems like the whole team is pretty excited. And honestly, how could you not be, considering the fact that you guys just took, again, dominant victory? If my calculations are correct, I've been keeping track of stats, and I'm not necessarily the best stat tracker, but you guys conceded a goal to UTD, I think, within the first, half of the game of game one. After that, you don't concede another one. 9-0, almost completely uncontested, almost a perfect sweep. Was that was it basically after goal one of you guys scoring in game one, you went, all right, that's it, we got this in the bag, or was it just kind of just happen to dominate?
I mean, for us, we just reset the mindset no matter what we're doing, whether it's we're winning or losing. So for us, we're just trying to play level-minded, right? No matter what, and I think it really shows, whether we're winning or losing, we're always in the game and we're ready. And I think that showed with the sweep and just scoring 9 unanswered goals, just like back to back. So just having a good mindset is the biggest thing. Reset no matter what, even if you're winning or losing.
I'd love to hear it. That's what we're looking for, is a clear mindset and ready to win some more events. Speaking of which, I gotta ask you. I mean, you said you're getting ready for the main event and stuff like that. This was your debut event with the team, if I'm not mistaken. It's a brand new roster. Were you guys expecting this in debut, or is it just kind of one of these things where it's like, hey, I guess we're good?
I mean, long term, we're definitely looking way in the future. We want to go to Worlds and compete at Worlds, right? So, for us, we're just taking it step by step, one game at a time. Really, that's all we can do. We don't want to look too far to the future. We just take it in the moment, and it's been doing well for us. We know what we're capable of, and we just gotta, like I said, keep a good mindset, and we're confident against any team we play against.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Gompers, any last questions before we let Slayer get on with the rest of his day?
No last questions here. Honestly, Slayer, good job. You guys played amazing. And I mean, good luck in the next tournaments that you play in.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Slayer, let you get on with your day, man. Congratulations once again. I know we'll be seeing you a lot more here on the channel. I have a feeling that this is not the end by any stretch of the imagination. This is only the start for Indian River State.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Enjoy your day, sir. Congratulations once again.
You too.
All right, that was Slayer from Indian River State College. They take a 3-0 sweep over UT Dallas to win the entire CECC South online qualifiers, which means, Gompers, we're at the end of our day here for Rocket League. It's a fun one. It's a good one, but it's not the end of the day overall. Esports U has still got a little bit more up its sleeve here. When we come back for the break, it's going to be Super Smash Bros. Though instead. So before we get out of here, Gompers, I'm going to give you the floor. Anywhere you want to shout out, anybody you want to shout out, where can we find some more of you next time that we're here on the channel?
Well, as for shout outs, I would have to say thank you to Prod for allowing this to happen, as well as the people who hired us, because why wouldn't I thank you? Anyway, so for me, you can find me at GompersX on Twitter, and Bass, of course.
Bass from the past. It's the same thing everywhere. You can always find us here. I have to echo the sentiments of Gompers, though. Shout out to the people behind the scenes that get this one done. Shout out to both Prof and shout out to KTAD. Both of the two people that have been really helping us organize this one out tonight. And also, honestly, shout out to Colton. He's doing the stream on Esports U right now, not the Esports U2 stream, but hey, he deserves some more shout outs anyways. And shout out to you guys at home who are watching this one here, and do not go anywhere. Like we said, we may be done for the day, but when we come back, it is Kila Miles and Orbital to round off the Super Smash Bros. Event that we've been going through this entire weekend. This has been the CECC South online qualifiers for Rocket League. We'll see you guys next time.
Literally true. I know him. I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of
personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content. I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, not John T. Turbo.
Yeah. I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilins, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape into your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kicked back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe of the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Night Voltage pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though, it's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass. You angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Top of the goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been K-Tad. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilins, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow.
Ooh.
I know, get the small intel here. So It's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen, guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baka, who's got a need for speed.
They have to be careful here. That kick not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baka, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from J-Neil's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby.
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series. Good read there by Chalk, because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive gravitic flux comes out from Mount St. Mary's, stops them in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the tac vines are gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
Ooh, I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it because right now Halo will be feeding into it 59% before they touch for even a point of a percent in his counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
All the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually like picks it up initially from like a mini pass to himself. That, you know, an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Like just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Going to try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One's there, he's gonna hear them both. He has a head in front of him, 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is Dusty to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The second
another
headshot?
one!
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third?
Wait, he finds 3! Big J, he's looking for a 4th! Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question...
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner Esports U and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Brenda, who is not only a Twitch streamer, but a cancer survivor brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Brenda, of course, if you're comfortable, can you please kind of walk us through what cancer you had and kind of how you've battled that over time?
Yes, of course. So I was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, AML. It's a very rare cancer. Thankfully, treatment for it is pretty good. So 97% chance of it never coming back. I've been cancer-free for 4 years now. Because of this, I am not able to donate blood, which is something I always wanted to do. So I found different ways to help out, and doing charity streams, charity events has helped out a lot.
Great, and what a perfect segue. I was going to ask, I feel like there's a very unique bond between cancer and video games. That's not something people would often kind of put hand in hand, but somehow you've gone above and beyond to create this connection between the two. And even off the interview, we talked about those charity streams that you've done. So can you walk us through kind of how you use your Twitch channel and your streams to bring awareness and raise money for these foundations?
Yeah, so I use the site Tosify. From there, you can choose any foundation, any society to donate money through. You make a campaign, and I like to share it. I like to raise awareness and funds, if possible, for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They have helped my family. They have helped many people in the past, and in the future, they will be. So that's just how I work around it.
Yeah, so how do you kind of encourage your viewers to donate money? Is it just kind of setting it up and, hey, it's for a good cause, or do you have incentives or kind of fun little activities that encourage people to spend that money?
Yeah, so I do a lot of incentives. I work at a pottery shop, so I do ceramics kind of thing.
Sure.
I'll pay you something. They can choose what kind of games they want me to play, things for me to sing, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so, we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right, and having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer, how do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you get through Twitch especially and other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally, so you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course. You guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from collegiate esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you got to mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foil is going to be.
Next up, we have Cavness, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you got to expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astra main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
There's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE, capped off by a nice one.
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool inside, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
Over-aggression
worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Push so far to the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. Unfortunately, their team has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
To move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. Just saying, I'm signing off.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness, but it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in this space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically what when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes and ears open and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most is that Most of the time, they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, you know, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following, and that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, you know, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, you know, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, you know, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, you know, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board.
And you are live, Paulie.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. I am your host, Paulie Hype, and I'm so excited here as we are just kicking off the 2022-2023 season with our first event of the year, the South Online Regional Qualifier. So Rocket League just finished up here on Esports U2, and I'm so excited to now be throwing it over to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with Kilomiles and Orbital. But before we do, I just want to update you all on the standings of Rocket League. So I'm taking a look here at the Rocket League bracket, and the standings were Indian River State College 5-0 in the win-loss bracket. they take the first place in Rocket League. UT Dallas with a 4-1 record, they take second, and UCF Knights Rising in third place. But UCF Academy also as a notable mention in fourth. So 2 of UCF's teams taking the top 5. Actually, I really need to update this more because I'm seeing here Indian took first, Indian River State College. UT Dallas took second. UCF Knights Rising Academy, Florida International University, and Bruton Parker Barons. They actually all tied for 5th. So that's the update I wanted to give there. But without further ado, we got quickly 10 seconds of hype. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is coming back. Right now, it's Kilamiles and Orbital. Guys, do the CECC justice and bring in the first event for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate the right way. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie. Thank you so much to everyone tuning in. Once again, we are excited to be back for day number 2. Of course, my name is Orbital. With me is Kilamiles, the man, the myth, the legend here with SSBU, and we are kicking some butt here. It is day number 2, and the bracket stage is in full swing. We have the whole bracket running here for you today with the top 8 playing out in a single elimination bracket. To give a little bit of a heads up, though, once we reach into the finals, it is a best of 3 crew battles. What I mean is not that there are only 3 players. It is a full best of 3 set, meaning the crews will battle a potentially 3 times to see who is the champion. I mean, that is a lot of Super Smash Bros. To be able to get through to claim your crown.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it also gives us so much opportunity to see the absolute peaks these players can reach. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. The fact that they didn't get the chance to battle it out for that long means there wasn't as much adaptation yesterday. We're going to see a lot of back and forths once we get to that grand finals. I guarantee you that. But until we get there, we're opening up at the beginning of the bracket, and we have quite a matchup for us.
Yes, we do. We are opening up with UT Dallas versus Old Dominion. These 2 teams really going at it last time. We saw Old Dominion give us a decent show in what they can do. It was one of those stalwart style defenses, but I am getting a little bit of a heads up. It is Longhorns, actually. They'll be coming into play here. So a little bit of a change up here. We'll go ahead and get the teams on the showing and be able to give you a little bit of a glimpse, but there is another option, and I want to talk about this because in the bracket, if you did notice it a little bit earlier, it is going to be Rusky Nerd as well. And all right, so taking a look here, very sorry, it is Rusky Nerd, Trace, Broken, and Gallon that'll be on the stream here right now, and that's of course taking a look. UT Austin giving us a good flourish, and these guys played very well for the 6th seed. All these Texas teams really giving us a good taste of what is to come.
Yeah, they certainly did. Yesterday, in particular, Gallon impressed. All of them put a very good showing a very good roster, but the anchor in Gallon provided a consistency that you don't really see in many other anchors with their Lucina. Now, I don't love to talk about character matchups completely, but the way Gallon used Lucina and her, well, for lack of a better word, lack of any real losing matchups meant that Gallon could go head-to-head with anyone without being truly invalidated, which was truly a sight to see.
Yeah, and that is something that is worthwhile to hang on to, having that kind of anchor or opener, depending, as again, these players can shift around. But let's go ahead and take a look at their opponent now. I want to see who's coming out to try and challenge this squad. It is going to go ahead and be University of South Florida. We're going ahead and taking a look at them as, of course, Viri, Black Lemonade, Fortnite, and Mew will be rounding out the mainstay roster. And this is another squad that, again, coming up in the rankings and challenging those at the upper standings, this is going to be a testament to what they can do.
Yeah, we hyped up Viri a lot yesterday, but the main surprise was how Black Lemonade, Fortnite, Mew, and the rest of the crew held their own and held it strong, with an especially strong showing as well from Lucida the Robin. Overall, University of South Florida showed a depth that they didn't quite have last year, and I'm excited to see how that treats them in this matchup.
Yeah, well, with these teams going ahead and being taken a look at, I do have another little update for you. This one's a little bit more overall because it's a lot of fun to think about, and this is something that I love about some of these tournaments. Kilamiles, we have what could potentially be a full Texas lockout of the top 4. There is a possibility that with how the bracket is currently set up, all 4 Texas teams could sweep out the top 4, and it could be a civil war within there, and I think that is absolutely insane. You said it all the way at the beginning of day number 1, you know, when we were talking about who do we want to watch for, what are some of the teams that we are kind of curious about, especially in the first qualifier here, right, of the season, right? What are we going to see? You said it was the Texas teams. Don't sleep on them. Don't give them an inch or else they will take a mile. And I think this kind of proves that we have a chance for them to lock out all the other teams that have been trying to break their way in as well.
Yeah, the Texas teams are ones to watch, and that's because Texas geographically is a little bit more isolated from the other regions. Florida, Georgia, they're always able to go up and down the East Coast, visit all the different majors that frequent that metropolitan area. Texas doesn't always get that luxury, and so sometimes when you don't play against a player that often, you're like, they can't be that good, right? As the Texas teams are demonstrating, they certainly can be. And that is what a lot of these teams have been contending with. However, the East Coast, the Southeast in particular, South Florida University, they still have a chance to keep their region in this, to defeat Texas and move on through the bracket. And that is exactly what the University of South Florida is attempting to do right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge challenge for them. I'm very, very excited to see what we get. Again, the finals will be best of 3, so a grand battle at the end. For right now, though, still best of 1, right? This is going to be a nasty, nasty fight between University of South Florida and UT Austin because, again, we have so many of these players that are high caliber and very aggressive, right? These are the teams that I specifically, if I remember, these were teams that played at a very high-paced gameplay, right? It was not so much, hey, stall-out projectile play. They don't really have a lot of those characters in the pocket, right? We're taking a look. You were talking about, you know, the Rob a little bit with Viri as well as Lucida with the Rob. And even though these are projectiles, they mixed in a lot of aggressive movements. It was always, you know, okay, keep everyone off balance. It was constantly keep moving. So I expect this game to go just the same, to always be on your toes and be ready for that split second where the game is decided.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see how we get into this. They have, as you mentioned, a plethora of different tools in their arsenal, and it looks like we're going to be opening up with an Inkling versus Steve. This is just going to be a button check real quick. As we mentioned, this is a Texas versus Florida matchup, and it is online, so we may be seeing quite a few button checks, just a heads up, just to ensure competitive integrity between all of the players, make sure everything is A-okay with the connection.
Yep, always got to make sure that connection is solid. We talked a little bit briefly on why that was so important and why it's so necessary in these online qualifiers to feel comfortable, right? And to have kind of, if it is going to be a handicap, be that handicap on both sides and just be relatively understandable on both sides. And I think that's something that a lot of the Smash community is relatively respectful of. In other areas, you'd be like, hey, look, listen, I played League before. League, we take any advantage we can get, okay? I will be quite honest. We are ruthless in that regard. With the fact that Smash is so respectful in that, you know, hey, listen, I have a little bit of input lag. I'm feeling it on my side. How far is it for you? Well, let's try and reset it, right? They are so respectful for that. And I think that's the kind of, I want to say, community that you do want to foster. You want to foster that understanding of, hey, we are trying to be respectful and even and neutral in all respects. We want to make this an absolute battle of skill. And I love that fact.
Yeah, I certainly do too. And just from the character matchup, it does look like this is going to be Shulker versus Mew. Shulker, a Steve player we saw the other day, had a little bit of trouble running into an unfavorable matchup in the form of Pokemon Trainer, but against this Inkling, it's going to be a different story. Inkling does have the disjoints to deal with the blocks, does have projectiles to harass Steve, and does, most crucially, have the movement to just slip right under the blocks and get through Steve's defenses, but how is that going to treat them once you're inside, once you're within boxing range of this blocky menace? Can you actually take down Shulker? That's what Mew has to prove here. Mew had a very flashy combo game last time. I'm curious to see how that translates to this character.
Well, we are going to see first match of University of South Florida and UT Austin. Going to be breaking out the Longhorns, take on this group and see what they can do. Mew going ahead, getting the short end of the stick here. Inkling, unfortunately, getting knocked away to 67%. Steve going ahead, mining up as quickly as possible, but a quick combo in the middle. A little bit of a back here just to break open some space. And Trace is already laying into it right now, saying, look, I know what I gotta do. And then a double hit on the minecart. A little bit of luckiness right there. And finally, Mew able to land a decently solid blow.
Yeah, as Mew is struggling to tack on some damage in the neutral. Mew, as yesterday, their movement is incredibly clean, and yet it might not look it from the percentages as they just end up running straight into Trace's blows. They land on the ground's covered by the minecart, and now Trace has Mew at kill percent.
I mean, Mew's been at kill percent since about 70, it feels like, with how quickly this is mining, and actually a great tech off the edge. That was a bounce and a half, but finally a good swing from Trace. Takes it home, and now with gold and a diamond set in place, this is actually quite dangerous. Mew is on the edge, and only 54. Finally, a paint grenade is able to hit, but blocked by the anvil allows Trace to gather back a little bit extra damage and immediately drops Mew to 56%.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate the way Mew is struggling to get in right now. The movement is clean, but it feels like they're not really overshooting quite enough. It feels like Trace is always right outside of their range, right as they want to get that attack in. Diamond Pickaxe breaks, but you know Trace already has another one.
Yeah, this is gonna be painful, and Mew's even kind of taking a look and going, how the heck do I deal with this, right? Not only has the paint depths been able to be blocked by the anvil's been used so well to create spacing and opportunities. It's just caused so many problems. So Trace right now ready to go for the fight, ready to bully out and ready to prep forward. Mew 121 and counting, minecart consistently being tossed out. Finally Trace is off on the edge, but it's immediately counted again, and that's a 140 kill. Trace able to take a second stock without losing one so far.
Yeah, and Inkling, notorious fact about this character, they can occasionally struggle to get this kill. Can they get the finisher right here? But as the Diamond Axe is coming out, the up tilts, is Mew able to navigate around them, plays it safe, and air dodges back to stage.
I mean, you're going to hang on to it, 144. You want to take this one clean, but it's finally a sweet Mew with that paintbrush. Gonna take a stock, but now you got to deal with that sword. Now it's a full offensive. It feels like this is Trace just going, hey, let's go ahead, take this one to town. And he says, all right, finally, we're ready for a little bit of action. Good grenade to go out to try and cover all those options, but look at that axe. Look at the swings right now, just tacking on that fragment damage over and over again. And Trace now at 74, both players sitting at 74%.
Mew right now, they have a chance to do this. All they need is one of those signature openings, because when Mew gets them, it's huge. But how do you get this kill confirmed right now? Up throw, up air, probably not going to go for that online. You got to get some sort of roller play, but with how Trace is controlling the ground, is it even possible?
I don't think so. That's the hit you'll want, and Trace takes round number 1 with 2 stocks remaining. And quite honestly, it was a fairly one-sided affair, right? Outside of that first stock, it felt like Trace controlled the entire show.
I agree. I gotta say, Mew has got to have one of the sickest movement and combo videos of all time, but the issue is, Mew just doesn't always get the chance to get that good neutral opening, get that huge combo. You saw at low percents when they got a hit on Trace. Oh, stacking on 70% in an instant with Nair trains, extending with back airs. It was a thing of beauty. Trace, however, has, well, maybe a great neutral combo video, because the way Trace was just outplaying Mew at every single turn. They had a hitbox out to interrupt their movement every single time. It's like they're setting up the traps and just letting Mew wander on into them.
It was consistently just like, no, I'm not going to let you combo. I'm not going to let you do this. I'm not going to let you do that. And I do attribute that to the fact that it was a blind setup, right? Openers and the starters always don't know who they're really going against. And it just felt like it was a rough matchup overall, and that just leans the way of UT Austin at this point. So now, taking a look, University of South Florida, they get a chance here. Who do they send out now? So far, we've seen Viri, Fortnite, and Lucida. As we were talking about, that breaking out is going to be the Rob Greninja from Viri. Fortnite has a Snake, and Lucida has a Robin. Those are the characters that we have seen play so far. Viri, of course, with the Rob Greninja in the back pocket that could be brought out if that is to be played. I mean, what are we taking a look at? Do we also see maybe Paracane or Black Lemonade come out? Like, what do we think South Florida needs to do?
Now, I do think Game & Watch is a fairly decent matchup against this Steve. However, we haven't seen Paracane on paper, and that's the thing. Every Steve player is like, oh, learn the matchup, learn the matchup, learn the matchup. Not everyone is actually going to have the in-depth knowledge to know the matchup, because that's the thing about Steve. If you do not know how your character in specifics beats this character, Steve is going to have the upper hand. He just has so many tools. He can adapt to so many situations with so many setups that you often don't even need to go for the traps. Just the mere threat of them is enough. Like, we didn't even see any super complicated setups from Shulker there. At the end of the day, they were just going for some fairly simple ledge trapping, some frankly really good disadvantage. The way Shulker was using blocks and anvil to escape being juggled to get back to ledge or just bypass the ledge altogether. So how are you going to extend those combos against Shulker's really good disadvantage, and how are you going to finish off those kills? That is the task that falls before Lucida now as we get into the next game.
Yep, breaking out the Lucida saying, hey, let's go ahead and try and fight mining with a little bit of magic. And we'll see if that one plays out. Of course, in goes the SD to kick things off. And right now, taunts go out. Let's see what the battle decides to bring to us. Lucida already charging up and raring to go here. And Trace, surprisingly, is not going straight to the mining, was testing the waters first to see if that was even allowed, and is now going to go ahead. Already has gold in pocket, though, so very, very good setup. The minecart, though, bullied out right away.
Oh, but now Lucida being juggled, not able to get the platform extension, and yet Trace is able to keep up the pressure, knowing how to make their opponent sweat, sending Lucida far off stage, trying to block him off, setting up that anvil, but unfortunately, Lucida is able to get to the ledge.
A nice little combination, able to grab the sword just in time, and with a minecart in between, it's, hey, look, let's go ahead and get a little bit of brutal action. The iron has been set, but a nice bolt comes out. Lucida, the neutral, is able to set neutral B. Sets again, trying to hold that shield and baiting it out as much as possible. That's going to be up on the top platform, but Trace able to dodge out most of the rebuttal damage on the back end. So far, fairly standard, still just kind of testing the waters on both ends. No one wants to go too crazy, but it is Trace keeping Lucida on the edge and able to block it out just a bit. Another double.
Ooh, I like that.
And up, and then a swing Lucida, keeping everyone on their toes.
Yeah, Lucida is being forced to expend resources to deal with the minecarts, and the issue is Lucida doesn't recover them quite as fast as Trace does, but there with the Levin sword falling down, able to catch Trace in their movement. Still 3 stocks on Lucida. This is doable.
You can see here Trace starting to get that combo game going and starting to get a little bit of a juggle, right? Saying, hey, I can get some hits in too. I can absolutely do the same to you if I really want to. I want to get those diamonds first. Already has the diamond pickaxe and might get the anvil, does not pick it up. Very nice dodge by Lucida, withering down that stake in the shield, but immediate grab out, and it's going to keep Trace on the edge. No confirms just yet, though, and that's quite surprising. Trace is really keeping this stock just to try and mine up as many as possible.
Yeah, right here. Ooh, the Levin sword. Lucida is proving her mastery of spacing right here with how consistently she is beating out those minecarts with the Levin sword. It's a risky play, but if Lucida can keep doing it consistently like that, ooh, misses the ladder. Unfortunate. Now here's an opportunity for Trace, but he misses that up smash. Lucida clings to this stock.
I mean, if you can take this in a perfect set, that's great, but you can't. Lucida finally loses stock, and you know what? You'll take what you can get. If it's a 1-1 trade back and forth, that is in your favor right now. 45% and then some, but Trace able to get some fragment damage and is looking for a bit more. Nice little slice, Lucida. Keep into the air, trying to get some more shots. A little bit of a throw of the spells, but it's not going to land. Shielded out by Trace, and now a brutal hit-to-hit needs Trace to set flying at 100% now. Lucida already in kill percentage and is looking for a bit more. Good charge up. Got to be worried about that if you are Trace. It goes out and it connects. 124, not going to be the death blow. Might be close enough. Minecart going to send it double hit, opening it up for Trace to gather a few more materials. Where do you go? Who do you hit? Nice little forward air. Trying to get a bit more. One more hit. Can you get another stock? Oh, Trace wants it so badly. Anvil, not going to connect.
Yeah, it feels like Trace is always just below the angle Lucida wants them at. They're trying to space out, block them with that grab right here, an edge guarding situation, and there's not a lot of resources. No iron at all for Trace. No way to escape. The Levin sword off of that flame will finish them off. They're losing only 1 stock. Lucida keeps this a fairly even game.
I mean, it could have been way more. It felt like it could have been way more, but I mean, Trace played it extremely slow and cautious. That's what I felt like. Did not want to go in, did not want to go crazy, was mining up consistently over and over again, every chance that they had. And there were some times I did feel like Trace didn't have to, right? There were moments where it's like, Trace could have definitely gone in, definitely could have tried and gotten into Robin's face as well, not let Robin, the character, be able to dance in front as well. But overall, it was calculated. It was calm, calculated on both sides, and it was very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it was. In particular, I enjoyed Lucida's use of the Levin Sword. I called it out, spacing out against that minecart. In general, it felt like Lucida was trying to meet or beat the minecart in midair. And the minecart was really the tale of, I mean, obviously more than just minecarts happen, but it almost is emblematic of the entire match overall. The way Lucida was able to, about, I'd say 60% of the time, beat that out, and that slightly winning record, this fact that Lucida was just slightly able to get more value out of minecart situations than Trace was, is what ended up tipping the scale. Like, every time Trace threw out the minecart, sometimes it would hit, but more often than not, Lucida would find a way to block it with the Arc Thunder, with the Arc Fire, or with the Levin Sword, and those openings Lucida was able to capitalize on.
It was phenomenal to watch. Really nice countering of everything that even Trace was hoping to send, and that is hopefully what they can continue to do, because keeping eyes on this, it is now down to the second players. It's going to be very, very standard, and I think that's awesome to see. Again, being able to make sure that UT Austin do not get that clean, sweep of 4 to 5 to 6 stocks that we see almost consistently with some of these openers. It feels good to be able to lock it out and say, hey, let's get ready to fight again. Now, taking a look, though, for UT Austin, who do we want to see next? We know Broken is kind of raring to go. So far, we've seen them once on stream for the team. Rescue Nerd and Gallon have played twice on stream for both these, for this team. And I want to see a bit more of Broken, or maybe Upside Down. Upside Down is also the reserve player, has not played at all, and I'm curious if they want to toss that one in as well.
I mean, that would be a fairly interesting Robin ditto, and that is an interesting thing you bring up. Not many teams have well, Robin is considered to be one of the more niche characters in the game, but I mean, they've got their own resident Robin in the form of Upside Down, so I feel like any of these players could come in and know the matchup pretty well, so it does come down to a character matchup. Now, for University of Texas, I would think maybe Ruskinerd would be the pick. The fact that Ness is able to not necessarily invalidate, but threaten a lot of Robin's options with Magnet, which can both absorb and deal out damage. I feel like that could be the play. I've seen Nesses come in and not just deal with the magic, but also invalidate Robin's recovery with the yo-yo, which we saw Ruskinerd was very fond of. Overall, I feel like Ruskinerd could be an amazing pick.
Yeah, and the main thing is not just finding a good counter to the Robin, it's to find the great one, and you called it right there. We have gotten confirmation. I mean, Miles, you're on a roll. You are predicting player after player after player, it feels like. It is Rescuer coming out with that Ness, and I have to agree, right? Right now, what you want to see from these teams, as it is do or die right now, right? If you don't make it here, you are out of the tournament. That is how this plays out. You want to give yourself the best possible chance, and with that fact, you don't want to win by taking a couple stocks and losing 1 or 2 on your own. You want to be able to wrap this one up nice and cleanly. You just want to say, hey, I'm going to take both your stocks, you're going to be out, and we're going to move on to the next person, and I'm going to have all my stocks. You laid it out perfectly, Rescue Nerd. Going to try and lock it out, get the last 2 stocks out of Lucida, and move on to the next player. That is the hope that we'll see, at least right now, unless we get to see some craziness. I don't think so, but it'd be very interesting if Rescue Nerd is going to pull some crazy options out.
So, the one thing I called out Reskinerd the first time we saw them, actually, Reskinerd looked amazing the second time, but the first time was, it felt like they were almost overusing their magnet movement a little bit too much. Like, they were very clean with it. Don't get me wrong, the movement looked amazing, but the fact that they used the magnet in every single attack, more or less gave every single one of their attacks, like, 60 more frames of startup. Like, it was a full second, because they threw out the magnet, they blocked the magnet. They never really got to mix that up. If they're able to use more mix-ups in that movement, not always do that. Sometimes just throw out the attack. Sometimes you don't need to do the tricky thing. Sometimes you just punch them in the face. that could be enough to mix them up. That in particular becomes relevant in this matchup because of the high amount of energy projectiles. If you don't know, that big blue orb, that magnet, absorbs all energy projectiles and heals Ness. However, while that sounds great on paper, while you get healed, you are in a slight bit of lag. And so some people will throw out a projectile, heal you, and then hit you with another one twice as hard, undoing any sort of boon you get. So if Ruskinerd is able to heal at optimal times, but not too much to the point where Lucida catches on, I feel like Ruskinerd has this in the bag.
And I agree with that one as well, right? The idea of finding the minute, I want to say flaws in the gameplay, right? Those minute options that you're like, hey, I can pick on that, right? I can pick on that little thing that they like to do. Do they like to play defensive every time I go for a quick swing? Do they like to play back? Do they play low? Do they play high? Whatever it is, like even on the edges, right? Hey, do they tend to hop up? Do they try and jump over me, right? So many different things that you got to kind of watch for that. I love watching that kind of break out later on in the game, right? You start to see the players pick up quicker and quicker. It's a game of, can I react to your mistakes? And I love that fact. So Rescuing, you're going to have to watch out for that fact. Can you figure out, hey, are they reading me, or am I reading them, or do I want to bait them in, say I'm going to throw the magnet, and then try and rebuttal on my own without them tagging me? So many different things to think about, and we do not know until the players themselves step onto the battlegrounds, and we are going there. It is going to be that Ness coming out here against Robin, and all eyes are open. So let's get underway. The taunts are made, and game is on.
Yeah, and as we get in there immediately, Ruskinerd wastes no time in going right in. The magnet actually shuts down. Okay, just absorbed 2 thunders in a row, but that leaves you open to an arc fire, and just like that, all that absorbing has paid you no heat, 42%, but right now fairly even between the two.
You already called it. We can see that magnet coming out almost religiously from Ruskinerd, and I mean, this works somewhat, but already those combos are getting set up. We're seeing Lucida again use that fire over and over again to try and break up exactly what Ruskinerd wants to do. So now into the close quarter combats. A little bit of spam of the fire. Both of them saying, my fire is better than yours, but a little bit of blow, forward air from Ruskinerd trying to get the combo going, but it will be Lucida to take stock number 1 with a beautiful aerial.
And that right there demonstrates Lucida's mastery of this character. Able to edge guard and use the get up attack to get back past the yo-yo edge guarding. Lucida has evaded the best of Ruskinerd's edge guarding and also put some, frankly, very impressive kill confirmed. Eventually the backer will finish off Lucida's stock, but Lucida is already looking good.
I mean, in great standing, and we can, and again, those little combos, I feel like Rescuer is not respecting what those combos can do, but now we're starting to see this aerial forward air. It's the bread and butter of a Ness player, and now using the platforms to their advantage as well. 51% on Lucida, and now another dance of death. Gonna try and go in, a little bit of a slash from Lucida, making sure to space out a little bit more. Perfect guard, comes out. Rescuer just trying to go for a little bit of blow, but can't. Lucida catches that combo.
It feels like Lucida's catching on. Lucida is using the opportunities where Ruskinerd throws out the magnet to charge up the projectiles, and that's giving Lucida more and more power.
You can actually see a Rescuer opting to not go for that magnet, but it still opens up the opportunities now that they're going for a bit more of an offensive. It's not good, and it's causing some problems. 123, Rescuer caught on the ledge, and he's going to have to hold steady. Now allowed back on the ledge, is trying to go forward, chasing after that hit. Down smash, not going to connect, and into the neutral slashes. Lucida just says, yeah, give me that extra damage, and now a forward air. Rescuer is down to their last stock. Is Lucida actually going to pull this off? Is Lucida going to pull a 5-stock on the side of UT Austin?
Doable right now, but tricky movement once again, using Ness's unique floaty characteristics to chase 2 back airs at the same exact height, something many characters can't do unless you're Peach. That was really good control over your movement, and deceptive too. Like, they really did trick them right there. They drifted away with a back air and then came in with another back air at the exact same height. Not something you usually see, but it paid off well for Ruskinerd.
I mean, it paid off well enough, but let's not forget the fact that Lucida just took 4 stocks completely out of University of South Florida. I give huge props because we were talking about it, right? The fact that the Ness feels like a great counter to the Robin, right? And we did see it spam very, very well. The Magnet was able to soak up a lot of those blows, but you call it again and again. You are like an absolute prophet coming out here. It was the fact that Lucida was starting to pick up on a lot of these movements, picked up on a lot of these kind of stalwart tactics that Rescue Nerd had played, and was able to gather 2 stocks off of that play. That is something that I think Rescue Nerd is going to go back to the drawing board and say, hey, I can't really let that happen again, because now you're into a bit better situation, but the gap is not as wide as you would really like it to be, right? For UT Austin, you were hoping to take this one much smoother. You were hoping to go into it and be able to at least leave with 2 stocks. 2 stocks would have been okay, right? 3 stocks would have been perfect. 2 stocks is okay. 1 stock is, this might be a bit shaky because it can go right back to net 0 with 2 members left on either side.
Yeah. Overall, I was feeling pretty good about that. Lucida did her job, did it well. And again, this is a neck and neck race right here. This isn't something we have seen all the time. I do feel like this is, at the end of the day, going to come down probably to the anchors. Like a very even match between the anchors. Usually when the anchors come out, it's like 3 stocks to 2, 3 stocks to 1. I think we might see a 3 stock to 3 stock coming out, which is not something we usually get the pleasure of observing, as at this time we have Fortnite coming out to take Lucida's place. On the Snake, Fortnite showed quite a mastery of the bread and butter combos, getting a good 40-50% off of many of their interactions. But in the neutral, how are you going to deal with the fact that Ness is just soaking up so much of your damage? The fact that Ness has the ability to edge guard Snake in a way many characters don't. That remains to be seen as we're starting to get ready.
Yeah, the question comes down to the fact that, did you take a page out of Lucida's book, right? For the Snake, I mean, you saw how well Lucida was able to play it and how well you're able to bait out a lot of those tactics, right? So maybe we get to see that come in here. Fortnite is hoping at this point to clear this stock perfectly. That is the goal here. We want to see Fortnite be able to close it out and bring it back to a neutral 6-6 stocks left, and then get ready to see where UT Austin decide to play from there. So all eyes are open on this play. What is Fortnite going to play? What is going to happen here? And will University of South Florida be able to carry on and keep their hopes alive in a much more dominant fashion? Because again, you don't want to lose to one of the Texas teams. You want to be the one that breaks that mold, that potential full Texas sweep at the top. You don't want to let that happen. That's just, one of those things that you're just like, hey, it's a little bit of pride on the line here, a little bit of pride for my own region. I don't want to let this happen. So I love that fact. We are going to go ahead, get underway. The players are set. So let's see what they have to bring here. Fortnite coming in here, and it is a Rescue Nerd with 1 stock. Remember, 1 stock to make it work. So far, we have seen 4, and it is going to be the Snake, as per usual with this. Let's see what Fortnite can do.
What you have to be aware of in particular here is Ness loves to jump around, float around all around your shield. But as soon as Rescue Nerd reaches like 100%, that up tilt will demolish that kind of movement. As soon as Fortnite gets Rescue Nerd into that range, he needs to be going for absorbs or playing very carefully.
Well, already off the rip, Rescue Nerd wasting no time to drop some good damage down. Good rebuttal, though. A little bit of a swing, and now side B is going to try and draw a little bit of positioning, but when you're stuck in that kind of cannon movement, that little crouch position, it does open up an opportunity for Rescue Nerd to follow through. So, right now, 60% on Fortnite already built up. Rescue Nerd doing very well to space and try and get an opportunity. Grenade, though, stalls him out.
You see the cook on that grenade? Fortnite is ensuring that it explodes right as Rescue Nerd drops the magnet. Now, while they are getting some damage, Fortnite tried to use the end lag of the absorb to get a hard punish right there. If Fortnite is able to land that in the end, that could be huge.
Wow.
But catching them with the sweet spot of that down smash is going to be enough to take out Fortnite.
I mean, this is going almost to the book, right? This is going almost to the letter of what you called before. That edge guarding, that protection of the edges on point right now. Rescue Nerd on 92%. Hoping to gain another stock. That's what you're trying to grab, but in comes the combo. A little bit of forward air, but can only grab 1. So Fortnite able to grab right back out. A grab comes out of Rescue Nerd, and You don't get much more because you
And
stall
that's
out
it.
with the up B. Fortnite takes advantage, is able to finish it off. Loses one stock, not too bad. But it will be set up for the next UT Austin, ready with the third player.
Yep, as it has been the tale. UT Austin has maintained a slight lead throughout all of this. Will that slight lead be enough to give them the win in the end? That remains to be seen, as right now, I do have to say, Fortnite is a fairly, this is not an insult, but a fairly orthodox Snake in the way that he plays around what makes Snake good and doesn't have a lot of like that crazy mix-ups. The one thing I did see that I thought was a very intelligent play was he knew that Ruskinard loves to get those absorbs, so he threw out the Nikita rocket, that side B. It was absorbed, obviously, and then what'd he do? He was sitting there charging a forward smash aimed right at where Ruskinard was going to land. A last-second air dodge was the only thing that saved Ruskinard's stock right there. That level of intelligent play, I hope to see a little bit more of that, but overall, having a clean, consistent gameplay, being a fairly by-the-book Snake is not a bad thing at all. Snake's a good character for a reason.
Yeah, when we talk about orthodox and by the book, it's not like, hey, it's easily readable. It's you're good at the fundamentals, and I think that's what's important, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are some players that you take a look at a character and you go, you play so unorthodoxly, right? It's so out there because it's their own personal style, right? Maybe they never played against anyone else that, or never watched VODs, or they just play, right? That's the enjoyable part. At the same time, those unorthodox styles tend to have very obvious flaws. So by the book, the very standard of the character is going to be very, very nice. So we are getting word, though. We are back with the third player, and UT Austin is going to be rolling in with Gallon. And I mean, Miles, this is the player, I believe, that was that we had touted as quite strong from the team. This is a player that we feel is going to bring a lot of waves to this game.
In particular, against our number 1 seed right now, UT Arlington, we saw Gallon come in with 1 stock and almost take all 3 of Armiali's stocks. And you know what character Armiali was on at that time? Snake. A character who, by all rights, you should not be able to win with 1 stock against, and obviously Gallon did not. But now Gallon does not have 1 stock. Now Gallon has the run of the playing field. And so if Gallon is able to leverage their disjoints, avoid getting hit by too many grenade counter hits, I feel like Gallon could build up a sizable lead for the side of UT Austin.
And that is something that you do have to worry about. Taking a look here, it is the possibility of going in to the last player of University of South Florida with 6 full for UT Austin. That is what we're kind of scared about here, but University of South Florida have been putting up a massive fight. It has been so much fun watching all these players come out here and battle their hearts out. So we're getting a button to check just real quick, making sure everyone's set to go and everyone's okay with the current setup. As again, never want to have too much lie going in there. Just go, listen, it's going to be a little bit rough for the time being. Go ahead and just see if it's okay and to your liking.
Yep, and as we finish up the button check, I'm curious if this town and city pick is the actual stage, because very small side blast zones, that I feel like is purposeful. Lucida gets a lot of her kills by getting very clean edge guards, as we saw from Gallon, and ledge trapping, both of which kill off the side. And even though we saw Gallon very favorable of the up smash, that wasn't Gallon's main kill move. Meanwhile, Snake, with C4s, with a lot of the up tilt setups, and just up tilt as a move in general, it feels like Snake loves to kill off the top. So this is playing to Lucina's strengths. Gallon, very good pick here. While having a lot of room can be a little scary against a character with as many feint options and movement options as Snake, I feel like Gallon has demonstrated their movement is good enough to close the distance.
You can definitely see that as well, and I think you're right on the money. You've been right so far the entire day, Miles. I don't think you've had a wrong prediction so far. So let's go ahead and keep putting it to the test here. Are you going to be 100 for 100 here? Or will it change up? We don't know, but I think you're on the right track. So, SD is done. Taunts are out. Boxes on the ground. And Snake is ready to play. Fortnite immediately going in for a quick fight. And a down air trying to keep that option covered. And Gallon getting tagged out and getting caught in those combinations. Grenade is down as well. Follow up with some extra damage, and already 64 on Gallon, but now the sword flails out and is hoping to catch the snake by surprise.
I feel like Gallon was not ready for that unprecedented aggression right out the gate, but now I feel like Gallon has gotten a little bit more of their footing, and yet they're still caught at the ledge. The Cypher hits them back out. The Nair won in the forward smash. Gallon loves that confirm, but they're not quite able to leverage it to keep the full stock. Finally, the back air will finish Fortnite.
Quite fast-paced, quite crazy to watch the rollout, and that was a forward smash, but a little bit of a bomb on the back end. Fortnite played that one very, very well to gather that stock back down to 0.
Yeah, and now that is exactly what Gallon didn't want. They already are at a disadvantage. Now the down air continues to rack up the damage. Fortnite is very favorable of that down air to rack up a lot of percent, and it's very fast out of shield. I don't blame them, as right now, they keep the bomb in hand to just continue to stack on percent on Gallon. One mistake off stage could be it for them, even with Lucina's amazing recovery. This is the best I think I've ever seen Fortnite play. This is amazing.
This is crazy fast-paced as well. This is consistently battling for control of the stage. You can see how quickly they've been exchanging blows, and that's going to be an up tilt. Is that enough? Yes, it is. And Fortnite is able to take another stock off of Gallon. This is looking great right now, but now at 119, can you get the last one? Is Fortnite able to close this one out? A good little down air, able to space out from Gallon. Gallon realizes this is quite dangerous. Grenade from Fortnite hits himself. That's not a great spot to be in. A nice little hold, and the up air not going to be able to connect on the mainstay hit. If that were, that would have been a kill. Oh my lord.
Oh my gosh, Gallon pushed up against the wall. Can they salvage this? Can they keep this reverse 3-stock from happening? Go for the tech chase, but it doesn't pan out. Oh, and they're getting caught.
Oh!
Go to the wrong direction!
Oh my gosh, they're going for it, and you have to take that hit. The shield was almost burned out. Gallon is on the verge of getting KO'd by Fortnite. The crab is there. Are you going to set up? You're going to do a back throw? You're going to throw out the missile? Side is down. It hits! It hits! Fortnite is able to clear it. Fortnite turns the tables. Oh my lord. UT Austin on their last player.
Fortnite with the hero play right here. I thought Gallon versus Viri was going to be the tail of the match, and then here comes Fortnite with a steel chair, the victory royale. Here we are now at the precipice of UT Austin going down, and Viri hasn't even come out to play. The star player who we had been hyping up, like I said, one of the weaknesses last year was it felt like it was a little bit too Viri-centric. Fortnite is showing that that is not a problem anymore. They are here to play, and they are a mainstay on this South Florida roster.
I mean, you have to watch that and just say there were times where it felt like it could have gone either way with how fast these two players were constantly dishing out damage. We watched these two players rack up 100% on either side like it was nothing. Like that's what's supposed to happen in Super Smash Brothers. I mean, you're watching him blow for blow, grenade lands, and then a sword slash, and then everything, aerials, combos, whatever you want to say. It did feel like those stocks were taken away so quickly. So to see Fortnite be able to keep pace with that, be able to start landing a bit more consistent, and then at the very end, up tilt, miss, shield, miss, all that stuff. My eyes were wide as pancakes there. And I mean, that was so good.
If I may say, I think that game was won when Fortnite got in there and started putting the pressure on Gallon from out the gate. Gallon never got to set the pace, literally, as Broken is now coming in right here.
Ooh. And we got the Ken. So Broken.
Yeah.
In the name, as we understand, and with those FGC characters, it's well understood that you have a plethora to pick with, but Ken is definitely one that I am going to enjoy quite a bit. Button combination aside, let's see what you can do against the single stock. You do not want to lose a stock at all here.
Yeah, as right now, Broken is looking to keep this going. Immediately gets massive damage. It's a jab on platform. You know that's dead immediately. 0-2 death right there as Fortnite goes down.
Elbow to elbow to sure you can, and it's done like that. But again, that is not the end of the story though, as now we get what is hopefully the crown prince to almost come out of this squad, right? It is Veery on deck. We know that Veery can play. The question is of course, it's very, very obvious to see that. However, there are still other 2 reserves. I'll wait till the formal announcement, but that is what we are assuming here. So it is Veery. Okay, we're good. It is Veery. Veery's coming out. We're gonna have some fun. Against Ken, though, I want to see what the options are. The Rob was fantastic, but does Veery go for a different style of challenge?
I feel like Veery does need to play a little bit of a keep away here. While Rob has some of the best boxing tools in the game, Ken is literally a boxer. Ken will deck you in the schnoz. So you've got to be pick and choose exactly when you go for these engagements. Where do you go for them? At the ledge. That is where Veery wins these. Where does Broken win these? Right when they're on top of Veery. It doesn't matter where they are on the stage. If they get on top of Veery, Broken wins it out. But if Veery gets Broken towards the ledge, then Veery's probably going to take that stock.
That is, I mean, it's that cut and dry. I don't think there's anything else that we really have to say. It is that cut and dry overall for what these players have to do. And again, as you said, you called it. I mean, you are the maestro here. You wrote the script, and the teams are playing towards it, Miles. We are down to the last players, and it is as even as you can get. 3 stocks apiece, nothing else on the line. It is down to a straight 1v1, and they have to lock it out. Broken and Veery had to play like no one else has played before them. And this is all you get to do. Ken versus the Rob. We are playing keep away with the robot and the man that pretty much has metal for a fist. Let's get it underway here at Final Destination.
Ooh, going to Final Destination, that's terrifying right now. The FGC characters here, where there's no landing mix-ups, this is where they shine. Veery probably not happy about having to play on FD.
It's one of those things that, as a Little Mac, I love it too, but FGC loves it even more. So, Broken already getting a huge percentage set, and you can see here, just the kicks, just the control over the edge. A little bit of a special just sent out just to try and hold off that top side, but in goes Veery, says, hey, give me that 70%! You're not the only one that can KO off the stage.
Yeah, as Veery already trying to control this center, even though Veery's at such high percent, a single jab will kill them. They are still fighting strong. Look at this. Now they're picking up the pace. The forward smash extension. Go for the gimp, but that is a brilliant focus to keep them in that, and the focus keeps them from getting edge guarded as well. Follows the jump, the up B all the way up with a Shoryuken to finish off the stock.
I mean, this is not an even stock to come back down to. Veery already put Broken at 102, and a little bit of a pile driver up into the up tilt, and looking for a bit more. Broken gonna try and challenge back, and that's the crazy thing. Both of these characters are able to lay so much damage. Here's the back air. Broken down to last stock.
Oh, what a brilliant back air right there as Broken now has them here. This could be a 0 to death, but gets a little over aggressive. Now they're at ledge. Can Veery capitalize? No. Broken takes back center stage. They're fighting through the wall of projectiles, but the down against the gyro. Broken up to 53.
That is a way to hold it, but that's another Shoryuken. Can't get the kill just yet. Laser goes out to try and block it out. Veery at 112. You want to close it out right now. You don't want to go to last stock. Good down tilts, good little swings to chip away. Broken gonna dodge away from the laser. He's gonna try and play this one out as closely as possible, but look at those projectiles slowing down the movements. Jump up, try and get over that top, and that's gonna be a hit. Forward tilt is gonna take the stock. Down to 106. Can Broken do it? Can Broken be able to carry UT Austin into the semifinals? Is that possible? No, it is not! South Florida is moving on to the semifinals.
Amazing finisher right there. Down tilt into the gyro, into the finisher. It's like the gyro's a second player out there. Might as well be a Luma. The way Veery is using the gyro to extend their combos. We saw it before unsuccessfully. Down tilt into the gyro into back air. Didn't quite connect. That time, the spacing was just right. Down tilt into the gyro, into the brilliant up smash to finish off Broken. And like you said, send South Florida farther into this South Open bracket.
You know what? It came down to the wire, and I loved it. There was only one stock out of so many. Out of 24 stocks, we had one remaining. If that is the start to this bracket stage. I am excited to see what the other teams have in store. Of course, we will be going to just a very, very short break to see who else we got, because we're moving on into the semifinals. This is a single elimination bracket, and we will be updating you on who else has won. Of course, before we get to the semifinals, we want to take a little bit of a look at one of the players from University of South Florida with a well-deserved interview after that nail-biter of a match. Can't wait to see who we can get, so we will go, I believe, very quickly to a break to make sure we do get the interviewee in and make sure they're willing to talk with us and give us a little bit of insight on how it felt to be able to carry themselves up to the semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
It helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough.
Right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago. On a daily basis, educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with following.
Between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself, that you want to talk about?
Let's Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like, it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. So, and now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So, what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in a game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year during we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and the school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled hard. I lost all 3 stocks, and I didn't take any. It was bad. And then my team rallied, and we beat them, and the whole room exploded. It was fantastic. Everyone was jumping all over the place. It was it was a great time.
Let me imagine the energy. That's really awesome. So my last question for you is, do you have any goals for the rest of this school year that you want to accomplish?
Well, for Overwatch, I do want to rank up again. I want to get GM. And for Smash Ultimate, I want to get a higher rank. I think so. In East Iowa, I'm ranked I think 4th or 3rd, but I want to be 1st. I want to be the top of the ranking. I don't like being under 2 other people. It doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sure you can do it. Is there anything that you would like to add about your team or you before we go? Anything you want the world to know about you?
Join our team. We're great people. I don't know.
Good. That's good. Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me and fitting me in your schedule of all the stuff you have going on. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You too.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition, take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win. Because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm, community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion.
And we are back. Thank you so much to tuning in once again to the Winner's Side interview. Of course, we had a fantastic series come out here between University of South Florida and UT Austin. The dream of a full Texas sweep in the top 4 has been eliminated at the ground level. University of South Florida played amazingly well to be able to clutch out a victory at the end. And we had the pleasure of interviewing the star that was able to get it done at the final match. We have Veery here, who will be coming in for the interview. Veery, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, honestly. It's been very fun playing today.
Yeah. So right off the bat, I've got to ask you, your match in particular, you had to go up against Broken right in the end right there. And I imagine being a big body like yourself, that was quite a scary show match.
Yeah, indeed. So I was going into it. I already knew what character he played, obviously, since he played the match before. So I've actually practiced that matchup quite a bit, but it's from what most people say, a pretty even matchup. So I was a little nervous going into it, thinking this could really go either way.
Yeah, but you actually didn't have to. We predicted a Gallon versus you matchup. We weren't ready for the Pro-Ken matchup, and that's because, Fortnite was able to get the crazy 1 stock versus 3 comeback against Gallon. What was the energy like from Fortnite?
He was really hype about it. Like, we saw Gallon play against another Snake yesterday, so we kind of knew a little bit of how Fortnite can play to be able to counter Gallon's strategy. But honestly, it was all his mentality, and he just really turned it on today and played really, really well.
I mean, it was fantastic to watch. And I mean, you did the same, right? Going down to the very last stock, straight up, nothing else was there. There was no 3 stocks to 2 to kick things off. It was just straight 3-4-3. I mean, it came down to the wire. After that matchup, how were you feeling before and after, I will say? Like, how were you feeling before going into that? And then at the end, 1 stock left. What was your mind saying?
So before I was going into it, I felt decent. The matchup even. I was like, okay, this could go either way. But then once I got into it, I was like, I got into my groove. I was still pretty nervous, so a little shaky. But towards the end, it got down to the last stock, and I was ahead by a decent amount of percent. I'm like, I know if I can just get 1 solid read on a jump, or I can get a nice little gyro confirm safely, I can win this. So I played as safe as I could and just waited for my opportunity to strike.
I mean, it came perfectly, and it was so well timed. So much fun to watch. Again, Viri, thank you so much for doing this interview with us. We know that you have a matchup coming up now. We have gotten confirmation. It is against UT Arlington, the 2nd seed in the overall tournament, and currently the highest seed here in the bracket stage. How are you feeling going into that? Are you excited, nervous? What's kind of the mindset there?
I would say I'm pretty excited. I know the whole team's excited, and we've studied the opponents a little bit, so we know what characters they're going to be using going into this. We just don't know what order, so we're going to try to strategically plan around it, I guess.
All right, well, good luck to you. Thank you so much for the interview. Go ahead, get ready with the rest of your team, and we'll hopefully see you again here shortly. Again, Viri, thank you so much for the interview.
Awesome, thank you.
Of course, with that, we will go ahead and go right back into a break to make sure we get the next team up. It will be the semifinals, and we are getting down to the wire. Now, to give you a little bit of an idea, before we get into the grand finals, we will see the 3rd place decider. So you will get to see every team that is placed in that top 4 section that has really honed themselves over and over again. And I think that's the best part of this also. We'll go ahead, go to a very short break, and we'll see you back in just a few.
Clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club, and so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
one more thing. So like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason, but what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories, and as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. You're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body of a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
My name is Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over. It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it. It's not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball. Through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport-wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, time to hop on. Even if I don't. Not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
Hey guys, K-Tad here. Now, I've been told I need to step in to create like a buffer zone between some of the other hosts so that the Valorant v Overwatch conflict may finally come to an end. But between you and me guys, I don't think they both realize that League's kind of already won that war. So don't tell them anything. But anyways, you guys already know why we're here, and if not, well, then you're in luck because we've got some of the best collegiate esports moments right here. Don't believe me? Well, that's okay, but you know, here's your proof. Let's get into it. To start us off, we have the combo of Matt and Festive as they execute a brilliant mid-air handoff to close out Game 2 and tie up the series.
Ended here in regulation. Can Festive and Matt do it? Matt's there! Puts it in, and we do get the go-ahead goal. Is it going to be enough to end it here in reg?
25 seconds left right here. About 2 minutes since our last goal. 5th total in this one. Is this looking like moderately?
Feeling thirsty? Well, if you are, then Crollo's got what you need with these sick plays on Pac-Man.
That is not. Always guaranteed the stock goes for the side special into that. That would have been an insane way to end it.
Now Crollo looking for the fire hydrant edge guard. Slam dunk right there. Is there able to finish them off?
At number 6, see if you can count the ultimates here, because when the dust settles, there can be only one survivor.
For Thomas College, but I don't know what Keene University are thinking. Well, okay, they're thinking it. What is going on in this fight? My days! 2 to the bomb, 3 to the tire, 1 to the self-destruct, and
it's
we
just
get the
a
team.
lone
It's
diva. It's a lone
What
baby
is
diva.
happening?
No, okay. Hip is back there.
You know what number play this is, right? Because J-Rod knows. And let me tell you, he's definitely keeping count.
It's gonna be J-Rod who strikes first again with a nice headshot onto Boss. Gonna start moving down into Garage, and J-Rod is just roached now through Garage. Fireproof Wall has been committed. Lance tries to take a peek, but J-Rod's there, finds Pigeon Mac. We're looking at potentially an ace. Austin gonna do their
trying to scrape together some sort of consolation prize. He's blinded, and they're oh my god, Draw. What a teammate. He's giving a oh no, J-Rod around the corner looking for the ace. One shot on Austin, he finds the ace.
Oh,
good guy,
beautiful.
Draw gives it over. Love it.
A man.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go with our semifinals matchup here, and this is where it gets interesting. So to give you an idea, again, we have our top 4 teams. To give you a little bit of rundown, it'll be UT Arlington, UT Dallas, University of South Florida, who we just saw won, and then University of Houston. So 3 Texas teams still in the running. University of South Florida hoping to make an upset. To give some more info, though, there will be a 3rd place match that we'll be taking a look at, so you will get the best of both worlds. You'll get to see every single top 4 team play to get an idea of what might come later on in the season as well, because keep in mind, this is only the first qualifier. There's plenty more to be played, and I find that extremely exciting. Of course, we'll take a look at UT Dallas versus University of Houston, and these teams are going to be going crazy here because we have gotten our first openers. It'll be Mars versus Puffles to break us in.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup because University of Houston definitely has a lot more depth, a much larger roster, 3 more whole players, and a whole plethora of different options to choose from. Meanwhile, University of Texas Dallas, they've pretty much got their standard lineup, but it is a doozy of a lineup between some low tier. Oh, University of Houston, yeah, like I said, Nico, the amazingly clutch cloud player, Radish King, who has, frankly, some unbelievable 0 to deaths. Snook and Passion. Snook we saw be the Snake Slayer yesterday, continuously using Hero to its greatest effectiveness, and Passion additionally. We didn't really get to see on the Greninja, but I gotta say, great picture. One of the best pictures we have.
It all starts with the profile picture, of course. And taking a look over at UT Dallas, we'll go ahead and take a look at who they are running. As you heard, Mars will be rounding things out to start. But of course, the rest of the team, Spark, Desley, and Fox will be cruising in. We also saw their substitutes, Chichiko, coming in and had a phenomenal time, by the way. On stream, the longest run of stocks that we saw taken by a single player, which was 10 against the Sagu Lions.
Yeah, that was impressive, to say the least. And I would not be shocked to see Chichiko come back in, specifically based on momentum, but the University of Texas Dallas in general has just a strong core of top players in their region who are looking to maintain that position. Of course, University of Houston also has that Nico, the number 1 in his city, but is the character depth enough to stand up to this roster of killers? We're going to see if that is the case. As one, like you said, we're going to be starting out with Puffles versus Mars, Young Link versus Pichu, and that's a difficult one right there to call. Young Link, like I said, is a character who can confirm anywhere, off of anything, in a similar vein to Rob, but it feels a lot more fast-paced. Like, it's weaker than Rob, but in a faster pace. So you're constantly throwing out options, and there's always a correct way to follow up off of any of them. Against Pichu, it's going to be difficult to hit those few confirms, but if you can just get one opening at the right percent range, one boomerang at like 40%, you could be stealing that rat stock away lickety-split.
Well, that's what you're hoping to see here, as again, these two teams will be duking it out. We are underway with our first semifinals matchup here, UT Dallas versus University of Houston, to break things open here on PS2.
And starting out, you see Mars is trying to close the distance. Don't even give Puffles room to throw out those projectiles, as Puffles plays around the bomb, tries to keep this distance as best they can as they look for their combo starter. They don't want to play on Mars's terms.
Not at all. You want to play to your own tempo, to your own speed, to your own will, and that's what you're going to go for. An immediate neutral air by Mars, and then a little bit of a bolt to seal away a stock as well. Sniper Pichu taking one home.
It didn't quite have enough time to detonate that bomb as Mars shows their precision off stage, easily earning that title of best Pichu in Texas, one of the best in the country in general, as they start ushering Puffles back towards the ledge where they stole that early state stock before. Can't quite get it this time, though.
Can't get it, but it's enough damage, right? 79% on Mars, 28 already, and climbing on Puffles' side. Good little boomerang tag out, and immediately a bolt in the air to slow things down. Good, perfect shield, though. Puffles is able to fight back, but right now Puffles has been on the back foot almost the entire time. And there it is, a slight opening brought open. A little bit of a swing for both sides, but Puffles now on the chase, looking for a single bolt, looking for a hit. Boomerang lands, not going to get much else. A little bit of a shock, and now a single slash is able to take Mars's life.
One forward tilt from center stage at 120. That is how light Pichu is. But the issue is, do you see how hard it was to get them to that final range? Most of the damage was self-damage. Puffles is barely able to land any hit, so they've got to make every hit they land count as they get 59% from that nice little string and land with a down there to keep it going.
At this point, it's just the exchange of blows. Puffles at 104, both double shielded up. And say, hey, that's all we want. A little bit of a down air into a down B, into a forward air. Not going to be enough to kill, but enough to rack up 142 on the percent count. And you do zap Puffles, who he's going to get back to ledge thanks to the bomb tech. That is one that you are very happy about being able to pick up, and Puffles is right back to try and take this stock back. 159, though. Yep, single headbutt is all you need. And Mars is now up one stock.
Yeah, it's now Mars. Ooh, looking to control the ground with these dash attacks. Once again, we're getting to that range where anything will kill, but how does Puffles get the opening? If they don't land a hit, Mars can just keep on racking up their own damage, racking up their own rage as they look for this opening. Soft hit in there, that's not enough. But even so, Mars is playing at a range where Puffles can't quite find any confirms.
There have been no opportunities except for that one. Of course, we talk about Pichu. It's just like, yeah, about 50% you're in kill range. At 70, it's, yeah, you're gone. Sorry. Mars down to the last stock. Puffles at the same, but 88 and climbing. Beautiful aerial control, and then a neutral air to try and break it down, and you do. Mars with a stylish stock finish at the end.
What a committal and flashy ending to that game. Throws out the Thunder Jolt to get the 2-frame on the up B. So confident in the timing that they follow the Thunder Jolt down inside it with a back air. That lingering multi-hit catches them on the recovery, sends them straight out. There was a possibility that they could have pulled a bomb, gotten back somehow, but it was such an unexpected turn of events. Usually you just get 2-frame and you're like, oh, I just up B again. But with that lingering back air, it was a panic situation, and in that scramble, it was Mars who came out on top.
I love it. I love to see it so quick on the uptake there and really making sure that they are on their game because, again, even though it was won by Mars, it was not easy, right? Down to 1 stock, it was a very painful one, and that's kind of the trade-off that you do have with the Pichu. We talked about it, right? And we saw it firsthand, right? The 70% kill confirms that were coming out here, 70, 80, 90, that is a kill range. Now taking a look, who do you want to send, right? Who do you want to send from University of Houston? We talked about having a very deep roster pool. We've seen Puffles, Disguised Oak, Snook, Radish King, and Nico, and it does sound like Nico will be coming out to face off. That is the Cloud once again to try and break away for University of Houston.
Different strategy from last time. Previously, we saw Nico coming in as the anchor, but I do feel like on paper, the Cloud has the best matchup. One of the main issues for Younglink is that Younglink, I'm not going to say Younglink requires a lot of precision, but you do at least need to have people in the correct ranges, hitting them with their correct projectiles, and it's very easy to weave around those ranges when you have the movement that Mars does. Nico is going to be right in there, right along Mars, scrapping along with the Buster Sword, that disjoint making it very difficult for the Pichu to get a lot done. That combined with the self-damage, I feel like it's going to be a lot easier for Nico to get that last hit that they need. It's possible Nico, very possible that Nico wins this with just a stock left. That being said, the Rats do claim to have a winning matchup against the Cloud, but as many top players have demonstrated, Spargo in particular, it is very doable to take out these Electric Rats.
I mean, you only got 1 stock to get through, right? At this point, it's down to that same situation, right? Only lose 1 stock tops, try and get that perfect game, send it back to neutral, send it back to standard, and then roll out the next players. That's what we're going to be taking a look at. And already, I am loving what we're seeing from these two teams. We saw a very aggressive stance on both ends, both teams playing at a high caliber, not really taking the time that we saw earlier, right? A little bit of that safer, hey, what's going to work, what's not, very confident in their own gameplay. So expect Mars to come out swinging and going very hard into these matchups, right? Don't expect Mars to be like, I only got 1 stock, I got to make it last. It's going to be like, I got 1 stock, let's see what I can do with it. That's what I'm assuming is going to come out here. So going to be very, very fun to see. Winning on the rest of the players, though, just to get in and make sure they are all set. So hopefully we get underway very shortly.
Yeah, inherently, Mars has to play on a knife's edge, because if you're playing passive, if you're playing risky as Pichu, you are always actively losing. It's like you have a Pikmin sitting on your back, thwapping away at you, never relenting, never letting up the damage, and that, in its own right, is terrifying. But as you play in it for a long, long time, you grow acclimated to that feeling of constantly being just 1 hit away from death. I imagine it's the same rush people get from playing like Soulsborne games, FromSoft games, that sort of thing. It's just, you're always 1 or 2 mistakes away from death. Usually only 1 mistake, because 1 hit usually leads you to panic and snowball into other hits. So as long as you're playing with that mentality, Mars is getting better and better every single time, and I'm excited to see them here against Nico.
So, taking a look at this then, under the kind of rooftop assumption that Nico should have an overwhelming advantage to move into the next set, right? My eyes are drawn into who's going to be played next, right? By the side of UT Dallas. I want to get your thoughts as we start trying to predict the future, which you have so aptly predicted almost every single time right now, Miles. We're going to keep this up. We're going to have a little bit of fun. So, with Mars already, already doing their job, taking that first round, and now hopefully taking another stock, who would you want to see against Nico? That is a question that's coming out. Who would you like to see played up against the Nico Cloud?
I, in particular, feel like a character like Luigi, like we saw from Radish King, will get demolished at the ledge. So I feel like Snook's amazing ability to manage their MP, manage their cooldowns, could be a great counterpick against Nico if Mars does not have a miracle victory here, which is very possible. Pichu is a glass cannon for a reason. It backs a punch. We'll see if they're able to make that miracle run, or if we'll be looking towards the future right after this.
Eyes are open as, of course, Mars having a bit of fun with it. Just enjoying. I will never get tired of that. That is one of the funnier ways to have the smash attack go off. But we are underway. This is now the battle for glory. Nico hoping to go ahead and take that stock away without too much trouble. Mars already saying that's not going to be the case. You are going to have to battle as hard as possible. An up B and a follow through slash to count. Mars sitting at 23 and then some. Nico going for that up air, up B consistently now. It is part of the repertoire.
Yes. Right now, Nico has avoided a lot of his chip damage. Mars is already at that kill range here at the ledge, and you can see Nico's getting tricky with it. A lot of tomahawks, empty land, just looking to see what they can get. For the back air, tech chase on platform. Can Mars follow up? No, but great drift back on that back air to avoid any punish.
Oh, shield going down to minute numbers here, and that's a huge danger. So at this point, Mars just has to play real far away and play smart. That's what you're going to be hoping for. Nico, pretty happy about where this is currently sitting at. A couple hits is all you really need. 113 and counting. So, I mean, Nico knows that this is very much in their own favor until Mars decides to trail afterwards. A little bit of neutral air, clear out some space. Limit has been reached, and everyone shields up for a little bit of glory. Will the limit actually hit? It's going to be expended. No landing, and Mars is able to get a little bit of a punish. Thunderbolt goes out, but not going to find any damage. 144 and more. 104 on Nico. Is this going to be a stock? Is Mars actually going to pull a stock here and be real happy? Oh, the back air finishes it off. Nico, as quickly as it was looking like one of the stocks would be taken, said no thank you.
Nico set the pace of that match from the very beginning. You saw only 20% on Nico, almost 70 on the side of Mars, because Mars was just going in relentlessly. And while that can be a benefit, it is definitely a curse when playing against a character with as strong of a defense as Cloud, especially with a player who can read your habits with those defenses like Nico. He was able to set up a very strong early lead for himself over Mars, and that in its own right was enough to propel him to that victory, even once Mars started playing a little more cautiously around 80%, because at that point, it was already kind of kill percent.
There is a point where you're just like, yeah, I don't have to do too much here. I'm just going to wait a little bit. Damage will rack up on its own, and we're good. And we're good. Yeah, that's what happens. So, still, Mars putting up a fantastic, glorious battle at the very end. Saw some combinations come out, and I was like, I can still see it. I can still see Nico losing that stock. So, we'll see what can be done now. We are back at ground zero. Both starters are out, and they did their job very, very well. But now it comes down to who wants to take on Nico, right? Taking a look at some of the options available. You got Chichico, you got Spark, and honestly, we've only seen really 3 players come out of UT Dallas to start so far. So, a couple fresh faces maybe here on the stream if they want to give it their best shot against the reigning Cloud player.
Yeah, I feel like Chichico against such a powerful opponent who, more importantly, knows how to exploit Little Mac's glaring weaknesses. Chichico, definitely not the play. Overall, even though we have not seen their performance, I feel like Desley on the Min Min would be an admirable counterpick. Min Min, I believe, is genuinely one of the best counterpick characters in the game, but I see a Roy icon. I think that might be Spark.
Ooh, Spark coming in here. And we'll see if that is the fully played out section as we did here. And honestly, Spark has one of the deeper character roster pools. I think we saw quite a few different options for Spark to play. And taking a look in there, I would be very interested to see if we do get one of those cheekier ones out there. I did see that they did play, I think, unless I misread it, I want to say we even saw them play in other tournaments, the Sheik, Fox, Terry, some other ones that have been out there. It's been very, very fun. But mainstays are, of course, the Roy, and hopefully we get that Roy to come out again, because, of course, Roy is our boy.
Yeah, Roy is our boy, and what a boy he is. The fact that Roy is able to have maybe some of the scariest pressure in the game, maybe not necessarily the truest, maybe not the most all-encompassing, but I feel like Roy definitely has one of the highest fear factors in the entire game, because you get to 20%, and all of a sudden you know that if the Roy gets the right rush down, bursts right through your defenses, and ushers you to the ledge with a dancing blade, you might just be dead. And in fact, not just might, you are probably dead. If they hit a jab at ledge, you're dead. Forward smash, oh boy, you better count yourself out. That hatchet sending you straight to the blast zone. And so that is the fear that Nico has to contend with here. Again, I feel like Cloud definitely has a stronger defense, has the tools, the aerial drift to keep Roy out and continue to batter him around. But if Roy is able to get that one opening, if Spark is able to light the fuse, I don't think we're going to be seeing any sort of extinguishing here.
That is the hope that they are going for, because again, the winner of this is able to go on to the finals. Now, to give it a little bit of an idea, they are playing more for glory here. All of these teams have qualified and have already moved on further into the CECC. That is something that we do out here. I believe all teams that played in the bracket stage have been qualified, and so for a lot of these teams, it's playing for that pride, saying, hey, we're the better team. We want to get that first place and get that sweet, sweet prize. Right now, we're getting underway, though, right into Pokemon Stadium, the home ground for so many players here, as Nico opens up with the first hit.
Yeah, and this up B out of shield is also going to be a main bit of contention here, as Spark is struggling to land a hit. Cloud definitely has the slightly stronger range, but the combo game is definitely on Spark's side right here. However, spacing these forward airs makes it so difficult for Spark to get in. Ooh, mixed up on the landing right there means that Nico stays safe, even with liberal use of that up B out of shield.
It's going to be a challenge. 111 on Spark right now. Nico showing up, but that's going to be the limit. Test it out. No need for the limit, though. Down air, able to slash in and keep Spark off the stage. Gonna try and recover, but it's a down spike. And Nico says, get out of here.
Yeah, and you can see Spark is trying to stabilize, flashing that nair, but Nico really has not let them in. And even when Nico defends, they're always going on the aggressive. They're chasing after Spark after they get a counter hit. Just like that, they reverse the juggle, and now look at that. It's Nico's combo now.
Up air to up air to up air to up air. It's like your never-ending tornado issue. This is ridiculous to watch here. And of course, these players, this is just the semifinals. That's the best part about this. So keep eyes, see if they continue this momentum. Both sitting well above kill range. And Spark, the one on the back end, saying, hey, this is really dangerous for me. I need to make sure that I play appropriately. Gonna try and punish that up B, but not gonna be able to.
The up B out of shield is so difficult. There's so many characters to punish, and Roy, even though he has the range, you have to be exactly ready. And even then, trading shield for shield, they're not able to get it. A trade that sends them both in the same direction, but Geeko's stage advantage. This is not going Spark's way, Orbital.
No, it is not. They're trying to predict each other over and over again. You can see it here. The shield's out, the swings in the opposite direction. You're trying to read your opponent so much. It's a duel of swordsmen. This is it. This feels like a real one. And Spark with the upswing says, give me that stock once again. Nico has taken 2 in a row.
Yeah, this already is looking pretty difficult to contend with, but that's very nice indeed. If Spark is able to get one jab, one opening, they can at least get a stock off, but hard read right there. Is Nico able to get this 3 stock? This is going to put Houston in a massive, massive position.
90% in, counting a little bit of a slash. Up B doesn't connect on the ground, though. Doesn't want to put themselves in that rep position. They know they're at kill confirm, and they want to make sure that they're good. Limit is up. This could be the decider. Spark realizes this can happen. It's a little bit of back here to send him off the stage. Spark is once again at 117. Dangerous spots Ian. Ian, Nico is hunting. Nico is waiting, but that's going to be a back here to knock it out. Now a forward air to try and finish it off, but can't find it. Nico is still living. A little bit of a roll. Now swung to the other side of the field. It's going to be a neutral smash to be able to catch him out. And that's going to be the charge, predict, and read. Up smash on the dot to be able to finish it off. Nico clears out 2 players.
Orbital! That was the hardest read we have seen, I think, in this entire tournament so far. He sat there and he's like, It's not quite he read that roll, but he read that if there's anything
He read that roll. Just say it what it is. Say it what it is.
No. It was not a roll, because if there's anything Roy's do in a scramble situation, it is press forward, attack, and jump at the exact same time. And that's exactly what we saw Spark do. And obviously, I don't blame him. Nico had Spark backed into a corner. It was a panic situation, and Nico understood that implicitly, and they were ready. He was ready to finish off what he had started. And that was a flashy way to do it, if I say so myself.
I loved every moment of it, and that is what we're hoping to see, right? That style coming out of Nico right now, and it was a destructive one, right? Full 3 stocks still left available. That is player number 2 for University of Houston, going pretty much untouched. UT Dallas now down a full player and having to figure out exactly what they want to do. This Cloud has got to be stopped somehow, and I personally do not really know the answer. You already called out that Chico is one that you do not want to send against this player. That is not going to be a favorable matchup. So our eyes are at least on Desley, on Fox, on Skits. Those are the 3 remaining players of the team that might have an option.
So I feel like Skits as Wario. Wario is a character who can benefit from playing a keep away game quite a bit. And once Wario gets a major opening, you might as well say curtains to your stock. Wario's combo game almost, well, at one point considered to be second to none. Now there are 1,000 Warios. But I feel like Desley has a chance on that Min. The fact that Min is just able to keep Cloud away, and more importantly, keep Cloud away from the ledge once you get him off stage. However, the issue you have to contend with, Cloud, his airspeed is frankly insane at times. Like, it feels like Cloud, well, he's lighter than air. He'll just fly straight at you if you throw out a move that really can't be punished. Well, Cloud is just going to approach you aerially, throwing out that charged, strong forward air, and set you up for a whole boatload of damage. If you're not 100% of the time keeping Nico out, which, as we have seen, is quite hard to do, then I'm not sure the Min is the play either. I don't think there is a clear answer for the University of Texas Dallas, and that in itself is a little bit scary, Orbital, because I don't know who exactly is the pick. It has to be based on player to player.
Yeah, at this point, it's coming down to that feeling of, I got a shot. Maybe I'm feeling in my best form, right? It's the feeling of, I can take this opponent on. Whether it's a favorable matchup or not, that's left to be seen, right? Because at the end of the day, you can call it, you can say characters are 7-3, 8-2, whatever little lineup and votes that you call. At the end of the day, it's about the players that are piloting the characters that will reveal who wins. And as you called it, the Wario will be coming out. Skits is going to dance on death to try and get this win. So in we go. They're ready to fight. Breaking out to a quick start. No one really getting some hits in, and Skits able to land the first blow.
It's when you see Orbital, when you see that first hit of neutral air win, that spin, you have to be ready for a massive combo. At low percent, you didn't get a lot, but right here, Skids is already demonstrating why they're PR'd in their region, why they're so powerful in this character. They're getting a lot of damage racked up as these poking forward airs. This is looking like a very good showing, the best showing against Nico we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Nico now has to realize that that up B strike that you like to use so much to kind of clear out the front might be a little bit damaging because the punishes that can come out, Skits is starting to take a read on that. The bike is gone though, so that is not going to be in play for just a little bit longer. And Nico says, okay, let's go ahead, take a little bit of breather, try and find an opportunity. 92 versus 101. And Skits just trying to dance it out. 123 now. Sets the bike up, is ready to throw it up, is going to try and get that shield off, and final back here to finish it off. Skip able to happily take that stock.
Calling out a ledge jump, double jump. Skits knew the fear factor was there because of the bike on the ground. Nico didn't want to be anywhere near it, and so Skits punished.
Well fought punish at that, and a little bit of a grab into up here to try and get that ship going, and Skits saying, oh, that's the back here. That's what you were looking for. Nico said thank you very much. We'll go back to a little bit of a standard setup, both on 2 stocks. 47% on Nico.
A great use of anti-air so far, and we're starting to get closer to the range where waft is an issue. Just like that, up tilt waft at a shocking low percent will be enough to finish off Nico's stock, playing with one left now.
Skits wants to walk this one in. Remember, this is UT Dallas on the back foot. This is the third player, whereas Nico's still sitting as that second player to come out. You want to finish this one off with 2 stocks. You want to go into that third player with a very nice standard. It's going to be tough. Nico with the limit fully charged up. Might have a chance. A little bit of an open jaw, and Skits is going to get smacked for that one. A little bit of their own bike to play. And that's going to be a slash. Limit is gone, and a little bit of charge forward. Skits runs right into the neutral. That'll be the punish. 143, a little bit of a spike. Nope, it's going to be missed. Skits drops that stock, was trying to get back to the ledge and couldn't make it happen.
Nico holding Skits' bike hostage so they couldn't use it to recover, and that meant Skits was unfortunately gimped. Now Skits an opportunity to finish it here and there. We've seen the ledge trapping before. Can they call it another jump? Can they make this happen? Get up attack. Skits is just standing there watching, learning Nico's habit, but did you give Nico a little bit too much room to breathe?
There's a big possibility. Nico wants to finish off 3. That's going to be under the stage. They are able to recover. Skits able to stand back up at 58%. Limit is gone again. We have not seen a full limit hit, but you give yourself an opening. You're still alive. You are given one more option, one more chance to not make that happen again. A couple slashes to go out. Skits on 95. Forward special was good, but can you get a bit more? 127. Shield whittling down. Skits wants to stock. That's going to be a grab. Setup is there. Up in the air they go. Good backslash. Nico is on a kill confirm setup. Tries to do the upswing. Can't make it happen. Oh, Skits playing on a nice edge. Is Nico going to take a third player out? Is this going to happen? Forward air. Not going to be enough. They are both playing from the long edges of the stage. Who is going to come out? Both of them. I can confirm a slap forward. Nico is still living up to the 130s and a half, but you dodge and you fall onto the stage. Nico is unfortunately unable to recover. And that is Skits, whether you like it or not, winning that round.
A split-second panic decision right there at the end is all that will decide that. Nico wanted to hold on to the limit, knew the limit could have been the key to taking out Skits in the end. However, that meant he didn't want to use his up B. The air dodge up was not enough, and then you were in too much end lag to even hope to get back to stage at the end of the day. Unfortunate misplay, but you cannot call Nico's run unfortunate. Going through Mars's last stock, going through all 3 of Sparks, and then taking 2 away right now from Skits, that is quite a showing if I've ever seen one. Even though that was University of Houston's star player, he has given them the, well, greatest advantage you can going into the end of this. Only 1 stock on Skits and 1 stock on one of the other players on University of Texas Dallas. That is very doable for University of Houston to move on to the grand finals.
Houston versus Dallas. That's what it's all about, right? This is the battle that starts to break down, and I gotta agree, right? This was a well-fought round, and again, trying to rival almost what Chichico did in one of their previous matches, right? Nico was like, I heard you did some cool stuff there. Let's see how close I can get now, and was able to run it up. So, Skits now, this is going to be up against Radish King, who is coming in, only needs to take 1 stock to push UT Dallas into their final player. And the Luigi versus a Wario is one that, again, 2 close-range combatants. Little bit of a song and dance, though, as again, we saw what Skits can do and can pilot that Wario to a very fair exception.
Yeah, I agree. Skits' use of Wario in that matchup brought an angle that I wasn't necessarily considering. That was what helped them take down Nico, and that is airspeed. I harped on Cloud's airspeed continuously and how it gives him such a strong defense and ability to deal with opponents' defense. What I didn't consider, Wario's faster. Wario is one of the few characters who can chase Cloud down in the air, and now Wario is going to be a character who can chase down Luigi as he tries to go for retreating Zairs and retreating fireballs. Wario can be flying right at him like a crazy pink and blue balloon. We'll see if that is enough to take down Radish King, or if Radish King will clean up this last stock.
We'll give it the best bet as we do see Radish King gliding across the battlefield floor, enjoying their time here, and course, opening up with that plunger. You know it's exactly what they want to do. First tag by Radish King. Up airs, just looking for those options. All you need is one, and that's all you really care about. So Skits going, I don't know what's going on, but of course, if you try and play around too much, you are going to get bit a little bit. Grab into up tilt, and that's going to be another up tilt to break the bike. And that's actually Radish King taking most of the damage. Now grab back, now a little bit of reversal, and now into the combo down air, into the up tilts, into the forward airs, into 89%. A lot of damage by Radish King to lay this out, and the final smash to take it. Forward smash ends it all in less than a minute's time. We are done. As that is Radish King forcing UT Dallas into the last player.
Yeah, Skits had the defense right there, the SDI to escape the true zero to death combo. However, that was Radish King with their, well, plethora of other combo options after the fact, ready and on deck. As soon as they realized they weren't going to be able to finish with the up B, they're like, okay, let's do the up tilt, grab a forward air, and then, again, it was just Skits, one hit away from death. They missed one tech, one jab lock, one forward smash, and that was all she wrote for Skits. Now 6 stocks on the side of University of Houston against 3 for UT Dallas.
So far, it's been phenomenal to watch. Even though the scoreline feels very overwhelming, this is UT Dallas making a huge, a very nice show of it, right? That's what I would say. Breaking out some of these more interesting characters, right? The Wario that, yes, can be powerful, but not... I've never seen a Wario piloted to that extent, right? It's so much fun to watch. I love seeing it right there. I am curious to see who they're going to send out now, though. It's Chico's on the line, Desley and Fox. We are going to have a brand new player, at least on stream, coming out here. We have gotten word that it is Fox, and we get another fast-paced character. If I'm not mistaken, Fox will be piloting the Captain Falcon, if our notes line up correctly.
Captain Falcon and Terry is what I've seen, and whew, those are some very fast-paced, all-or-nothing characters, but they are the exact kind of characters you need to make this comeback happen. A lot of the slower-paced, more neutral-based characters, like we see from... It was the issue with, like, Galen's Lucina or a Snake, for example. Those are not characters who are going to blow up stocks in an instant. They're going to slowly whittle stocks away. There's a lot more chances to win, yes, but a lot more chances to make mistakes. These characters, they are all or nothing, do or die. This is what you need in your back pocket for the end of the day, end of the round. And if this is, well, if this is what we see UT Dallas bringing to the table, I have faith in it, in this anchor.
We'll hope to see it, of course. We are taking a little bit of a waiting for the rest of the players. And, I mean, this is do or die now. We are down to the final player for UT Dallas, and all hopes rest on a very, very speedy life. Of course, for the other side, Radish King, I mean, you can have fun with this, right? Radish King is going to be, I think, enjoying this quite a bit. Oh, okay. Miles, we are getting a drastically different character than we thought. Break it down for us, Maestro. Let us know what's happening here.
Well, I have no idea, Orbital. This does not seem like a good matchup. This seems like a matchup in which Luigi will hit you once and hurt you. Now, where Luigi does struggle is at getting off the ledge and getting to the ledge. That is where King DDD can get a lot of its stocks. So if Fox is able to get Radish King there, that's their win condition. However, until that happens, we're going to see a lot of Fox floating way high up above where Luigi cannot hurt them, cannot grab them, lest this happen.
Oh my gosh.
Teleported out of that combo. That SDI.
Oh, and that's all. Even though it was a kill combo, it is not a kill on DDD though. That is the painful aspect. And right now, Fox is just leveraging that weight difference, just saying, look, I can do so much here without too much of a problem. Going ahead, clearing it out and trying to send those spikes out over and over again. Side special's not going to work just yet. It's going to take a little bit of a jab in the air, and it's finally able to neutral it out. Good hits, but 134 finally in kill range. Radish King wants to get this hit, is going to go for the down B. Is able to swing Fox out a little bit further away. A little bit of spike to clear the ledge, though. Radish King is forced all the way to the other side.
Yeah, I will admit, DDD is very good online. His burst range is far extended, and when you get trapped within that burst range, it can hurt a lot. But as to use that invulnerability to get off of ledge and show a unique option that Luigi has, this is going to be...
Oh!
This does not go in Fox's favor as they get caught by the green missile, and now what looked like Fox's winning streak has turned against them.
Are you kidding me? That was, yeah, Fox took that personally a little bit. That was so rude. And granted, a little bit of an overextension. Fox shouldn't have been there, right? That was a little bit greedy, but still so good to watch. Now finally, the up air punishes, forcing Radish King into 38%. Someone do a little bit more. Again, these bees are constantly causing problems, but that's a kick of the spikes directly back into Fox's face. The Swallow is hoping to do a little bit more, but a good couple punches. Radish King able to keep distance.
As now Radish King struggles to keep Fox pinned at the ledge, but side B from ledge does put Fox in advantage, and they call out the Luigi Tornado hard. But even so, going off stage, even with the disjoint, is dangerous, as we've seen before. Radish King gets back.
It's going to be a hit, and now the down B to try and get the kill again. Fox is just too heavy. With the spike on the ledge, you can't really block it out, and because of that, you leave yourself open to a hit like that. Another fire, but it's not going to work this time. That should be a chance. Try and go up and just barely misses the ledge. Fox able to move to 2 stocks to 1.
Radish King had a tremendous amount of discipline there, though, showing that they, even though they have a bad recovery, they're going to make work for it. Right there, that would have been a whole heap of damage if they had managed to hit that. But right now, Radish King is trying to keep Fox pinned at the ledge as they have been the entire game. Fox get off. Even the tricky movement isn't enough.
Right now, just playing it smart, playing it safe, knowing exactly what they have to do. It's going to be a little bit of a smash, and now in the charge B, I mean, you got to take a swing somewhere. Yep, and that leaves you wide open. Radish King playing that one very, very nicely. Understanding what's there. Kind of a little bit of a ledge guard, but under the stage, up air. Fox is able to clear that out. 166. For anyone else, this is kill confirmed. For Fox, it's like, it's a walk in the park right now. Oh my gosh.
They get the double hit with the hammer right there. This is very doable. If Fox is able to get us to this last stock,
the tech
of a lifetime, and then jumping back up. That Luigi missile was the bane of Fox's first stock, but that has been the punishes on that Luigi missile have been consistent ever since. And that was what gave Fox that win. 2 stocks now for Fox against whoever the final member of University of Houston is. We'll see if they can make it work.
This is one of those moments that if you're Radish King, you're like, why can't we let percentages cross over? Why can't we let percentages like roll over into the next match? 180. That's how much damage Radish was able to kick up at the very end, and it's just King DDD. You can't get that last stock. Could have sent it into the last match with the 3-1 stock lead, but it's not going to happen. It's now 2-3. But it's King DDD, right? There is a reason why it's a fun character, and it's very, very powerful in certain situations, but it's not as common as, say, some of the others. And this should be an opportunity for University of Houston to pull out one of their members, send one of their members that they feel has the best chance against it.
The issue with DDD, at the end of the day, is that all you need to do to beat the character is don't mess up. You just do the right thing over and over again, and DDD can't do anything. And that sounds, well, I see you laughing at it. I can tell you're like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. You just do the right thing every time. The issue is King DDD doesn't really have many ways to adapt if you have that game plan on lock, which is why you don't see DDD at the highest level. But here, we are at a pretty high level, not quite the highest. Additionally, we are online, which makes it even harder to play perfectly. And so all those little mistakes add up in a big way.
I can agree with that one, and I mean, that is so true. We want to see University of Houston be able to swing this back. They have made such an awesome kind of statement here, being able to take some of those early stocks, being able to swing with some of those amazing matches that we've seen so far. And if we can get one more confirmation, this is GR8, another player that we have not seen on stream here, and is considered one of the reserve players. So it's a full roster for this University of Houston squad, and they're laying hopes on GR8.
GR8 right here. This is going to be an interesting one. As a Sonic player, which I would assume to be accurate, that puts you in a unique position where you choose if and when you interact with King DDD. I do enjoy how Spin Dash does in general give you the option to hit back Gordo pretty consistently. Homing attack lets you deal with a lot of the tricky movement in the air. However, DDD does have a tendency to just set up large obstacles for you. And if you've ever played a Sonic game, running into a spike wall is never too fun.
Nope, not at all. So we'll see one of the slower but powerful characters face off against one of the fastest and powerful characters out there, Sonic. I mean, many people have seen Sonic. Many people have faced off against a Sonic. You know what's about to come here. This is going to be a challenge. Taunts are out. Players are ready. Let's get things underway.
Yep, and as we open things up, it's going to be GR8 going straight in, pressuring the shield. King DDD doesn't really have any great options to call that out. The command grab, that inhale, it is great, but here's where the issue is. Like I said, set out those obstacles, and Sonic will inevitably run into some of them.
You're open to see. And right now, it's working wonders right now. GR8 struggling a little bit. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to hear how much practice they have against DDDs as well. And you can see them. There you go, getting underneath that spike trap. A little bit of a spike bounce. And Fox just rolling straight through that jump pad.
And as we see that go down, ooh, all the way to the depth.
Oh.
Neutral get up gets through that forward smash. Can't quite react to that, but you've got to be aware that Sonic Sword Smash in particular, it might as well be a sword orbital. It's the best way Sonic has to punish people at the ledge. So you do not want to see Fox lingering there for too long.
Ooh. Perfect guard to come out here to give GR8 an opportunity here and getting up into the hundreds here. This is a challenge. GR8 realizes that a single mistake once again will result in their own death, and because of that, you're trying to bounce up on the higher ledges, though. Fox is currently playing. That's going to be a tag right in midair. But no real confirms. A little bit of a stab forward. Fox is going to go for it. Tries to cover that first option. Over the head they go for GR8, though. The inhale, not going to catch anyone. And now they're just sending blows back and forth. Up smash, not going to find any sort of hit. They go right back into it. Good grab. Fox is able to get out of that range. And not exactly a grab, of course, but in those situations, finally the spike is able to take the stock. GR8 loses one stock of 3.
The UT Dallas DDD right now is putting on a showcase in how to not... Oh my god, don't do that! As GR8 almost steals their own demise with that forward smash, but now Fox is put on the ledge. Can GR8 capitalize?
Oh man, this is a testament. You can see Fox just making sure to calculate every single move that they do. Every stock is precious, and right now GR8 just looking for any sort of hit. There you go, 2-piece combo there. Took him a little bit, covers the option with the jump pad. Fox going, yeah, I knew you were going to do that. No real problems there, and they are playing so stalwart, right? The fast pace that we saw earlier is slowed down. That's a back air to clip on Fox, and they stand up right next to each other. Forward smash forces a 178 on Fox. Any other character, this is there, but no tech. This time around, Fox loses that stock, and GR8 is one stock away from carrying Houston into the finals.
Yeah, as GR8 trying to play this as patient as they can, using Sonic's best tendencies, best ability to just decide if and when engagements happen. There, Fox got a little over aggressive, ran right in. GR8 was able to get a small punish, but now Fox is starting to get a rhythm for where GR8 charges, where they prepare their next attack, more or less figuring out where GR8's headquarters are on the stage and hitting it with surgical strikes.
Challenges are there, and good little slam charging up that smash just to get a bit more damage on the shield, which means GR8 is going to have to go on the offensive. Now getting some brutal combos down, being able to flip up a couple aerials into the up airs, and now looking for a bit more. Those platforms doing wonders and breaking up these combos and forcing both players to adjust on the fly. Up they go. They both land on the other edge. Gets a grab. GR8 throws Fox off, but remember, 76 is just the halfway point for GR8 if they want to get this stock.
Yeah, the lifespan was so large last time. GR8 would either need a crazy different swing, and they need to finish this off without making any of those mistakes. But do you remember what I was saying? How you just do everything correct? That's really what G8 is doing right now. GR8 is making sure they don't fall into any of the major traps that Fox is setting up, only taking minor chip damage here and there.
A little over the top, getting over the inhale. Saying, okay, we don't want to fight that. And Fox runs directly into that charge roll. This is on a nice edge. I'm holding my breath right now, just waiting for one of these players to make a mistake or to find that perfect read. Down to about 5 minutes on the clock here. Another one wants to mess up. A little bit of a headbutt grants Fox control of mid-stage.
Fox suddenly turned up the tempo. Woo! With the heat turned up, Fox is looking for a little bit more. Are they a little bit more confident in getting GR8's movements? They haven't been touched for quite a while now. They're getting a lot of shields on these spin dashes, but that dash tech will be severely punished. One of these hits hurts so much, and finally, off the top, that is going to be it. GR8 sealing the deal, sending the University of Houston all the way to the grand finals.
Welcome to the finals. You have made it, and it was a phenomenal match. Again, coming down to the wire. Not one stock, but this time two. And either way, they should be proud. UT Dallas fought very, very valiantly. And that King DDD, right? Let's say it for what it is. Not only a great stall tactic, but a phenomenal pick. You could see Houston dancing a little bit with that pick. Not exactly sure how they were going to play it out cleanly. They had an answer, but not as clean as they would have liked. And the fact that it is now exposed yields results to whoever is going up against UT Dallas later as well.
Yeah, that's going to be very impactful, having that roster knowledge, as that will be UT Dallas going to the third place determiner, which I do think we are going to see before the grand finals. And yeah, that is going to be setting up one half of final bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Of course, we will go ahead and get things set up. We'll see UT Dallas one more time, as well as who lost the match between UT Arlington and University of South Florida. Don't go anywhere. The CECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Bracket will continue in just a bit.
Trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is gonna be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's alright. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only like barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
My name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not
my name.
John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So, context, if we're probably never going to use this, but we're going to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got it away, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear from. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so...
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, great. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. But the air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. A clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Get the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Iranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's time to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keene matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
one more lease on life.
Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that
Oh!
as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butter to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that.
Welcome, 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 welcome. We are back. It is not the grand finals just yet, but it should be just as hype. We are in the 3rd place decider here between UT Dallas, I believe. Nope, brain hard. Hard stop. 1 second. Sorry. It is going to be UT Dallas versus University of South Florida, unless I am completely wrong. I'm excited to see what these 2 teams could be because, again, University of South Florida, the last remaining team, was knocked out by UT Arlington, which, granted, we did have an inkling that UT Arlington are still on the absolute ball, and they are crushing it. So we'll take a look at them in the finals, but University of South Florida have given us quite a show, same as UT Dallas.
Yeah, UT Dallas right now, they put on quite a show, going down to the wire at the end of the day with Fox's DDD trying to clutch it out. But after some early blows against Nico's Cloud on the side of the University of Houston, they kind of struggled to recover. As we're going to take a look at that now. That lineup, we saw Spark and Mars go down to the Cloud earlier in the day. Desley we have not seen yet, and Fox, I believe Fox is normally a Terry player, but I'm pretty sure that due to the Terry not being amazing online, he's gone over to the side grade counterpick, King DDD. Either way, the King DDD still had remnants of that amazing neutral his other characters imparted him on. And yeah, overall, University of Texas at Dallas looked incredibly strong, but they couldn't quite clutch up in the end in the face of that run.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but of course, on the other side, University of South Florida have done just as well on their own front, right? Fortnite, Mew, and Lucida have each played so far quite a bit, but the mainstay players that we're seeing are very Black Lemonade, Fortnite, and Mew. These 4, we have not seen Black Lemonade just yet, I believe, and that is one that I'm really curious about as being listed as one of the mains. Not seeing them here until the 3rd place matchup is going to be interesting if they even play at all. So curious to see who they are going to field and how they're going to play it out. Of course, keeping eyes on Viri as one of our tops to watch, but Lucida has also had, as well as Fortnite, been having phenomenal games so far.
Yeah, and Mew, also not to be slept on. Mew has been very flashy. I keep bringing that up. Mew's movement and their combos look incredible when they get the chance to hit them. Oftentimes they end up being boxed out, so if they're able to clean up their approaches a little bit, I would love to see the terror that Mew would become. Fortnite in particular is a player to watch today as having momentum after an amazing 3-stock comeback against one of the best players on a previous team, and that would be Gallon, who we saw earlier today, just barely. Fortnite more or less saved their entire team by getting that win. And wow, here we are. Here we stand in the 3rd place qualifiers, warming us up for the grand finals. But before we get there, we got to see what we got left behind. These players there is definitely merit to getting this third place finish. You want to get Florida as high up in the rankings as you can. You don't want them below the Texas trifecta. You want Florida as high up there as you can. And that is what University of South Florida is fighting for right now.
Of course, you want to fight for every inch that you can grab and want to fight for every single piece of glory that you can get. It's a great way to kick things off and a great way to get some experience under your belt as well, right? Again, as we stated time and time again, we have been watching this qualifier go on for so long, and it's the first one of many, right? It's the first one of many to come out here, and we have gotten word it is Mars, I believe, coming out for the side of UT Dallas, and on the flip, I believe University of South Florida, they are sending out Mew, so it is going to be that other flashy player on the Inkling is what we saw before. So we'll see if they play it again into that ever so loving Pichu.
Now, this is a matchup that might end up hurting quite a bit. The fact that Mew is going to struggle a lot to track down Mars. Hello? Mars has gone over to the Kazuya now instead of the Pichu.
Oh my gosh.
Now, here's the thing, Kazuya has an incredibly strong ground game, and that is where Mew can get a lot of their kills with these roller confirms. So if they're able to keep up that ground control right here, this could be better for Mew, even though Kazuya, I will admit, is quite a bit scarier.
It's always going to be a bit scary, but right now, Mew's making light work of this type of character. 103 and then some. Is this going to be 0 to death? Is this going to be that perfect stock? Mew's making a challenge for it. Actually flies underneath and immediately gets punished back, and Mars says, give me that chance. It's now a boot off the table. And that is a very slick round again. Second time in a row. 90 damage so far, 90%. This is Mars immediately turning back. All the work that Mew put in was easily countered, and that is ridiculous to see.
One overcommitment on an edge guard. That is all Mars needed to gain more or less maybe the upper hand right here. Now Mew has gained back momentum. They've got Mars pinned against the edge. Can they get this final ledge trap? No, up the out of shield will finish them off. Mew, after an impeccable opening, is down a stock.
This is, I'm having PTSD of seeing the King DDD again. 198 and climbing. This is a little bit a run back. Thank you, Mew, for finishing that one off. 212 was the percentage there. Right back, 2 ground 0, 2 stocks apiece for the openers.
And another issue, it feels like they're starting to get a better hang on the roller timing, so Mew is taking the combos up instead with an up air string, but now, because they're up above Kazuya, now they're caught in the race. But they get the turnaround tech right there. Landing turnaround lets you get away from Electric Wind God Fist on some characters. That gave them the little bit of combo break that they needed to put Mars back in disadvantage. Can they keep them there?
I mean, they're going to definitely try. Rolling out here. 139. A little bit of a laser goes out, and Mew takes that time to recharge a bit. A little bit of an aerial as Mars is trying to play. Lasers go out once again. Paint shell is there, but the up B is again going to secure 8-second stock. Mars fighting back very appropriately.
As we see this start out, Mars trying to play around this center stage where they feel at home, where they feel safe. Do they have the mash? Not at 139%. That bury is one of the strongest in the game when you have paint on it. But now, forward throw, can they just finish it here and there? No, Mew is able to escape the combo.
A little bit of a forward air again, just trying to tag out after that combo was dropped. It's just like, hey, give me a little bit of an option and I will take it. A little bit of a hop skip as Mew is trying to dance around saying, oh crap, this is a little bit dangerous for me. A little bit of a roller goes out now into the up here. Follow through with a little bit more. Trade of blows right there as both eat a little bit more damage. Another roller. Can you get close? You take a swing and you miss, but immediate back air into roller again means Mars is at 145.
The use of a roller as a combo extender, preserving the momentum, has been massive for Mew right here. As there we go, Mew at the last second is able to get the down smash, and Mew picks up a win over one of the premier players from UT Dallas. Big win from Mew.
Not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but showing off a little bit of that Inkling tech that we have not been able to see for quite some time, right? To give a little bit of background, almost every time that we've seen Mew on stage as an opener, as one of the players, it's been a little bit rough, right? Having some of those matchups just not go the way of Inkling. I specifically recalling Very sorry, Mew. The Steve matchup that just looked like they could never gain control. This time around, having the freedom to actually get those combinations off. We see what the Inkling can do and what it can be held up on. And for the fact that this is going to be Mew's last time playing in this tournament, not for the entire time, just in this tournament, right? Third place match, no other match after this. I think that's great to see. So much room for stylizing and improving that gameplay.
Yeah. Overall, I really did enjoy the way Mew was maneuvering around Mars. All of Kazuya's options are incredibly threatening, and for good reason. As you saw, one mistake at the ledge was almost instant death. However, for one, that movement finally paid off Orbital. It was so beautiful to see the way they were extending all of their combos, not necessarily trying to get the bury with the rollers, shoving them into the ground to get a forward smash, but using it to cover techs to force them up into the air. The soft hit of it at the very tip, extending combos in a way I can't say I've ever seen before. This is a very unique style of Inkling, and it was very nice to see. As we are moving on to the next player now, it's going to be Skits stepping up to the plate.
All right, Skits, we saw him once today already. Let's see it again, right? And for Mew, we were talking about, hey, you know what, last time playing. No. Last time here to run out all the stocks here. One more stock to go. Skits is going to try and take that one easily. Skits, of course, last time played the Wario, played it to quite peak efficiency. Do we see it again? Maybe, maybe no, and we are. That is going to be the Wario coming out for Skits once again, try and take that last stock and force University of South Florida into their second member.
Yeah, and I do feel like this is going to be a little bit harder. Wario is a lot tougher to edge guard. It doesn't really play a lot of a grounded game. That grounded game is what gave Skits a lot of their openings because they knew Kazuya was always going to be in roller range. Wario going to be tougher to track down. We'll see if Mew can get even a stock off of Skits.
That's what you're hoping for. Immediate fake grenade to kick things off. And Wario in yellow reminds me of another skin that Wario has. It's the ever so lovely superhero outfit. One of the more fun ones to see. A little bit close out though, as Mew immediately racks up another large damage percentage, but Skits was able to feed it right back, 73% on Mew, and that bike is going to do so much work here. Throwing it around, just trying to lay out another damage opportunity. I didn't know we were playing with items on, as again the paint roller goes out, and now they're just dancing around each other. Look at the aerial, they're just flying by each other, still waiting to get the hits off.
As Mew goes for the longer recovery with that side B. Now the bike pressure right on top of them. Tries to re-roll, but not going to give it to them. Mew trying to stack on more damage, set up an edge guard situation if they can catch Skits off stage without their bike, like we saw previously, but is not going to happen. Calls out a short hop with a meaty back air, and that will be Skits evening up the scoreline between UT Dallas and University of South Florida.
Mew made it a little bit difficult, was able to fly pretty efficiently around the stage, made it draw out a little bit longer than expected, but at the end of the day, Skits was able to take it no problem, and that one feels very, very good. Now taking a look for University of South Florida, again, Fortnite, Lucida, and Viri. We've seen them all play before, and I'm very, very curious if they will be coming out again. We've seen Lucida be that, I want to say that second player almost consistently, has consistently used Robin to kind of bridge the gap between some of these middle players here. And I really want to see it again. I have enjoyed the Robin to peak efficiency. It's been so much fun watching some of these combos, the change up in the stylization of which spells they want to rotate through. And I think it would be very fun to see against the Wario as well.
Yeah, I agree. The way that Lucida, maybe not necessarily hitting all the top tier Robin tech. You don't see all of the arc fire ladders, even though they have gone for them many times, but she always finds ways to get kills in ways I haven't even seen before, hitting like late up airs into back airs, and this confirms that are a lot more free-flowing than I would usually expect from a Robin player. It's been a pretty interesting playstyle to watch, and I'd love to see it again right here.
If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. It is going to be, let me get that one more time, announcer, if you can. All right, all right. Oh, we are going to get Fortnite coming out here. It's not Lucida, but it's another great second entry, right? Fortnite, again, another player that we saw on the Snake be an absolute monster with. And again, it feels like everyone on University of South Florida has gotten a chance to have their shining moments, right? And it's continuing here into this third place match. Same for UT Dallas, though. I still want to see, and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit biased here. I want to see Chichiko be able to come back out and play their game. I want to see another run of the Little Mac. I know it's unlikely, but it would be hilarious to see.
I don't think it would be that unlikely, considering Chico has been on quite a run. But against the Snake, I don't really know if we would see that happen coming up next. However, right here and now, Fortnite versus Skits. Now, Fortnite already demonstrated their proficiency in winning matchups that wouldn't necessarily be, winnable in my eyes. However, against this Wario, it's going to be a little more difficult. We saw an incredibly fast, aggressive pace set by Fortnite in their match against Gallon earlier today. If they're able to get that pace going against Skits, that's going to be huge. The last thing you want to do is let Wario have, his say for where the fights happen. You don't want to let Wario pick where to engage, because you're probably going to be in for quite a bit of damage.
That would be a very big worry as we are underway here. It is going to be that Snake versus Wario. A little bit of a check here as he hop right into it. Fortnite on the ground already trying to set some of those opportunities up, but Skits wasting no time and forcing Fortnite completely to the edge. A very quick combination shows how Skits is wanting to play this one. And again, 0 damage so far, finally eating a bomb to the face.
Yeah, but Bite does fall out and continuously. Using the Bite is a great idea because it lets you attack Snake without setting off the grenade, and then the grenade goes off in his hand as you send him flying. That resulted in quite a lot of damage on Fortnite.
129 and the bike explodes, and that's a follow-up from Skits. A little bit of a palm slap to the face versus Fortnite all the way to the edge, nearly taking that stock, but it is going to be fought back. Snake with the up smash, able to send it out, get a good read. Skits, what are you going to do? Willingly drops off the edge to try and get a little bit of control back. 78% on this Wario, a little bit of a chop, takes it home. Fortnite dropping down 1 stock.
A little more difficult for Fortnite to really set that pace I was hoping for right here. Trying to go for a couple more unorthodox options, using dash attack quite a bit, throws the distance. Is it enough? I'm not sure, especially as it's playing very patiently right now, waiting for their prime combo starter.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
It was a very nice bomb on the ground to actually be laid, and Fortnite not able to convert with the up air instead. Going to be using that side special. Is able to snipe. That's the second snipe that they've had here so far on stream in day 2, and I love it, right? It's so much fun to watch.
It certainly is. As ooh, right now Skits, spacing a lot of these aerials very well. They use these aerial drift to make sure that Fortnite doesn't know if they're going for a cross-up or if they're trying to space the aerial so Fortnite can't punish it from the front. Either way, Fortnite has to read it pretty hard. And speaking of a read, you're catching that roll in with the waft. That is impeccable right there.
The worst way ever to die, everyone. That is what you just saw right there. If anyone has that happen to them, I pray for your soul. Eyes are open, though. Fortnite on their last stock. Skits feeling very well in time. And I mean, remember, Skits was the one coming out here in perfect record. So can they do this even better? A little bit of a bike roll. Fortnite getting tossed up. Has to dodge out from the bike and immediately rolls into Skits. Good bomb placement, though. Fortnite able to keep them on range. Up on the top platform they go. A little bit of a chomp. A little bit of a throw. 73 versus 77%.
Skits is cooking right now with this combo game, feeling so free-flowing. It's been interrupted now as Fortnite gets back to stage, but you can tell Skits is feeling themselves. Can Fortnite shut down that momentum right here with that tech chase, reading that roll like a heartbeat? You can see now Skits, I don't know if they're going to be able to get back. Bike is on stage, though, but the hitboxes on that up B are able to push them through to Nikita.
This is so tight here. Fortnite wants to grab at least one more stock here. But it's becoming such a problem. Skits is already feeling very, very confident now, and it's been going on for just a little bit of time. A little bit of swing, and now that's going to be the tilts to go, and then a snipe, but it goes the wrong way. So given a second opportunity here, Skits is able to get back on stage and feel appropriately for it. You get the hit, you get a charge, you get up into the air. on the platforms. You're going to dance. Back here, not connecting. Shield is up. That's going to be a stop, though. Not a kill. Not a kill. Skits blocking that rocket with the bike. And they're now going to fight for a little bit longer. This is ridiculous how long this is going on for. These two players not wanting to concede their stocks. A little bit of a charge and the grab. Lay down. This might be the kill, and it is. Fortnite able to close out one more stock, and now Skits very angry about what just happened. 152. It's going to be a little bit of a boost, and Fortnite, what can you do? Going very aggressive, and now a boot on the leg to be followed, but the back air to finish it off. Skits lives with one stock in name.
Oh man, Skits, you could see playing with the nerves like that, it was terrifying, but I think Fortnite has demonstrated that they are one of the best players under pressure on that team. I know Skits won, but I gotta give credit to Fortnite, the way he was able to, in that that scramble situation when both players are at kill percent and you're just trying to find that kill move consistently, it has always been Fortnite to be able to push through the panic and get at least another stock on the board.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. I think it's been so much fun watching these guys play back and forth over and over again. These players putting it all on the line here, being so calculating, so kind of cold-hearted, I will say, and making sure that they don't let the nerves get the best of them. It's so much fun to watch. Skits, of course, leaving one. We are taking a look at University of South Florida for their third player and to see what they're going to dance it out with. Eyes are open. It's either going to be, and, well, I was going to predict something, but I'm not like you, Miles. I can't do that. I'm not good at that stuff. Lucida coming out now with that Robin will be going ahead and rounding things out, hopefully in decent fashion, before the anchors take the stage.
Yeah, and as Lucida comes out against this Wario, the question comes to mind, how fast are you able to get this stock? Because as we saw, if that waft comes online, it's a little bit difficult to shut down. I mean, I have not seen a Wario so consistent at hitting wafts at this level in a long time. The fact that they wait for their setups, they wait for their tech chase, and then they always pull the trigger when they need to. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them miss a waft. I don't think I've ever seen Skits miss. They always just don't use it. So, hey, if you're going to keep up that accuracy, then at the very least, Lucida, you've got to finish off that Wario before the time comes.
I think that's a huge point to make out once again, but we know how Lucida likes to play. We know Lucida can play both at a fast pace and a more close quarters combat style, as well as kind of the laid back, missile firing style as well. Get the chip damage, force the opponent to come to them. And that's the tale here. I'm very, very interested to see how that's going to play out. What style will be brought out to say, hey, I just need to take one more stock and roll into that third player on the other side as well. So go ahead, get an idea. I'm also curious about the staging as well. That staging has been so pivotal with those platforms kind of laid up, and I don't think we talked about it enough almost to see what stage would benefit either side. Is there a stage that you would prefer to see Skits be able to pick up?
Well, Wario does have the clap combos, the extensions off of the up airs. I feel like Lucina's confirms on stages with platforms, especially triplats, are a little too powerful to really just take that away. So I feel like a neutral stage like PS2 is definitely the call right here. You don't want to mess around with triplats. You don't know what kind of crazy extensions Skits could go for, or Lucida, so you just want to take those out of the equation and go play to player.
They're going to try and work their magic here as go ahead and start things off. A little bit of a color change for Skits saying, hey, can it go Pokemon Red here? That's always a fun way to put it. So Lucida going ahead, starting out with those arcs. The arc fires, but the grab into the up air gets some good clap damage down. And you can see here Skits just going ham saying, listen, this is not a problem for me. Another little spin up. Up B's just doing so much work here. And how long can Skits go without taking a blow?
I love Skits' use of the up B to cover the high recovery right here. If they jump right here, look for it. And the use of retreating aerials that could confirm into big damage. This is a really great display of defensive maneuverability right here from Skits. They haven't taken a single blow yet.
No blows happening, and you can see it here. Lucida's actually starting to spam a little bit, not even charging up, not even waiting around, just kind of trying to throw it out and see whatever connects. And there is a point where you kind of sit there and go, man, no hits, feels really, really bad. Now a couple combinations come through. Skits is up to 14, but It's nothing compared to the 80 that's been racked up here in the first few minutes. A little bit of a shoulder charge takes Lucida off stage, 96%, and now the bike is in front of you. You do have to jump up right into the waiting arms as Skits is up air and wanting a bit more. So far, no real confirms to be had just yet. That's a swing. Up smash is going to miss right into that bike forward, forcing Lucida closer in. Up throw with that bike will lend itself to a very valuable position.
And at this point, Skits has not been made to be nervous this entire time. Now they might be after that little display, but even so, taking the stock, this means Skits has that waft for the second stock. One good confirm, just like this, could be it. Up air and up air, up tilt waft might just kill at the ledge right now.
I mean, it's getting so close here. Right now, Skits is real happy about how much they have been able to do. Lucida trying to make sure this does not happen. There's going to be the hit with the arc fire. Can you set up a good combination? No. Good float out. Skits says no more damage for you. A little bit of a zap. Extra zap doesn't connect this time. And there's the waft. We see it. We know what's coming, Miles. We know that's what Skits is looking for.
Yep. Flash in yellow. And the fear factor is something you've got to consider for Lucida as well. You can see she's playing a lot more careful now. Don't want to play on top of that bike, though. It extends the hitbox of the waft. But can you get off the stage right here? Now a tech chase. They go to read it, but they don't overcommit. They don't just burn the waft immediately. No. They wait for the up tilt. Trying to pressure the shield.
They want it so badly. Are they going to get it? Nope, that's going to be a slash forward air. Catches, gets a little bit unaware, and that's going to be the arc fire drawing out the shield a little bit more. Motorcycle is back out to cover the ground option, and I mean, this is just a dance of inches here. Finally, a couple of hits. Can you get the set? No, you can't. It's the chips over and over. 63%. And climbing. Bike goes up, covers the up air, and there it is. That's going to be the hold, and Lucida hiding off on the ledge. Said, I don't want to deal with it. Good block out. Is going to roll forward. 126 on Skits. They are just dancing around each other. It's a ballroom blitz. What can they do from here? Shield is out. I mean, Skits not getting anything. That's the catch that you're hoping for.
Oh, that almost killed even without Levin Sword, as at this time, it's getting so difficult for Skits to find any openings. They're going to die to a stray hit soon. They've got to act fast. They've got to find this opening now. Ledge trap without bike. Can they get it? No, an aggressive aerial off a ledge will be enough for Lucida to clean that up. Only lost a single stock. Didn't have to deal with the waft either. And South Florida keeps themselves in this.
It's one of those moments that you feel kind of bad, right? You know that Skits was chasing for that moment, right? Chasing after that. And there is a point where you're just like, man, you kind of wish, hey, maybe you just tried it, right? At the same time, though, you couldn't, right? You couldn't really do that. And that's the whole thing is like, as a player, you know that's the only moment that you have. So very nicely timed by Lucida to be able to play that out, stall it out, make sure to get the great opening that you need to take Skits out of the game. Right now, University of South Florida waiting to see who UT Dallas will go ahead and throw as their third player.
Yeah, it feels like Lucida as a player in general plays around her opponent's options really well. We saw how she played around Ness's magnet in that matchup, baiting it out, using it as time to charge up her projectiles a little bit more. And now we saw how she played against the waft in particular. We saw how she played against the airspeed, the bike. She really plays in a manner that factors in every single option her opponent has. She never gets caught off guard by any character-specific options, and I feel like that is incredibly important when you're hitting them with a lot of character-specific options.
I feel that is so true, right? Like that is just like it's a brutal hit over and over again. Right now though, down to 2 stocks on Lucida. Who do you want to see? You've been on the prediction game almost over and over again. I don't think you've dropped a single one. Where do we go from here for UT Dallas? What do we see out of them? They played Mars, they played Skits. We haven't seen Desley, which might be fun. And actually, I think this is the... is my brain mistaking me? I think we're on the last player, actually, for UT Dallas. I do apologize.
Yeah, well, either way, I feel like the optimal option would definitely be Spark, the rushdown. Yeah, we still... players. Oh, wait, never mind. Either way, I feel like Spark would definitely be the optimal option. But while that may be optional, I would like to see Chico again. I understand you like him. Fox could be interesting. Desley, I feel like, could also be very good. Desley on the min would be good answer to the Robin, but Min Min is a character who can be counterpicked hard at times. Obviously, if you play Min Min perfectly, no one can touch you, but no one's ever going to do that. People at the highest level don't even do that. So
Yeah,
I would say Spark would definitely be the optimal option. However, that remains to be seen right here, as we have seen a lot of interesting counterpicks come out, especially from Mars on the Kazuya. That was out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a nice little open that gave us a little bit of light into UT Dallas's flexibility, right? I think that's the best way to put it. It's the way for them to sit there and go, hey, we can shake up the game just as much as anyone else. And the best time to do that was at the opening. I think that was a fantastic time to bring it out. Do we see that here? That is the question mark. We do have Spark, I believe, is what we heard coming out here. They're going to be playing and trying to get Fox. Sorry, brain still very, very fuzzy. I am going bonkers as we have had a fairly long day and an amazing day at that. So let's go ahead and see what they break out. We saw the King DDD. You did talk about the Terry is in the back pocket, but again, online, not really favorable. Do we see the King DDD here?
I feel like King DDD, for the same reasons that DDD was struggled against Luigi, is not good. However, as we see, Fox didn't really struggle against Luigi. Their specific playstyle worked wonders for escaping the combos, escaping the setups, and in general being more of a nuisance than Luigi could pump out damage. So I feel like the DDD would not necessarily be a bad pick. I also have a feeling we could just be seeing any random character coming out. I feel like Fox probably has a plethora of counterpick characters, and their team clearly has faith in them if they trusted the DDD as their anchor. So we'll see what they bring to the table here.
Well, they got to bring quite a bit. Let's see what they break out. We are getting into the last few players, not the exact last players, but let's go ahead and see what they got. It is going to be the King DDD going out against the Robin, so you know what? Let's go ahead, see what they can do. All eyes are open here as we are past the halfway point of this series.
Yeah, it's going to be Fox trying to start off strong, seeing where exactly you can pressure Lucida. Meanwhile, Lucida, as we called out, is usually very good at playing against character-specific options and exploiting their specific weaknesses. DDD has quite a few weaknesses, I won't lie. So, if Lucida is able to play the game we've seen her play against the more top tiers, then this could be Lucida bringing this back.
I mean, it's going to be a chance, of course, trying to cover that ledge, and not going to happen too quickly. Fox goes over the side, and it sets up nicely for the arc fire into forward air. Lucida testing the waters. What works? What does not? How do I play around this certain character? A little bit of a charge up. Fox finds no hit. So that'll be right back to ground zero. Another little chance in the air. Lucida playing this one out nicely. 98% on Fox. Make it 114. The hits just keep coming.
Yes, they do. Orvalo is now. It's getting pretty difficult to find a landing right now, but even so, even as Fox's damage racked up, it is a little bit difficult. Ooh! We're getting to the point where there could be just one confirm off of an arc fire could be enough to finish off this stock. Well, it would be. However, a non-legendarial just almost killed. I've never seen that in my life.
Never seen anything happen like that. It's a quick trade of stocks, but Lucida, of course, sitting on 78 and then some. Fox wanting a bit more. Can you hammer it home? Well, I thought it was a quick trade of stocks, but it is not. There it is. It is the finish. Covering all the options in the air forces Lucida to take that stock loss. A little bit of a swallow on that flame, and now Lucida looking for a bit more. There it is. The spit out of the lightning bolt, and a quick slam brings it to 44.
As Fox tries to linger off stage for as long as he can, but even that is not enough. Oh, here come the arc fire chains, but just goes for an up smash instead. Doesn't want to risk too much of an extension right there. The biggest thing is how do you cut off Fox's lifespan early? That's the question that I've been racking my brain over, and I know Lucida is too.
Coming close and coming fast and furious here. That's going to be the down smash they were looking for over and over again. And Fox is able to finish it off after losing one stock and one stock only. not too bad, if I do say so myself. That was phenomenal to see from Fox being able to recover after that stock loss and forcing University of South Florida into their last player.
Yeah, as now I have to assume it's Viri coming out. I don't know why you wouldn't. Viri seemed pretty excited to keep playing earlier on. As I keep saying, all of these characters on paper have a fairly good match against King Dedede, but the unique strengths he brings online and his unique ability to punish you for any little mistake makes him feel very uncharacteristically oppressive to play against, especially when you have a player who's as good at catching on to habits as Fox is.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge going up there, and it's where we're starting to see the strength of Fox come out to play, right? Excuse me, the deal of, hey, you know, it's a player diff at that point, right? It's the player is piloting this character to a great extent, and this is where it's fully tested. Viri is coming in. We do have word that it is that stalwart, the most courageous to ever face off here. Viri now has to work through 5 stocks. That is including Fox, and then the 4th player as well for what UT Dallas want to throw out.
I've seen Viri take far more than that, but here in the 3rd place qualifier, I'm not sure if that is possible. We'll see, though. This is very doable for Viri, especially as we go to where we saw Viri win this last match. It's going to be Final Destination.
FD, one that we don't get to see too often, and it's just too easy to lay out without too much going on. So keeping eyes on that flooring. It is going to be a little bit of a jump up. Everyone kind of dancing it out, but Rob going ahead and keeping themselves very nice in the center. Gyro is out, not going to get too much damage so far, and immediately into the aerial neutrals. It is of course King Dedede throwing out the lasers right back.
Yep, and we'll be working on getting a bigger display for you in just a couple, as soon as we can. But as this is going on, you can see already it is Viri who is struggling to keep this, maintain a % lead. They're actually struggling to get a hit against Dedede. They're being caught out on their landings, called out on their jumps. This is honestly uncharacteristic from what I would expect from this matchup. But again, the uncharacteristic is how I would describe a lot of Fox's success on this character in general.
Yeah, this is there is a point where uncharacteristic becomes just unbearable in that format. Viri at 149, and then some of the headbutt finishes it with the spike. That combination is so deadly, and that's gonna be the stock. Is there a world where Fox is able to close this one out? Is the dream to get 3rd place going to be crushed here? That is going to be a challenge right now. UT Dallas going ahead, spiking things forward. A little bit of a chance. That is going to be a hit from Viri. Viri gets a grab into the drill down, into a little bit of an up tilt, but a good dodge out by Fox means that no residual damage is made. Now a roll behind, and a little bit of a grab again. A great power driver into the up tilt. No more damage out of that. 122 on Fox.
Ooh, again, this inhale is continually calling out the projectile usage, but the fact that Viri is having a little bit of trouble edge guarding the Dedede is making it a little more difficult. But that down throw up air, calling out the mash out double jump right there. Now Fox is down to their last stock. Can he bring this back?
I mean, there is a very slight chance you're hoping to see it if you are a UTD fan. If you're a South Florida fan, you want to see these last few go perfectly for Viri. You want to see going into that the last moments in perfect order. But Fox gets a great slam with back air. Wonders what it is. That's the neutral air, and it's a perfect one. Viri down to their last stock. Fox says, listen, in this 3rd place, we do not need any help. We do not need to send our 4th player out. Let me be the one to finish this off. This King Dedede, this monster of a character, could be the finale to this 3rd place match. Viri comes right back down, immediately slaps it out. 60% on Fox. Viri at 101.
And have as long my God, calls out the cross up as hard as he can with the charged hammer, and that is going to be Fox redeeming themselves after they couldn't quite clutch it out in their qualifying match for grand finals. They were able to bring it home against Veery and secure third place for the University of Texas Dallas.
It was a phenomenal match, and huge props to South Florida as well to make it through this bracket, end up in that third place match. It is awesome to see, and I can't wait to see this team grow even further. You talked about it before, right? Watching University of South Florida play it out in previous seasons, it felt like the Veery show. It felt like just kind of that one-man army with some people flanking alongside. At this point, though, it looks like they could easily grow to greater heights. And that's what I want to see. Taking a look here, though, I want to get your opinion between these two teams. Was there someone that stood out to you, someone that you say people should watch for future matches? Uh-oh. Did we lose someone? Did I drop? Is that... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, nope. Miles, are you back? Miles, come in, Miles. All right. You're on the other side of my screen, but I can't hear you right. There you go.
There
You're back.
we go. Hi. Sorry about that, folks.
All right, let's repeat the question before we go to a quick break. Kilo Miles, is there anyone on either of these two squads, UT Dallas or University of South Florida, that you want to deem as an up-and-comer, someone that you want to watch the rest of the CEC seasons?
I'll be honest. First of all, definitely one of the most improved has to be. We saw Mew take L after L after L in the opening, and it was a little bit of a heartbreak to see Mew come back like that was huge. Fortnite obviously had the big showcase, but on the side of UT Dallas, we got to give credit to Fox as this anchor we didn't get to see on day one, coming in big today. Not quite big enough to get them all the way to the finals, but definitely someone to watch. And I think one of the main threats, underrated threats, is definitely Skits. Obviously recognized as one of the best, probably the best Wario in all of Texas, and they definitely have shown that they're one of the major threats in the college scene.
All right, well, there you go. Some awesome players to watch. I'm sorry about that, Kilo Miles, but this has been an amazing time. We are running a little bit behind schedule, and I understand that, so we are going to go ahead, send it to a quick break. We will get UT Arlington and University of Houston coming up on your screens here, the 2nd seed of the tournament versus the 9th seed to go ahead and kick us off to a grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
It's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 and 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman. And the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this. And that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed, I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the side of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Mom is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here, as Hispaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
Oh, this is a very dangerous opportunity here. We're gonna see.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one sock, and we've seen what.
And we are back, ready to go. We have fixed the internet. We have fixed the players up to get ready for the grand finals. It is the final showdown here between University of Texas at Arlington and University of Houston. These two teams are going to go up in a fierce battle and an endurance test, if you will. To give you a little bit of background, again, this is a best-of-3 set of crew battles. This is a 4v4 for every set, and you have to win 2 of them. It is an incredibly arduous task that I don't think a lot of players are going to be too used to, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, and I feel like one measure I want to bring up very early on to keep an eye on is the University of Texas at Arlington is very proficient. They play in a lot of different competitions, and they are no stranger to very long, very drawn-out finals, or even just regular season matches. They have the endurance. It has been built up. Now, granted, this is a new season. They may not be quite as ready for it, but they have definitely weathered it time and time again. Now, remains to be seen. Can the University of Houston stack up to the experience in the collegiate format that the UT Arlington has? That's what I have my eye on.
Yeah, and taking a look at the rosters again for University of Texas at Arlington, we have Davey, Army Ollie, Curry, and Beastly. But surprisingly, and I say this with a huge amount of respect, the time that we've seen UTA, we have only seen 3 players ever play. Right? In grand total, we have seen Davey, Army Ollie, and Curry play. Those are the only 3 that we have actually seen on stream play. Beastly, Phenom, and Smoke, Phenom and Smoke being the 2 reserves, have not been seen on stream yet and are, in our eyes, hidden from the series so far.
Yeah, and well, all of these players, as I've mentioned, are major threats. In particular, as we've seen, Davey, Armiali, and Curry have been enough to dispatch every team they've come across thus far. And that, in and of itself, is a wonder to see. We'll see if they can continue their dominance going into this set of crew battles against their opponent, the University of Houston. Now, Houston...
Ooh, yeah.
Oh,
Go right
yeah.
ahead, sorry.
We have seen quite a bit of their roster. Nico, in particular, has been the battering ram that no matter what, Nico has always been there. Radish King as well has been, I have to say, a very good core member of the roster. Continuously, Radish King has found ways to upset people with crazy amounts of dedication on their combos. Snook, a lot of the other people come in as more counter picks. The amazing depth that we see from University of Houston, 8 players on their roster, means that they can send in a lot of these players like Snook, like Passion, like GR8, and of course like Puffles as, well, just sort of counter picks to whatever may be coming their way. So we'll see if they're ready for UTA.
Yep, and we do have our first players on board as well. It is going to be Davey versus Puffles, and Puffles, the first time we saw University of Houston, I think it was actually, I think it was Snook that came out, or just Fizzle, one of the others. It was not Puffles, and yet Puffles over the course of today has been the grand starter for University of Houston. It's been so much fun to watch, and I can't wait to see what they can do. Davey, of course, on the other side. We've seen Davey. We know what Davey can do. Let's see if it breaks out. And
I don't know if we know what Davey can do. What's
oh
the
my
Davey
gosh.
doing? Like, Davey has hopped on over to the Steve in the tennis costume, and this is not something I have seen Davey run. I know Davey has it, but still. We'll see if Puffles is able to acclimate to the pressure that Davey, the different unique pressure that Davey is going to be putting on here. As he gets an opening with a minecart, doesn't quite get a follow-up yet. Feeling out Puffles.
They'll go ahead and exchange a couple blows here, and Davey, unlike some of the other Steves, has actually opted to go straight into combat with just kind of the wooden tools here. And that's quite surprising, right? The other Steves that we've seen have been more calculated in terms of getting those items, getting those materials set up, but has opted to just kind of go ham right away, and it's yielding results for Puffles. These trades that normally we see go kind of hard have been very, very different, but that's already a diamond in hand. Now you just got to take a little bit of time to craft, and Samir grabbing a throw, a little bit of an up B, immediately countered by another bomb, and it's going to be there. That's going to be the first one. A little bit of a diamond set, and bomb is out, immediately hit out as Puffles is at 76.
This is confidence right here, Orbital. Crafting diamond tools on the first stock, that to me is saying, I don't think I need more than one stock to be used. Usually most Steves will hold on until they're confident that they're going to have diamonds for the next stock. Davey feels no such need, but maybe that was a little presumptuous. Davey has no iron right now, no way to use minecart or anvil. They need to mine up iron every single time they want to go use it.
Right now you have just a sliver, but that's what you get. Forward smash takes it in. Puffles down to 2 stocks and another diamond in hand. Diamond and gold in hand feels great. A little bit of a down, but can't get the coverage on that ledge. So Puffles is allowed to come back up. That would have been a very sneaky stock if it was held off.
Yeah, Davey is definitely going all in right here. Does not care at all. Meanwhile, Puffles is struggling to evict Davey from center stage in scenarios where Davey isn't just, well, holding on. Any single time Davey is able to set up under one of these platforms, Puffles almost just has to take it and let Davey gain resources. Finally, Puffles is able to get Davey off stage, but interesting block movement means that Puffles is going to struggle, and Davey actually saves his own life with that block.
I mean, whether it was calculated or not, feels kind of good to stay alive here. All stone in the pocket, though. A lot of options taken away from Davey right now, and at 151. Another one to not enjoy too much. Now at 159, setting that block up just to keep yourself safe and ready to go. A little bit of a slap. Eyes are open. Iron has been mined up and a little bit more in the pocket. So finally some other options. Minecart out. and still bullied out, but Puffles is still trying to work through some of those walls, and it leaves him open to a minecart. I did not expect that to kill, but it did. Puffles down to 1 stock.
With the redstone and gold, it's super speed, and it's able to burst down Puffles when you least expect it. Now, though, Davey snaps the ledge, a very delicate glide as they retake center stage right there. Where's the big hit going to come from? Puffles have an answer right now.
I mean, I want to say yes, but Davey has been alive so long above 150. There it is, finally taken away. A grab is what was needed. And now Davey gets to go right back to mining, slamming home all that iron, and immediately a rail car out. Great hit, 60% on Puffles. TNT is laid down, and now a catch a little bit more. Davey still on 0%. Perfect guard comes out. And Davey is just sending it home. He's just like, listen, I can play whatever I want and make it happen. Puffles getting the short end of the draw. 86% on them.
Yeah, gold increases your attack speed tremendously, and you can see Davey is using that to apply massive amounts of pressure to rack up damage, and now it's time for the kills. It's time for the diamond tools. We'll see if Davey is able to use those to great effectiveness. They struggle to land right here. It looks like Puffles is getting better at positioning the projectiles in places where Davey is not comfortable with. Can they keep up this pressure? Can they keep it alive?
I mean, it's a definite chance. It's holding there, and they might get the option. So, can they get it? Yes, they do! Back here, but no, still alive. Puffles, you got one more chance. You get one more option here, but that's going to be a little bit of a spike. Davey says, hey, I caught you out. I knew exactly what you were going to do. And we're going to go back into it. Davey wants to carry over with 2 stocks in hand. If you do that, it feels great. Puffles at 130. Still trying to climb. Mining. Iron, gold, iron, redstone. Redstone is up, and now they're going to charge forward. In goes the minecart. Anvil is down. Go for a little bit more. Just going for that finisher is what you're looking at. Along the top ropes, currently, Davey controls it all, but out of materials right now, has to go back to mining. Can Puffles bully it out? Not so much.
I feel like Davey is trying to conserve resources right here. I'm not entirely sure what the mindset is. Are they planning on going down a stock right here? Are they not confident in getting this final blow? Maybe they're trying to bait Puffles into an over-aggressive option, trying to scout out their options. But right now, it feels like Davey is almost toying with his food, and in the grand finals, you cannot be doing that.
It's not a very... It's not so respectful, as you said. It's not so nice to see, but... I mean, we're just watching this happen. Puffles is trying to chase afterwards, and it's not happening.
Oh, they still have the sword. I feel like that was the bait right there. They're making it look like they don't have any tools, and then they come in, still just as deadly as ever. They have the iron to supercharge that piston up throw, and that's enough to finish off the stock. They made them look harmless. They made themselves look helpless, but in the end, it was all a ruse, Orbital.
It's always just a little bit of a bait with Davey, and that'll be Puffles taken out right there. So it's a well-fought battle overall, though, but unexpectedly Davey opening with that C, very uncharacteristic, but showed some gumption on it. And now the rest of the University of Houston has to figure out, how do we want to deal with it, right? Now we have to deal with the Steve on top of it. And remember, that hasn't really been played so far by UT Arlington. It's been, the Sonic, it's been the Olimar, it's been the Snake to come out every so often, and then the Pokemon training. So to see a Steve come out and be utilized to this efficiency with 2 stocks remaining as well, University of Houston are in a little bit of a pickle against the number 2 seed.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is going to be a little bit difficult for them, but I do have faith that they can get this dub in the books. University of Houston, like I said, have an amazing plethora of counterpick characters. Right here and now, though, I'm not going to lie, similar to what we saw last time, we might see an early Nico take the stage. It worked wonders as a battering ram, ramming through everything University of Texas at Austin had. So we'll see if that is what comes out of. I see the cloud. I think Nico has taken the stage.
Yep, Nico is in. Nico's ready to go, but how does this matchup fare? I don't think we've seen this specific matchup just yet here on the day or over the weekend.
Well, the Cloud, like I said, is very good at closing the distance with characters that don't often, that don't often approach quite as much. Cloud also has the disjoint to deal with the minecart as well, lingering hitboxes with the back air and cross slash, and of course a great out of shield option in terms of that up B. That's not saying Steve has nothing on the Cloud, but in general, Cloud has a good time chasing Steve down, at least comparatively to the other members of the cast.
Yep, they're going to go hard for it and see what they can do. Right now, it's just a dance for positioning. You can see Nico trying to up the tempo and immediately is able to grab some extra significant damage. Anvil came down and Iron is getting used up fairly quickly. So for Davey, trying to get rid of that dirt, just trying to build up a wall and get some mining done, but finally allowed, but only picks up a bit of dirt and stone, so not too much. Good block on themselves, able to keep themselves on stage, and is able to pick up gold. So gold in the inventory. Now you just got to craft it. Nico says, not even close! It's the up smash to take the stock.
Yeah, as right now, we can see Davey is struggling to find this, well, struggling to find opportunities to gather resources in the same way that we did against Truffles. Has to use the redstone right there to get a burst option against Nico, but if that's the only option you're going to get, if that's the only opening you can find, how are you going to shut down this limit? Cross slash finally knocks the limit straight out of Nico, but where is the option going to be? Right now, Davey not in too much danger, but playing near the ledge, that might change.
This is going to be a bit of a challenge. 157 and counting. Nico wanting to carry over in the next with just a little bit of a set, so it's Davey on 80.
It's tricky movement for Nico to deal with, but calling out a jump right there. Nico evens up the game between UT Arlington and Houston right here in the grand finals. It's still a dead even race. A little bit tricky opening right there. I don't know if they were expecting Davey to be running that Steve, but again, you do have to factor in that these teams are relatively pretty close to each other, at least compared to a lot of other tournaments. They've definitely played in the same state level events, and well, that means that they have to trick each other at a more personal level. Like, it's not just surface level knowledge between these two teams.
Yeah, there's a point you got to dig, like, kind of deep into the closet of what you know about the opponents. It's like, man, is there a character that I know they've been losing to lately? Is there someone that they just really don't like and I can play that character? Yeah, let's do it. Let's have a bit of fun. I feel like Davey did that a little bit. But Nico currently sitting ready to go with the Cloud, and it'll be up to UT Arlington to decide what they want to throw out. Currently, Army Ollie and Curry would be some of the options that they are going to run with. Beastly, Phenom, and Smoke ready to go on the bench if they would like to play as well. So what they decide to do will be up to them. Of course, Nico with that Cloud, though, feels like he can counter just about everything. So if you had your choice in selection here, as again, this is just set number one. This kind of sets the baseline for what we're working with here. The teams will have to play again, and all that information that we gathered here in the first set will be transferred over into set number two. What are you thinking? Where do we go from here? Is there going to be something to try and, like, break Nico and say, hey, the Cloud is not invincible?
Well, I think in terms of a player-to-player matchup, Curry's Steel Resolve is always a good pick. The fact that Curry is able to come in on the Incineroar and kind of just ego you into submission at times, it really does feel like through sheer force of will, Curry pulls out these victories at times, and that might be just what you need to take down Nico. In terms of a numbers standpoint, I think Army Ollie is also a very good pick. We see someone entering the ring. I'm curious to see who that could be, but
it is going to be Curry, I think.
It is going to be Curry?
Fun times. Yeah. Curry is coming up here. Is going to be playing that Snake in second in rotation. So UT Arlington playing one of the brothers to kick things off here, and or to at least set up the second stage. And it's going to be 3 stocks on 3 stocks.
Yeah, and already you can see the pace that Curry sets on Snake is a lot faster than many of the other Snakes we've seen today. Curry is very explosive heavy, and pulls that grenade, stays in shield to force Nico to have a kind of unfavorable trade. They know Nico is one of the prime threats they're dealing with, and that is exactly why. So Curry wants to take as many of these trades as he can, just wither away at Nico's health bar.
This is just slow and steady kind of playing out. Shield goes quite low, but a down air is able to get some connecting damage into a little bit of a slap. The tilt works perfectly. Curry keeping it safe. Miz going to be Nico trying to go up, is able to grab the ledge just very nicely.
And I like these little bits of movement mix-ups with the B reverses, the wave bounces on these grenade pools. You never know exactly where they're going to be. The grenade pops Nico up out of the up B into the up smash mortar. That was a great ledge trap right there from Curry.
Oh man, this is going to be a test and a test and a test. Stock for stock, blow for blow, punch for punch. Swords against grenades, who would have thought it? That's going to be another little bit of a slash and a little bit of an opening. Nico took that opportunity and chased after Curry. Now with the nade on the ground, though. Nico getting stopped out. Limit is up. Went for a grab, could not get it. Now they're going to try and roll on the edge. Look at that edge guard. Oh, the bombs keeping it tricky.
One thing I want to point out, Orbital, oh my gosh, is the way that Curry pulls the grenade and immediately drops it and moves away from it. So if Nico tried to hit Curry where they were standing instead of where Curry is going to be, then, well, Nico just ends up hitting the grenade, and that's a C4 on Curry. Uh-oh. Oh, it was actually on Nico. And that means, well, Curry was able to start off this stock with a neutral opening, keeping things very even against the star player of Houston.
It's going to be the challenge coming in here. As you said, the stars are out here. Curry is going to play it as fast as possible. Again, stock down, and we're into that final stock between the two. Only one will be able to carry over into that third round. Or into that third player on each side. Set one, kind of on the line here, and it's going to be a breakout. No connection, though. Curry able to block it appropriately, but those nades are doing so much work to keep a space made. 113 though, a good grab, a good back throw into the side special, and it's the finisher, and it is going to be the KO. Nico is going to fall. One stock left. Curry able to contain that round.
Yeah, and that puts them in a very tight position right now, Orbital. It's going to be difficult to come back now that Nico is out of the picture. Cloud in general does very well against most zoners. I feel like Snake is a uniquely difficult matchup because, like I said, Cloud loves to uses movement speed to outmaneuver people, get on right on top of them. But with how many grenades were on the field at any given time, it really felt like half of the approaches just ended in a big old explosion, which often led to even more damage. You see the grenade explosion into the mortar was a major finisher, and then there was always constant pressure at the ledge. That was what eventually finished the game. The fact that even though it didn't always hit, Curry would always go for a Nikita or an up smash at ledge to pressure Nico. And if there was ever one mistake, one over-aggressive option, then that would just be the stock. And that's exactly what happened at the end. Nico jumped up, tried to get right back on a stage, continue the fight, and they ran straight into a remote missile. And that was all she wrote for Nico. University of Houston now down to 2 players remaining on this first game. Can they bring this back?
I mean, they're definitely going to try. We have gotten word that Snook is coming in here. Snook coming in as the 3rd player for University of Houston. And I can definitely see it. Again, the hero also great options coming out here. Very nice kind of coverage all the way around. And we saw it do some work before, right? We definitely saw Snook pull out some impressive plays overall. And to be able to take one off of Curry, I think, is a very real possibility. So to be able to do that, force UT Arlington down to that 3rd player position, it could be a real play. So I'm very, very excited to see how it works out here.
Yeah, I am too. Snook on the hero has in general been kind of a snake slayer, which I didn't think there were that many snakes in the bracket, but it feels like every single time we see Snook, it is counterpicking a snake, and there is very good reason for that. With how often Snook is able to manipulate the RNG and get bounce online, as well as using... So one major detriment to Snake is the fact that when he pulls a grenade and then shields the explosion, it does damage his shield. We have seen Snook get quite a few shield breaks before based off of the oomph and psych up. So if Snook is able to bait Curry into detonating a grenade on his shield and then immediately hit it with a psych up attack, that might just be the shield broken. That might just be Snook taking an early stock. Snook has a lot of options to deal with this special operative, and I'm excited to see what he brings to the table today.
Well, that's one part of it, you know, and again, we can talk about so much of how Curry is going to be on the back foot, you know, with the snake and all. I'm just more curious. I just want to see who UT Arlington are going to field as their fourth player, right? I want this to go all the way. I want to see who their fourth player is, and I want to see them take it all the way to town because, again, we got another set after this. And for University of Houston, they have to understand UT Arlington have put on a show here today, not just in Super Smash Brothers, but they also carried off a fantastic Rocket League Series Finals, and that was the best part about it. So, eyes are open right now. It is going to be Snook just running against the wall. You know, you love to see it. Back into this 3-1 position. Taunts are out. Slime said hello, and we are underway.
Yeah, you can see, ooh, Snook gets right in there, changing up how they would usually play this matchup, and they're fishing for bounce and bounce alone. Did skip right over, because it's more important to get right back into that menu and to keep up the pressure against Curry. We've seen how grenade-heavy Curry is at times. So the fact that they're able to get bounced up this early is crucial. Now at ledge, you don't have that safety. But even so, Snook is able to get back to center stage, holds the lead for now, but even so, Curry is making it very difficult for them.
It's a hard challenge on the edge. Curry realizing that this is a very fast-paced move now as the accelerate is on. Nade's going out to try and slow down everything. Bounce is on, but immediately Snook said, hey, not even a problem. It's going to be a little bit of a bomb going out there. Side special feeling good, and the slash. The smash is not going to work in the forward style. Now it's going to be up and around, landing on the top platform, getting back up, but it's the tilt. Curry able to take one off of Snook.
Yeah, that up tilt, again, the most stalwart, stagnant kill move that you can ask for. Bounces online again. Can they make this work? This might be the last bounce of the match, unless they can't land this killing blow. Snook is trying so hard, but the way Curry has been maneuvering it, finally just a kazap will be enough to send Curry sky high, but not before Snook lost a stock.
I mean, you know what you were up against and you knew how strong it was. Remember, this is an okay trade. This is understandable. This is how crew battles kind of fall on the wayside, right? It's kind of standard to lose at least one stock in that battle, and to only lose one I think is very appropriate. So Snook feeling fairly confident with this moving into the next round. You want to get it fairly close and hopefully do well in that regard. Either way, we could see Army Ollie coming out here. It's going to be a fun chance to see these players again break out some of their signatures, and it's been a blast so far here today. UT Arlington having a good run and being challenged, right? The last time we saw them, they swept very, very quickly, I want to say. It was one of the faster runs that we'd seen, you know, clearing out the openers as well as the second players on some of these teams. So being forced down to their third player so quickly feels like a little different story.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. University of Houston has really stepped it up since we first seen them, showing that they are easily one of the most threatening teams in the South right here. Obviously, they're in grand finals. Now, looking at who could be coming up next, honestly, any of them are good. I honestly think Army Ollie should be saved for later. Maybe against Radish King, if that would come in. I would think Army Ollie would have a very good matchup, Luigi, against that Olimar. However, I feel like either of the Pokemon trainers would be good against this hero, and also, fingers crossed on this, Phenom is a personal favorite of mine on that Fox. A lightning fast fighter right there, and Phenom is one of the flashiest players I have ever seen. Easily the best clip I've ever seen in me personally. And so if Phenom comes out, you know you're in for a show, even if it may be a little bit difficult to get done.
Yeah, that's always a feels-good moment when you know that you're going to hit that clip and you know you're going to try and be super, super crazy about it. I love it. I love flashy players. I'm personally a player that plays for flashy because I can't play for the win. Good Lord, low mic players, unless you're Chichiro, you're not really playing for those stock wins. So I love the fact that we do have a potential just showy style, you know, go for the highlight plays, go for that under the stage play, whatever you want to do, right? let's get it going. Let's see someone else be able to push their way. We do get to see it is going to be the standard main roster. We have gotten word that Beastly is coming in here, the Pokemon trainer / Ness player. Pokemon trainer, of course, being the heavy leaned favorite.
Yes, I feel like Ness on paper is a better matchup right here, though. With the way we have seen Magnet used in the past, I would not be shocked to see the Ness, and Beastly's Ness is nothing to scoff at either. Obviously, the Pokemon trainer is a better all-rounder, just in case you don't know quite what's coming, but I would assume Radish King is somewhere in the lineup coming up. I don't think Ness is a terrible matchup against Luigi either, so if you want to bring out the Ness right now, I think Beastly, this could be your time to shine. Pokemon Trainer, obviously still very good. Still a top tier. Still one of the most versatile characters in the game. But it is good to keep your options open. I personally would lean towards the Ness, though. There we go.
Well, you know what? You got your wish. You can see it in there. Miles the Prophet is right back. That's what we're going to name you from now on. It is going to be that Ness. You called it nail on the head. It's just that better option. So let's see if Snook is able to counter it out and say the hero will always prevail, or will Beastly say thank you very much for the set. Eyes are open as we get underway for what is this third string set of players ready to duke it out.
Yeah, and already you can see Beastly has had his PK Fire taken away, but I feel like with the constant threat of Magnet, Snook loses a lot more. Snook has to think a lot more about what options he wants to throw out. It's going to be a lot more passive buffs. Uses the Magnet to extend off the PK Fire. Oh my god, they almost got that follow-up 2-frame, but unfortunately did not quite catch them there.
What a challenge on the ropes already. It shouldn't stop anything too quickly. A couple jabs with the foot underneath as Beastly is just looking for those options. A little bit of heal comes out. Accelerate is going to be used, but Accelerate off the edge, and it's a little bit of a bolt. Beastly, thankfully, is not going to have to deal with any of that up B recovery situations, and a little bit of a stall out, but that's going to be the catch. Snook is going to fall, cannot confirm back up, and Beastly is going to be very happy with that stop.
Snook shot themselves in the foot with that Accelerado. The increased air acceleration propelled them underneath the stage instead of right onto it. Unfortunate right there, as right now Beastly is laying on even more pressure up close and personal while the bounce is online. And have to acknowledge the psych up, but Beastly does actually get the block because there's no oomph online to boost it.
Taking a look here, it's going to be a little bit of a slap. Beastly saying, hey, I have found some opportunities, a little bit back here, trying to cover that option, and we're going to have it. A little bit of an explosion goes out, though. Snook was looking for the big opportunity. The wind-up of the yo-yo on the down smash is not going to find it, and the forward smash finds it on Beastly's side. Beastly racking it up, finishing off Snook with no damage to themselves.
Swing Bada Bada is right now. Beastly is in position to finish off University of Houston for the first time. They always come back again to bite you because this is a best of 3. You're going to have to win 2 of these crew battles right here. So if that comes to be, we're going to see a lot of adaptations from University of Houston as I keep bringing up some of the greatest roster depth. I think the greatest roster depth in the entirety of the CECC South. They're going to be able to use that to adapt in the coming sets. But that remains to be seen. Right here and now, there is one last player, one last opportunity to clutch out against the side of UTA. Who's it going to be? I have to assume it's Radish King. With a combo game like that, maybe your only chance to truly bring it back against this Ness.
Yeah, we'll get to see and really hope it is. And it is! You are again the Prophet on high. Excuse me, Miles. I mean, you're calling it over and over again. It's going to be Radish. There's no other way.
Who else could it be? With that impeccable combo game, the ability to improvise out of your punishes and hit the 0 to death is what makes a good Luigi player. If anything, we haven't seen Radish King truly abuse many of Luigi's kill confirms. We haven't seen a lot of the down tilt down B, the down tilt tornado, or even the down tilt up B if you want to get a little more high execution with it. However, even though we haven't seen those, the fact that they've been consistently able to combo into death and finish off with jab locks alike, means I have faith that if anyone could clutch this out, it would be Radish King.
Well, we'll see if they can. They have to work through 6 stocks here. It is a long road ahead. It's been a difficult one, but let's go ahead and take a look. Radish King coming in here and immediately going on that offensive. Huge damage being racked up, 56, and looking for a bit more.
Yeah, well, they get that damage already. Here comes the edge guarding. Able to use that disjointed Zaire to edge guard for a little bit, but not a lot gained off of it as Beastly is back on the stage. The Zaire is continuing to pressure Beastly. But finally, just a raw forward smash in the scramble is enough to finish off Beastly's first stock.
That was a quick blow as well, and now looking for a bit more. Getting into the combo game, rolling it out, and Beastly getting caught unawares. This is going to be another setup forward air to kind of punch out into the smash. Was set, but a nice block out. Can you get it again? No, you can't. So well done, but the grab is going to hold, and this time it's Zap out of that side special. Not going to get that one off this time. Gets the second one, and Radish King on the groundwork. Both of these players playing the ledge so well.
Yeah, as Radish King struggles to try and find this opening again, but a parry on the dash attack, dropping down from the platform to get that. Now, Beastly has a chance at an opening, but overall it has been Radish King running the show.
Completely in their hands. Another little punch. Radish King looking to take 2 stocks without losing a single one. And if that happens, that is a huge boon for Radish King to carry over. Beastly, you want to get a few more hits. A little bit of a punch to the back of the head. This time PK Fire goes out, stalls out the tactic that Radish was going to go for. A little bit of Fireball, and now the hit neutral. And the Nair is able to finish it off. Good job on that one, but Beastly now at 148. This is a dangerous spot to be in.
Oh, the ledge regrab right there meant that Beastly was wide open to punish. Radish King does not drop those. I'm almost shocked he didn't go for the down tilt or down taunt right there, but the stakes are too high to get too saucy with it. As at this point, Beastly into the corner. They're able to get the falling up air. Opportunity to punish right there. Gets the drag down. Punishes with a PK flash of all things. Great use of the disjoint. Radish King, the percents are evening up.
I mean, I never would have expected that to come out here. So very interesting punish overall, and Beastly finding a little bit of a percentage advantage here, and now going to get the back here again, keeping Radish King off on the side, and that's a full fire on the special, and now another boot to the face, another misfire though, and that is what Radish King was maybe not hoping for. Didn't expect to go that far. Another little ledge grab, and you get it. Beastly is able to push a Radish King down to their last stock.
After an electrifying start, Radish King is on the brink of having the bracket reset upon them. They didn't even get to see the anchor. No team has forced UT Arlington to their anchor yet. Will Radish King be the first? Yes, he will be. Finally, we get to see who that 4th member of UT Arlington is as Beastly tumbles into the depths, and Radish King, with 1 stock remaining, moves on.
I mean, we might not have ever seen them go to a 4th player in the set, but they've definitely gone and grabbed their 4th player. Beastly pulled on a hell of a show right there. Very, very well done on the nest, and it was so much fun to watch. But Radish King, I mean, you said it right out of the gates. Looks so good. Combinations landing left and right. There was almost no room for Beastly to breathe. And now it's all down to 1, right? Beastly fought back. It's a 1 stock versus 3 stock situation. And it is going to be Army Ollie. I mean, at this point, I'm just assuming you know everything, Miles, so I'm just going to go ahead and let them know who's coming up next, because it is going to be the trifecta of the main squad.
As I said, Army Ollie, well, Army Ollie has a very good matchup here. The fact that Luigi has a very tough time getting through once Army Ollie has established control of the ground game with a double purple setup. Additionally, Army Ollie has a lot of good get-off-me tools in form of the whistle, which helps him escape a lot of the combos. The whistle, I don't know if you know, provides just a frame or two of invulnerability, just enough to escape many of Luigi's combos. And additionally, just the fact that Luigi is forced to throw out so many aerials to get the Pikmin off of him at times means you're wide open to a lot of punishes. It's going to be difficult right here, but possible for Radish King. 1 stock in a dream.
The dream is still very alive. You made it this far. Let's see if you can pull it off. Radish King looking to try and carry University of Houston to a 1st set win. Series on the line. Same with Army Ollie on that Olimar. Looking to carry UT Arlington to their first set win as well. Time is out. Pikmin are ready to go, and it's an immediate grab by Radish King. Immediately into the combo, and into the jabs, into the up tilts, and down airs. A little bit of an up B. Tried to make it happen, but couldn't follow up. Down with the down B. The force Army Ollie already at 90%.
You've got to keep this momentum up if you have any chance of taking this home, but missing that uppy early on means you did eat that 70%. Where can Army Ollie get the opening right here? Army Ollie slowing the pace of the game down, but Luigi's constant aerial pressure means the Pikmin aren't even having a place to land, at least not for long.
I mean, they're trying so hard, and there we go. Finally, a little bit of a zap on the back. Immediately punched out. Poor Pikmin is dead. Don't worry, there's a few more in the ground. They are getting bullied left and right, though. And Army Ollie's just like, well, crap, I need that purple, and there it is. Purple Pikmin is out, ready to go. A little bit of a jump, a little bit of a jab, and perfect guard, but a good grab comes out. Immediate slap in the face, and now it's going to be the Fire Pikmin to do a little bit more damage. 69% now on Radish King. Army Ollie fighting back valiantly.
A ledge trump right there, an aggressive option from Radish King. Army Ollie, though, tries to mix him up, but Radish King does not yet fool. Is there to pick up the kill. And 2 stocks for Army Ollie. Doable for Radish King right here. If he gets another grab, finishes to 0 to death. Very doable.
That's going to be a... It's a good attempt right now, and we're just seeing they're jockeying for a position. Both of them know that they got some combinations. There's a grab. Can't get the reconfirm. Can't get the combo off.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. Not quite enough hit stun as now at this point. Army Ollie looking for that opportunity. A raw forward smash with small stages. It's the edge guard that they need. Gets the 2-frame with it as well. At this point, it might be all she wrote as a stylish finisher with a down air is all we need to reset this. Only one more set needed for UT Arlington, and they will be your victors.
I mean, it was so well played overall. I give huge props to both squads. And again, the first team that we've seen on air. On air, I said again, and we want to reiterate that there have been so many amazing matches played off stream that these teams have been battling through, and we have to give props to them as well for that. But on stream so far, University of Houston are the first team to force UT Arlington to bring out their 4th member, and not just that, take another stock out of it. UT Arlington are forced down into 2-stock territory left in their tank, and I couldn't have asked for a better way to end that set. So going into set number 2, with the lineups that we saw before, do you think this is going to be the exact same situation? Miles, you've been predicting it left and right. Do we see the same starters, the same 2nd string, 3rd string, and anchors, or are we going to see a little bit of a swap up?
I think there has to be a swap up right here. I don't know if everyone wants to go against the same exact people they saw before. I wouldn't be surprised to see Puffles starting out again. I feel like you don't want to risk anything on that opener. I'm not sure if we'll see the Steve again, even though it was very good, Davey. I wouldn't hate to see that Pokemon trainer for a little more versatility. However, remains to be seen right now. I feel like for the starters, we might be seeing the exact same people. I feel like both Davey has some of the most versatility on the side of UT Arlington, and then right along with them, Puffles. I wouldn't hate to see Puffles again. I feel like Puffles definitely wants that run back. But then again, you might want to save Puffles for when he might get more value.
It's a lot to think about. I mean, like, we're sitting here, we get to speculate all day long, right? We're not the ones that actually have to play this match out, and yet these are what they have to do, right? So taking eyes on it, you're saying Davey and Puffles might be the chance. Is there a matchup that you feel that UT Arlington and Houston do not want to see on either side, right? Before, I believe it was Davey versus Nico was a fall down with the Steve and Cloud, and then it was Curry and Nico, and then it was Curry and Snook. What matchups do you think should be completely avoided by either side?
I think one matchup in particular that should be avoided is, I think, the Nico versus any of the Snake players again. I feel like Nico will have a good run against pretty much any of the other players on the roster, a very good run against some of them. I feel like if he went up against the Fox in the form of Phenom, or even the Pokemon trainers, the Cloud would do wonders, but I feel like the Snake in particular has the unique ability to put a lot of pressure on Cloud off stage, and I'm not sure if that's something that you really want Nico to be dealing with, at least not in the first round. It'll likely be counterpicked against him, but at the very least, he can give you a lead.
Yeah, I think that's a huge thing to break out, right? Like, Nico has had some phenomenal starts and some phenomenal moments, and this has been kind of their bread and butter. It's been so much fun to watch, and I can't wait to see even more. Of course, again, if University of Houston are able to win this set, we move into a third and final set, and at that point, all bets are off. I say just throw caution to the wind and go crazy for all that it's worth, right? But it's interesting to bounce around. So Nico hopefully going to get a better matchup than what they have seen before. Try and stay away from that Snake. We have seen so far the teams play a plethora. We've seen this Steve, Snake, Ness, and Olimar come out from UT Arlington. For University of Houston, it's the Young Link, Cloud, Hero, and Luigi. Out of those two, I would assume University of Houston are going to stick closer to their guns, right? I don't expect to see too many character swap-ups on their side specifically.
Yeah, as it looks like it is going to be Davey versus Radish opening up. The anchor we saw before coming in for a rematch right here and now. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see who Davey picks. Now, I feel like both the Steve and the Pokemon trainer have a fairly good matchup right here. Also has a Pyramithra in the back pocket, which I think also does really good against Luigi. I honestly wouldn't hate to see the Pyramithra now that I bring it up. It's been a while since I've seen Davy's Pyramithra, but it was kind of wreaking havoc in previous leagues that I've seen Davy in. If they are able to use those disjoints, use that ledge trapping, use that neutral domination against Luigi, Radish King might not be able to get any of his signature openings.
Ooh, and that might be very, very scary. Because again, remember, Radish King has been not just a phenomenal anchor, but one of the strongest anchors we've seen so far. Always kind of believing in that last player, always having that hope. To throw it out so early, that's going to put a little bit more pressure on Puffles, Nico, and Snook, if those are the four players still playing. Because remember, of the two teams, University of Houston still has one of the deeper roster pools. We have not seen Passion. We have not seen GR8. We saw GR8 in the last series that they played in the semifinals. Ulrich is still up there. Disguised Oak 300 could still come in here. Fizzle could also still come in here. Outside of the technicals, we could see way more being done as well. So, as you said, keeping eyes on how this first match breaks out, taking eyes on what could happen next. So much on the line. Players are probably still deciding on what stage they actually want to go for.
Yeah, there is a lot of thought being put in here. Clearly, a lot of respect going as we are going to be getting in as soon as we can. Just a very brief break in now. Finally, Davey is coming in on the Steve. A very strong combo game and neutral against another strong combo game and neutral. So we'll see how that pans out for them, as Davey is clearly much more practiced on this Steve than I ever anticipated.
Alrighty, well, let's just go ahead and get right into it. Radish King saying, hey, look, you might have a good Pokemon trainer, but I'm going to make sure your Steve is seen as less than optimal. Punch, punch, punch some more. It's a good grab of a couple blows. Right now, Radish King took a little bit more pain on the back end as well, so Davey is hoping to see it stand still.
Yeah, trying to buy some space right here, knowing Luigi doesn't have a lot of great openings, but even getting the tech on that block above your head is not enough to save you, as it's just the same as being jab block. Radish King does get an early stock right there.
It's a good little challenge to be had, and it's a little bit of a fly through, but a nice little mini spike goes out as Davey trying to rebuttal through, and Radish King feeling real good about this one. If you get another stock, you might be able to flow into the second match with next to no problem with 2 more stocks. Trying to break that wood, can't do it just yet. Fireball goes out, Stone is up. It's going to be a challenge back. Stone is being used very, very liberally here. This is walls on both sides, as you can see here. Radish King barely being able to break it out, and immediately answered with a minecart. 119 on the score.
All right, as now, ooh, rushes right in, and now it's an even 2 stock. 3 iron on the board right there, and diamond tools. That's not a bad kit for any Steve player. That is their bread and butter. That's the hammer and the nail. We'll see if they're able to use it, though, because as it stands, Davey has been under constant pressure, especially as Radish King uses this down B liberally as a combo break.
This works so well, and now looking for a bit more, trying to mine up a few more materials, but it's been very, very lax. Gets a diamond, but I'm not exactly sure if that's perfectly what you want. Trying to get some iron to get that minecart back out, get those walls back up, and it's a jab! The smash takes it home, and Radish King is able to force Davey down to 1 stock.
And now, on this last stock, you do have diamond tools. It's still doable for Davey, but with the pace at which Radish King is setting the waveland on platform, following the tech chase down the up B. Not quite the finisher, but still the momentum that Radish King is playing from the previous anchor position is palpable.
Such a great catch out, but that's going to be a grab back. Davey going to fiercely mine up a few more options. Tries to hold the edge, but a good glide over. Radish King is able to be smacked the other way. Getting themselves a better opening. That's going to be in the minecart, a swing forward, as that's going to be a body block by the anvil. And Davey gets a cheeky stock.
Yeah, and now with that, you've got to keep the momentum up. If anything, you're just trying to douse Radish King's momentum, as forced to use a lot of the iron right here just to stay afloat. Can Davey even get back to the ground? Radish King trying to slow the pace of the game down, or will that be to his own detriment? As right now, Davey is building up even more resources, has the diamond tools on deck. What are you going to do with it? Off stage, able to craft even more. Iron, not there for ledge trapping. Retreating forward air.
Another diamond in hand, but I mean, at this point, you're just worried about getting that final hit, and you do! Davey with the backswing, wind up and let it crack. The sword takes the blow. And that's the finish that you were definitely hoping for. Again, remember, Radish King was one player that we specifically said was hoping to get a great start off, and yet falls in the opening set. That anchor that you're so used to playing with is gone. Davey, honestly, had to put on one hell of a show to take over that Luigi.
He certainly did. That was very threatening. Very, very threatening. The way that we saw Radish King come out and look nigh untouchable, especially off of some of those plays at the end. That up B finisher right there, I thought it was all she wrote. And then Davey iced him out a little bit. Managed to put Radish King in edge guard after edge guard after edge guard. Didn't let them keep the momentum flowing. Didn't let them keep that tempo at the pace that they wanted at. And in the end, Davey able to clutch it out by putting Radish King in a scenario where all they could really do was just recover and focus on recovering and focus on getting back to the stage. Not even a chance for a reversal.
Yeah, now I want to give you a little bit of time to guess this time around, because as we said, there had to be a couple swap ups on University of Houston's side. And we saw the 4 first ones that came out. Who do you think should be coming out against Davey to try and take on this Steve and take the last stock off of Davey?
I mean, against a Steve matchup, again, I still maintain Nico would be the best, but I don't think you want to send Nico out this early. And it turns out I never would have guessed it at all, because Fizzle's coming out. A player we have not even seen yet. A Yoshi player, presumably, who is looking to take on this last stock of Davey and go on a run of their own. Now, Yoshi in particular is a little bit scary to play against Steve as, because Yoshi's double jump doesn't always break through those blocks that Steve places right at the ledge. You can place one over the ledge and Yoshi just can't grab it. At times. It depends on what material the block is, when it's placed, what's on top of it, many other factors. But if you're able to get that edge guard going, that could be huge right there for Davey. We could see a snowball situation coming.
So much that that could be rolling out here, and if we do get to take a look, I want to see it as well. I want to see this Yoshi. I have a good buddy that loves playing Yoshi, loves it ever since Melee days, and has always run it, right? Like, that is so much fun to see that we do have another unique, peculiar pick. You were talking about this before, seeing some of these players break out some of these crazy pickups and really throwing everyone for a loop. That was what we saw with the King Dedede earlier in the third place matchup. Now we get the Yoshi, so let's go ahead and take a look and get into it. Fizzle, first time here, at least on stream, on the grand final stage, and in set number 2 to get your team back on track. You gotta fight hard, and you gotta fight fast.
Yeah, okay. As now Fizzle comes in, I'm curious to see what Fizzle will be like on Hollow Bastion. Hollow Bastion gives Steve a lot of room to hide out. A lot, because you build up a wall of 3 blocks, and all of a sudden, that center platform is so oppressive for an aerial-based character like Yoshi. Now, Yoshi does have the speed to rush Steve down, but is that enough?
I mean,
it is, as not even able to craft tools right there, as Fizzle is just continuously applying the pressure.
Crafting a couple iron tools as well is going to help out a little bit. Can't get the combo up in the air, was a nice little trail. But Fizzle is, of course, able to kind of roll out, and with the center platform, it seems like both players are trying to play underneath it for now, and that's quite interesting in its own right? Both playing for that same angle, which is going to lend itself to less aerials on one end or the other. That's going to be the anvil to kind of slow things down and keep Fizzle on a breakdown pace. 71%. Nice little down air from Fizzle to force Davey into that rust spot. Good swing, once again, 88%.
Yeah, the use of the egg as a projectile all the way across stage is a really good way to both stack on percent and make it uncomfortable for Davey to farm for resources. And you can see that egg being used pretty liberally, and we haven't seen any of those edge guarding scenarios I talked about, even though Davey's block placements have been on point.
I'm gonna get a bit more right now. Davey at 92%. If you can take another stock here, it feels great to take 4 to kick things off. You don't really have too many materials to work with. That's going to be a little bit of grab over the wall and down to the last bits of iron. Shield broken, baby. Second one we've seen on stream. You send them off with a bang. Fizzle is very happy about that one. Takes 3 stocks into the second strings for UT Arlington.
And able to keep this even without revealing Nico yet is crucial. Hopefully now you won't have to deal with Curry. I don't know, though. There's a lot of potential counter picks right here. I do feel like Curry's Incineroar could be an amazing one. But again, honestly, I keep bringing this up. The issue with UT Arlington is even if the character matchup might not be quite there, I have faith in almost all of the player matchups. Just because they are a solid roster all throughout, even if they don't have the deepest of counter picks available to them, Fizzle is a new variable in the equation. I don't think UT Arlington was quite ready for it. We know UT Arlington studies up. They might not have been ready for Fizzle. Is this mix-up enough for them, though? I'm waiting for that.
I would hope so. Right? This is, again, for their lives. And either way, they're in the grand finals. I think that's the best part about it, right? You are in the grand finals. You have done so well. And you were saying it's going to possibly come out to be one of the other players. But, after Davey, we are going to go ahead and take a look at Army. So Army coming out here. It was not Curry as much as we thought it would be, but it would be a great choice. Army Ollie coming out as the second stringer and is going to try and take down this Yoshi, try and space it out, and try and get some good plays. The Olimar that we assume is going to be the Olimar versus the Yoshi. Now that is another change up that brings its own set of troubles and tribulations.
Now, Yoshi is a very aerial based character, and throwing out a quick aerial is generally the best way to get rid of Pikmin attached to your body. Additionally, Yoshi has a little bit of an easier time with a lot of lingering hitboxes to get on top of Olimar. A lot of characters struggle with chasing down Olimar as he runs from side to side to side of the stage. Yoshi doesn't really struggle with that as much, with having the fastest aerial speed in the game. You're not from that green dinosaur. Now, the one issue that may come into play is Yoshi's probably going to be stuffed out by the up smash a lot. A lot of the disjoints have always given Yoshi trouble in all games. and the Pikmin are more or less bootleg swords. However, this is not the worst thing on the planet for Fizzle. Meanwhile, Army Ollie, he's going to be looking to rack up the damage as fast as he can. Oh, it is actually Beastly instead. Presumably the Ness. I would say Pokemon Trainer would probably be a better matchup right here. Just because I feel like that Pokemon Trainer excels, but no, they are going for the Ness instead, feeling that Ness, and I don't blame them after the momentum they have on Ness from last game.
Yeah, now while we get underway with this match and take a look here, I want to see exactly why they decided to change out. What are some of the ideas behind it? Beastly coming in here and deciding, but immediately gets thrown into the egg. A little bit of a situation, but nice little tags. 18% on Fizzle, and the slow start is rolling out as both these characters do like to float a little bit. The combos like to hold a little bit of power inside of the air.
As Ness also has slight disjoint on all of his aerials, a luxury not afforded to Yoshi. So that is going to be something that Fizzle definitely has to contend with, as it may feel like a lot of their air-to-air attacks don't really work out for them.
There's going to be a little bit of a question mark here. Still fighting over that first stock. That's going to be the spike that you like. Beastly sends Fizzle down to the grave. And with only 64% on yourself, that one has to feel real good.
It certainly does, as Beastly starting to close the distance. It's difficult at these low percents to get a combo started on Yoshi. The 1 PK Fire could be all Beastly needs. We've seen more from less as these forward air chains coming out. That's the day one Ness Classic, and yet Beastly makes it look new with this aerial drift. As now he looks for a drag down, but immediate action out of that. Fizzle was ready for the reversal, and they're able to get back to stage too.
So easily done. They make it look so routine right now. Now it's a little bit of a chase, up in the air, up air. A little bit of a tail whip. Gonna find it though. Egg to be able to stall it out. Beastly caught a little bit off guard with that, but a nice little boot to the back. Up B, able to shock out Fizzle, and Fizzle gets the second jump up. Back on stage it goes, 76%, and now a little bit of a roll, but a nice nair is keeping Beastly at a very nice pace. Now to grab and throw. 102 off the stage, a little bit of a zap to keep it in play.
Ooh, just a high jump over the top. You don't even want to contend with that yo-yo. And then that back throw, I'm shocked we haven't seen more of it. Strongest back throw in the game. However, it is very... a lot of these players have been playing around that grab. Back air, though, will finish that off. Ooh, just immediately mashing a combo straight out of the egg. Beastly was ready with that mash out.
I mean, it's not just Beastly was ready for that mash out and the combo. Beastly knew exactly how to play that all the way through. That's going to be a little bit of a head smash from Fizzle, a little bit of forward air, but can't get too much else. Now the egg's going to come out to try and block the range, but the yo-yo is keeping him staved off on the edge. Beastly at 104, Fizzle at 105, but that's going to be the smash to take it. The butt bounce down B. Takes the stock. Beastly down on one last stock. Fizzle at 108, but I think that was a tag! Oh, a heartbreaking way to lose the last stock. It was just a simple tag at the end. Thanks to Beastly, but it's enough to secure the stock.
That's heartbreaking right there. So Yoshi, as you know, has armor on his double jump. However, as it has always been, if you start attacking, you lose your one defense. I assume Fizzle tried to go for a rising aerial off of ledge, and then they got hit out of the startup of it. If they had immediately up B, they would have been fine, but because there was no multi-hit, because it was just one tap of the yo-yo, Fizzle wasn't ready for it, did not react in time, and by the time they realized what had happened, it was far too late to do anything about it. Beastly had gotten the stock, and Beastly maintains a lead for UTA. If they close out this set, they are going to be your champions of the CECC South Open.
Yeah, it's just a few more players to get through, and we have gotten word. I mean, these players now, we were left wondering. We were wondering who was going to come in, who's going to be the next one on stage, who's going to be kind of breaking out. Well, guess what? We have Nico, the Cloud, the ringer that we said we wanted to see them be able to get a strong matchup, try and dance away from that Snake player. At the current moment, though, Curry is still on the line, but maybe he can even things up. Take out Ness, deal with that, and then work towards that third player. So Nico going to try and send themselves and University of Houston into that third set.
Yeah, as Nico can definitely do this, but can he do it without dropping a stock? If Beastly gets one of his signature combos, putting Nico off stage, it's going to be very difficult for Nico to find a way back on. He has some disjoint for sure, but maybe not enough to contend with right here. Beastly, up to him to find the way in.
With the SDs done, we are now ready to roll out for the third player of University of Houston. It is going to be Nico on this Cloud. We've seen what Cloud can do. We've seen what Nico can do. And we see what the two can do together. Beastly playing this one very, very slow, but immediately gets nailed up 23% off that side B. And it was as quick as it comes as Nico now takes 30% into the grab, into the flow, up into the up B for Nico. They are trading blows back and forth, almost no regard for their own safety.
As Nico tries to keep up pressure, increase airspeed now that Limit is online that they use for that juggle, tries to go for an early finisher with the finishing touch, but Beastly uses the opportunity to regain stage control right now.
That's going to be a grab, and Nico getting set up. That's going to be a little bit of a neutral B. Not going to find any connection, but was able to cover those options. Now it's an up B and a block! Oh, Beastly blocked Nico off the ledge, and even Nico's going, I hate that. I can't believe that happened.
Yeah, had to go for the hard reset after that one, Orbital. As you can see, Nico is playing with a renewed fury right now, determined to end Beastly here and now, following him all the way to the depths. And Beastly is taught a lesson for sure. He's still grinning down there in the blast zone, very cheeky, because he got a stock off before he did, and that is as much as he could have asked for.
We've seen one or two of those styleless finishes, but that one had a bit of rage behind it. I don't think I've ever seen Nico charge so fast for, I know an option's coming. I don't care if I lose another stock with this. I'm going to take that one. And I think it was well-deserved, right? Beastly, honestly, that stock take was a breath of fresh air. That was one of those moments where you're like, I know it's close. I know it could possibly happen, and it did. Great. That is all you can roll for. And now that Nico, again, the Cloud player that we were saying was going to be that linchpin to kind of clear up any problems that that University of Houston were going to have as long as the Snake wasn't going to come into play, you now have to face that prospect, right? Curry is completely on the board. Curry could easily come out and try and deal with that situation. But we'll see what they decide to do. Yes, we do get confirmation. It is Curry. It was opted for as soon. And this is this is the interesting part, I want to say, of playing multiple sets in a row for a finals. The players even start to realize, you kind of understand who you're going to face, who you're going to play against, and what the answers are. It's much more rapid fire in that instance.
Yeah, I feel like Curry understands that he is the Slayer for Nico. I have to feel like it's going to be that fast-paced Snake again. Maybe you go for a mix-up and the Incineroar, but I feel like with how Nico has demonstrated his edge guarding that's a little bit too risky. I don't think you want to go for that. Stick with what you know. Stick with what worked last time. See if Nico has found a way around this Snake, or if Curry will take UTA one step closer to this victory.
Only time will tell, as again, they are playing for their tournament live, University of Houston. On to their third player, and down to 2 stocks on this Cloud. Eyes are open, taunts are out, and we're ready to go. Mines already being set all over the place.
Yeah, and already Curry is playing the exact same game we saw before. Fast-paced, plenty of projectiles, different stage this time for sure. 2 platforms to control this time, and that gives both players a lot more opportunities to reset to neutral. But I don't know if they'll be taking them, as they're both just chasing after each other.
That's going to be a quick hit, and I mean, Nico was already on the offensive. You could see a couple of the ticks of damage, but shield chasing. Again, these up Bs are starting to feel a little bit forced. I understand that it's a good damage read, but at some point, I feel like Curry's going to start abusing that fact. You know, as soon as you see that up B, hey, go in for a little bit of blow. Try and go in for those hits. Whereas breaking it out after shield is always an amazing option.
It is. Now I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Curry has the percent advantage, and even though Limit is online, Nico really hasn't had a clean opportunity to use it, taking constant chip damage from these grenades. 107%. This is starting to get to up tilt kill percentage, and Curry knows it. Just runs into the shield and lets it rip.
What a powerful blow. That's a spike that you like to see. And Curry goes, well, crap. That's not where I wanted to be at that point in time. Nico getting hit with the bombs and just looking for that chip damage. Any extra damage here is great. Curry gets the up tilt, though. We know exactly how strong that single foot can be, rivaling that of Captain Falcon. And it is going to be a stock back. Nico sitting at their last stock.
Yep. And even with that incredibly fast out of shield option, Curry still isn't quite able to get a follow-up there. Now, you see Curry just dropping grenade after grenade. Again, using the movement in conjunction with the grenade is what makes Curry so deadly. Now the question is, can you get this knock off without losing one of your own, or can Nico clutch this out? We saw that jump read from Nico earlier take a stock. Can Nico set up another scenario like this with edge guard? If possible, following him all the way up. I thought we might have seen a climb hazard, but no.
That would have been one of the ruder ways, even more so than the original shield issue.
Oh, he went for it.
Oh, that was an attempt, and it almost landed, so that would have been huge. But again, the grenades are going to be tossed out. Curry wants just one more, an up smash to try and predict, but can't really find it. And now a grenade drop on top of their head. Nico at 100%. One more blow can take either of their lives. And you know who's looking for it. That's going to be the up smash. And it's going to be Curry that loses his life first. Down to the last stock for Curry. Nico wants it. Can you get to the edge and get a cheeky stock? But no. Ooh. The throw into the bomb. Perfect prediction from Curry, as you do. That is Nico out. Oh. Curry down to the last stock. 4 stocks total to take down 3 of University of Houston to secure first place here at the CECC South Open.
That was... whew. That was incredible. An incredible read from Curry right there on Nico's hesitation to do anything too aggressive. That wasn't a prediction right there at the end. What Curry did was run up right off the Angel platform, stick a C4 on them, pat Curry on the back, and then shove him right over the other side of the stage to detonate the C4 and explode. I don't know how exactly Curry knew that would work, but that was confidence going in. You do not C4 and then grab unless you know exactly what is going to happen. And Curry had gotten such a good feel for Nico's, albeit very impressive defense, that he felt confident in going for that.
Yeah, being able to take 2 stocks off of Curry, again, lines up with almost what we saw before, right? This has just been a brutal bloodbath back and forth is the best way to put it. This has been consistently the team's trial and error to figure out how they can play it out. And now we are going to get that last player. There are only a few players left. Remember, Snook was the other player that played the hero in the match before, and it does sound like they are going back to it. Snook, as the anchor last time on the hero, was able to take out, I believe, most of Curry and then Beastly. So that was the challenge that came out there. Eyes are open. Can Snook do it? Snook needs to take 4 stocks to be able to reset this bracket.
Yeah, and if they get this reset, that would be monumental. And I do have to say, Snook, we have been touting them as the Snake Slayer all day. Snook has been consistent in taking out these Snake players. Again, weirdly, Snake is not a super common character, and yet Snook has always been there as the counterpick for it. And he's been getting better and better each time we've seen him, but against one of the best Snakes we have in the entire CECC. Will it be enough? Or will Beastly, or have adapted, Curry rather, have adapted?
It's been a long day. We've had a lot of players coming in and out of these matches, and I mean, I know the players are starting to field as well. At this point, over the course of the entire day, I believe some of these players have played already 3 sets at pretty high tension, and that might not seem like a lot. Granted, some people will be like, that's like a normal day of playing Super Smash Brothers. To understand the amount of energy that's kind of going through, not only are you sitting there waiting for your teammates, you're kind of cheering them on, you're playing in this team environment, you have to play at a very high level. A lot of these matches are running 5 to 6 minutes long, which is much longer than some of these players are probably used to. It's not ending as quickly as you would assume. So these players are playing under quite a bit of duress in that sense. So I'm very excited to see if they can keep this up. I want to know if we're going to start seeing that endurance test be pushed a bit and start seeing some of those slip-ups occur where standardly we would not see it happen.
Yeah, but right now, I'm not sure if we will. After how Curry was playing in that last game, how much he was feeling himself, I feel like the momentum will help you push through some of those nerves. Meanwhile, Snook coming in cold, you have to find a way to wake yourself up immediately, because these 3 stocks are the only ones you... Oh, once again.
I love that. I just love that, seeing that. But a very different map, though. Keep in mind, this is one of the few times that we've seen this map laid out, and it's 3 different platforms, so it's going to dance a little bit heavier with those grenades, and Snook already trying to dance up and get those free hits, sending out a snooze, but can't get the connection on that spell because, again, side tilts are being amazing for Curry into the side B, into the bombs and grenades. This has been already a little bit fast-paced and a little bit of aggression on both sides, and Curry taking advantage of it.
An intricacy of this matchup, Orbital, is the fact that in order to regenerate MP, Snook needs to get in there and land tangible blows on the side of Curry. He doesn't get that, and it's very difficult to even get bounce online.
Bounces all the way on that far side. A little bit of a bomb dug in the ground, and that might be the explosion. You have to keep eyes on where it is, but there's going to be the shield block, 82% on Curry. Curry wants to take at least 1 back. If you can take 1, that feels great. It's going to be a little bounce on the grenade out, but take a look at what is built up. Psych Up has been used, and it's going to be a dance back. 110 on Snook. That's going to be the hit. Up tilt connects. Curry is able to switch one in to take a stock.
Already growing closer and closer to this win, but Snook is not out of this race yet, but neither is Curry. Curry going for it all down there, but pops back up in the tornado. Oh, Snook might have just saved their life, but Flame Slash pulled right out of the menu will be enough to finish off Curry. But not before a crucial blow has been dealt. 2 stocks left on the side of Houston. That's only 3 on the side of UT Arlington, right?
Yeah, 3 left, and I want to just say huge respect to Curry for going for it. I respect that. I say go for it any day of the week. Said, hey, look, I'm probably not going to be able to pull one out if I play in the neutral game again. If I go back to stage and hold it out, go for it. Go ham for it, and it looked so good until it didn't, right? That's one of those moments. So I love the fact that Curry went for that.
I feel like you had to. Because... like, you had already done your job. If you had gotten 2, it would have been game. All she wrote. Hero is a great character, but even then, 1 stock and you only have a limited amount of MP, it would have been a little bit scary. But the fact that you were able to get that 1 stock is crucial. Now, who will be the final one? It is going to be Army Ali. Now, this is a matchup I cannot say I have ever seen before, and I'm not sure most people have. Army Ali has definitely played this matchup before. We'll see if the experience is there on the other side, if it is mirrored. I feel like for the same reasons that the Snake matchup is a little bit difficult, Army Ali throwing the Pikmin around, it is also going to be a little difficult to contend with the bounce. The issue is I'm not sure the Pikmin usually become... I can't say that for certain, but the Pikmin don't bounce that far back when you reflect them. So it's not going to be as detrimental. However, it is still going to be very tough for Army Ali to manage throwing out projectiles as offense and also protecting himself.
I could see that being a very, very difficult setup here, and always the option here as Snook with 2 stocks is going to be working to try and reset this, but is it going to be UT Arlington, Army Ollie coming in here, the brother of Curry, the one to ring it all home for UT Arlington? Second time as the anchor, second time coming in here to play it all. And I mean, you gotta assume they're ready to go. You gotta assume that they're ready to take this one home and claim the trophy for this 2022 CECC South qualifier. If you're able to take it, you'll see a very large target on your back saying, hey, we are a force to be reckoned with throughout the rest of the season. So either way, huge props to both of these teams for being pushed all the way to the brink.
And normally we don't like to talk about technical difficulties. I do have to shout out. We're having a little bit of a delay because we did have someone knock the Switch over. It happens. It's a very fragile console. You just bump it a little bit, it gets right out of the dock, and then you got to reconnect it. Happens to the best of us. We're getting right into the game as soon as we can. He's already back in the lobby. The map is picked. It's going to be Town and City as these 2 players face off to determine whether the bracket will be reset or whether UT Arlington will be your champion.
I've never heard of that technical issue happen during one of these matches, but it's hilarious to hear that it happened right now. All the tension that was built up completely washed away now. This is now going back to ground zero. Let's see what they can do. This is Curry and Snook playing for the grand finals. This is all on the line here. Let's see who comes out on top, and Snook is the first one to land a blow.
As using that Accelerado to close the distance early against Alamar, gets the snooze, pushes him towards the side. A very slow match from Army Ollie. If that had been a crit, that would have just been the stop right there. As Army Ollie is not able to land too many. Pikmin on top of it. Already Snook is almost making this an even game. Could Snook do this?
Oh my gosh. Not only did Snook make this an even game, he did it easily. Keep in mind how quickly that stock was taken. Only 32% on Snook. MP running dry, though. This is actually a very dangerous time for him. And he's got to try and work it out. Taking over the ledge, though. And it's going to hold steady. No tech to be had. And he's dead. Snook is dead. Down to 1 stock only.
Yeah, and with his 1 stock up, immediately get that bounce on lock. Tries to get the surprise turnaround spell, but Army Ollie was ready for it. This time protects himself from the snooze. Army Ollie not to going to be caught a second time. Never makes the same mistake twice, as right now throwing out all of these options. Psych Up is on deck. Oomph is on deck. A shield break is possible, but I think the Psych Up was wasted on that Pikmin.
It might have been, but so far still having a little bit left in the tank. Almost out of all the MP and has to regain some of that value. And the Pikmin were locked out as well. A little bit extra MP in the tank, and so double up on the purples, double up on the heavies. This could be a dangerous moment. You can see it. Army Ollie is looking for it. 54 is plenty to hit. That's going to be a grab. Snook is able to retrieve that one. Now a back air to try and follow up. Where do you go from here? Who do you go for? That's going to be an up air. Ollie wants it. Army Ollie. Oh, that's going to be a throw. Doesn't land it, but that might be enough. No, Twister up. Snook is right back on the edge.
Pikmin is on deck. If you can get that blue Pikmin to power up your throw, no,
dead.
It has been destroyed. Okay, blocks the sneak again, almost rolls into it. Oh, gets the blue Pikmin reflected back at you, so you can reflect those back. Snook, amazing awareness right now, but the up smash right out of the shield will seal the deal. Army Ollie dispatches Snook. Dispatches the last defender of the University of Houston, and with a 2-0 scoreline, UT Arlington will be the champions of the CECC South Super Smash Bros. Open.
You know what? Arlington said, hey, we won Rocket League, but you know what is better than just one championship? A second one. A second one always feels good, and they do it. That is on the day. UT Arlington, University of Texas at Arlington, taking not only our Rocket League category, but taking the grand finals in 2-0 fashion, cruising through. And I wouldn't say it was absolutely cruising. There were some bumpy roads ahead, but they made it look so good. Huge ups to University of Houston as well for fighting it out all the way through, forcing UT Arlington into the 4th position. But my gosh, was that a storyline? They have swept it here on the B stream even as well. That's crazy to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. And luckily, we are soon going to get the chance to ask them a little bit more about their path to this victory and what it means going forward through this brand new fall season. They are the first event of the season, and they have opened it up with a win. And so we get to ask about that very soon in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with an interview with Davey in a second.
Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? As Melee juggles and ping-pongs blighted right off the stage.
Because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too.
How does that win?
I don't know.
How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win?
Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place. You have
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
About as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of time.
Okay, spoiler-free intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
It's like the first time we've seen A side. Now it's going to be Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4. But Hanzo might be able to, will find an elimination onto Louis, tying things back up. Not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out Safari. A real powerhouse player has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline, and by that KO, 0-point Blade. Without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click that puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his own. Win Kentucky's.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCU that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little upbeat.
No way.
One hit is all it takes.
No, Rabbit!
Way.
Rabbit! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrusi's got some things to say as he just pops off for King.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrusi, why take on 1 defenders when you can take on 2, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go. Literally every goal of this game has been from Strussi, and you would go to think, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here. Not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Strussi, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in second place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and wins.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rogue combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed. Nagwen playing C-Long and doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That Tour of Force is a Tour de Force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round for UK.
Alright, and that is it. Now, I mean, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only 1 more of these videos left to make, that means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, and you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been K-Tad. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the interview of the winning team. It is University of Texas at Arlington. They were able to take the grand finals 2-0 with some phenomenal play across so many different characters. And here to talk with us is going to be Davey. Davey, I want to say the starter for all of these series here today. Davey, how you doing and how you feeling after taking the grand finals?
We feel really good. This qualifier was a lot more stacked than last year, so we were a bit stressed, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm happy we closed it off.
Yeah, I mean, with all of Florida and Georgia and Texas all going at each other, I imagine it was pretty hectic. And that's one of the first things I wanted to ask about. I know there were a lot of Texas teams, especially in this top 3. So how familiar were you all, like, with in-person play? Like, do you go to a lot of the same regionals? Like, are you on, like, a first-name basis with any of them?
I wouldn't say we're particularly familiar, but we do know each other a lot better than we do know any other school in the league.
That's fair. That's fair. And going off of that, you ran through quite a few teams. Definitely got a run for your money right there at the end. But were there any teams or players in particular that you wanted to shout out that you went up against and you were like, whoa, we did not expect them?
The person we were most afraid of was Nico on UH. We did expect him, and we were terrified. But
yeah,
it worked out
understandably. Okay. Yeah. No, you always seem to have a pick. It felt like Curry was always the pick. Is Curry right there with you, you said?
Curry's right here.
Yeah. So, Curry seemed to be the answer to Nico most of the time. Was there any particular reason for that?
Curry said he just watches a lot of Nico's set, so he kind of know how he plays already. He wants to be on the mic.
Oh, okay,
as simple as that? All right. We got Curry hopping on
Wi-Fi, just bodies, cloud, bodies, sword characters. All I gotta do is press B, and everyone for some reason has to press a button on me every time, and they blow up, and I just rinse repeat that the entire time. It's not worth it as a Incineroar because sometimes they wait, and then I press down B because I know they're gonna mash on me. So I want to revenge that. But a Snake, it's easier because I'm not gonna get punished for whiffing my grenade. So the conversions are just a lot easier, and I can play neutral a lot better. And then Snake up tilt is the best thing in the entire world. So you know.
Oh, trust me, I know, I get it. You're like a matador. Like you're just. All right, that is great. And speaking of, it's been a whole off season since I've seen you all. So are there any different, improvements in particular you want to shout out, or changes, or maybe particular characters?
Everyone's just gotten a lot better at playing, but I think the biggest difference you saw was I picked up Steve.
Yeah, you got it. I saw the Twitter, and I suspected as much. Davey does. I don't know if you've always had that, but yeah. So may I ask, like, how you're feeling about the Steve so far?
The Steve, it did its job today. I wish it did better, but it did its job.
Yeah. I mean, that's as much as you could ask for. I mean, you definitely got the fundamentals down, and I can see your block placements, your movement has been getting a lot cleaner. I'm excited to see where it'll go for the season. Overall, what I wanted to one last thing I want to ask about. I asked about other standout players. Is there anyone in particular that you wanted to shout out on your team who, like, really stepped up today?
Well, Not particularly. I want to shout out Phenom and Smoke, who did
Yeah?
not get to play the entire weekend because they
Yeah.
just didn't get the opportunity. But they're on the team, if y'all didn't know.
All right, that is just about it then.
Alrighty. I do have one final question for you, of course, Davey. With this win, you had taken the first qualifier and cemented yourselves as the teams to beat, at least of these teams here. And I mean, there's got to be a big target on your back. Do you feel like this is your ceiling for the team, or how much further do you think these your teammates and you will be able to go? Do you feel yourself being a major threat inside of the scene?
Yeah, we qualified today. We're only gonna get better. Like we're still practicing every day. We're still competing, and it's only up from here.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and a huge mention to Curry, of course, hopping in, letting us know a little bit of that info. But Davey, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on the championship. You have made UTA look absolutely indomitable here today. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course, with that, we are done with the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament that has run all weekend long. It has been a phenomenal and absolute blast to be able to be here in Cass. And I mean, it was held on for so long. We had so many amazing matches over on the mainstream with Valorant that concluded earlier today. And then, of course, Rocket League earlier today as well was so much fun to watch. And with myself as well as Kilo Miles here and then Leighton on the production, we had a blast. So we are going to send it to a very short break and then get Polly on here with some closing statements. So please do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Hello. Happy New Year's, everyone, and welcome back to the ECAC Esports channel. As always, my name is Kyler K-Ted Tando, and I once again have the privilege of introducing you all to some of the best collegiate esports plays. Now, I know when we left off last year, I teased a little bit about some big news on the horizon, but that news is finally ready to break. Now, this year, in partnership with CSMG and their newly launched Esports U network, we will now be able to bring you guys double the amount of ECAC matches. So, with double the matches,
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Finally, the journey in the South region has concluded. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and welcome to Esports U, Collegiate SMG, and sponsored by Esports Foundry and Esports U. So, we just concluded the South Region Invitational. It's been a long weekend. South Region Qualifier, and we have top 8 from each of our games, which are going to advance to our next event. So, I want to go over the top 8 really quick for each game, starting off with Valorant. Number 1 was TAMU Maroon. Well done, excellent. Number 2, TAMU White. Texas A&M in Valorant came to dominate, and that's exactly what they did, taking both the number 1 and 2 slots. With Winthrop, came in as the number 1 seed, but wound up taking 3rd. Winthrop played amazing throughout the entire tournament, but wound up taking 3rd. We'll see how they progress at the next with 4th place. And I want to mention the UCF Knights, Central Florida, because they came in as one of the lower seeds, 14 or 15, if I'm not incorrect, and they wind up taking 4th. Well done, as the UCF Knights came to play today. Moving over to the CECC South Region Qualifiers, Rocket League. Number 1 was Indian River State College. Number 2 was University Texas Dallas. Number 3 was University Texas Arlington Esports. And number 4 was the University of West Florida. So Florida getting in the mix, but it is such a dominant field here for Texas. Shout outs to Indian River State College, who came out as well and takes number 1 for Rocket League. New school, I believe. Don't recognize them from last year, but well done at the first event. And then over to Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. So first off is going to be UTA Esports Arlington again, winning SSBU. Well done in dominating fashion. They also came in as the 1 seed, so prove themselves true there. Red is going to come in at 2, University Texas Dallas at 3, and University of South Florida got 4. So this is a weird trend. Florida somehow sneaks in the 4 right there on the cusp across every game, but it was Texas that really had a phenomenal showing here in the South qualifier. And then remember, top 8 is going to qualify for the next event. So coming up in 5th was Georgia Tech Gold. Then we have UT Dallas, Blinn Esports, and Converse for Valorant. For Rocket League, we have the 5th through 8 is going to be Bruton Parker Barons, FIU in Florida International. Well done there. And UCF Academy Knights Rising and Academy. I don't know how many teams UCF is going to get through here, but they had a great showing across all the games. A lot of qualifications into our next South event. And these teams will have a chance of qualifying for the CECC LAN in the South region at the end of the year. And then to finish off the 4 through 8 in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, it was the SAG-U Lions, Longhorn Smash, Texas again, ODU Monarchs, and UWG Wolves. Well done. So we'll see you all for the next event. And don't forget, we have Overwatch, which will be coming up in a couple weeks on Overwatch 2. So we decided to give Overwatch a couple weeks here to keep our competitive integrity sound. With Overwatch 2, we will have them compete on the East Region Online Qualifiers. Check our socials for the announcement and launch of that. So that's going to do it here from everyone at Esports U. Shout outs to all the players, colleges, universities, production, casters. Appreciate you all so much for spending your weekend competing in our event. It has been amazing so far to see just a competitive playing field from this weekend alone. It was so exciting, all the action, and it was a blast. So we have so much more coming up throughout the year. I'll see you next time, and don't forget to hit the follow on all of our socials for live, up-to-date notifications on everything CECC. I'm Paulie Hype. Good evening.
And all of this collegiate esports content. Now, if you want to check out more of the buzz on social media, definitely give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports. Or, if you just want to check out the action live, be sure to tune in on our Twitch channel at ECAC_esports. With that said, I do want to give out a shout out to our partners at Esports U for not only helping to us expand our content, but really also to help bring up all of you guys more of this great collegiate esports action. Now, thank you all so much for watching, and feel free to let me know, what types of matchups or moments you'd like to see next. As always, I've been KTAD, and I'll see you all later. Have a good one.
just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So is this your first time on esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my 3rd semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the